Okay, okay. Should be up now. All like 4 different fucking platforms now are up. Welcome in, welcome in. Hey Saul, hey Allie, welcome in. I'm gonna dive into the multiplayer server in just a second here, making sure that the yeah, vertical output looks good. Okay, just checking that, just making sure. I'm curious as to if anything has changed. I haven't been back on there in a while now. Let's check it out. We'll hop on the Discord if anyone wants to do the multi-chat. Oh, did the zombies come back? Or was it just like soup? Was it just the cleaning got to be too much? Did we ever? Do you ever talk to Hesfetis about getting rid of that mod? By the way, I meant to send him something and I forgot. I've been dealing with some other stuff. All right. How's looking for work going? I sent out applications to Home Depot yesterday. I'm sending some wrong username or password. Okay, fine, whatever. Sent out applications to Home Depot yesterday. I'm never quite sure if I should send out like for multiple positions or if I should keep it. I don't know. We'll see. Isn't feeling too well. Oh, that's shit. Found something the other week? I don't think so. I don't know, maybe there's something I can't remember. That's possible. There we go. What? Wrong username or password? What are you talking about? Okay, wait, hang on. Got a couple different passwords. I mean, I wish you had heard right. Yeah, what are you talking about? Maybe the server got reset. What the fuck? Don't click save. I didn't think I clicked save. Yeah, I switched back to 41. 42 doesn't even have the option to go into multiplayer servers. I wouldn't have even gotten this far on the screen. Wait. This has happened before and I just forgot the password. I'm betting that's what it is. Debug for non... Oh, I have debug installed. Okay, I do have to exit out for that. Okay, hang on a sec. Hang on a sec. 1 moment here. Now I do actually have to start it off. I have to restart it. Forgot I had debug installed because I was filming a few days ago. There we go. Yo, welcome into the Resident Philosopher. Good to see you. Allie said you weren't feeling well. Hope everything's okay. You and those goddamn ads. Twitch is tenacious. I was only in debug mode because I was filming. Otherwise, I do try not to use it, usually. It can be fun. Wait, which password was it? Oh, I would have thought... I was hoping graduation would be nice. Would be a time for you to relax. Damn, that sucks. Here we go. Alright, we're in. We're in. Just had debug installed. Zombies left? We're not sure if there's still zombies left. I'm going to find out now. That's why I have the question, Ivan. Is I'm going in to find out now. Well, yeah, it was the shitting and also the cleaning, because with the Sunstar, with us building like such massive bases, the cleaning got to be a bit much. Like, it was basically impossible for us to keep the actual Sunstar clean. I should spawn back in my room where I have to, I still have to find some extra carpet, furniture. Hope nobody fucked with it while I was gone. Ah, well, if not, I can burn it down and build something else. We'll see. We'll see how I'm feeling. We'll see how I'm feeling. Okay. So we need more blue carpet. That's my bed that I still haven't set up yet. I am nauseous, probably because I'm in an extremely awful environment that's super dirty. Which sucks, because there's nothing I can really do about it. Oh god, okay. Start picking up all this crap, I guess. Oh, forgot to turn it back, yeah. Thanks. Start picking up all this scrap wood and shit. God, I still gotta figure out what to do with all these stupid bath towels. Oh my god, I forgot I left that beer bottle by the toilet. I love that. I'm keeping it. I'm keeping it. I'm keeping it. Also, especially because I know that Hef is going to be busy, and quite a few others, yo, Allie, going to be busy with the new Elden Ring update. I am going to, I can't guarantee we're going to stay here all night, but if nothing else, we're going to play something else zombie-related. I'm thinking about doing another Resident Evil 4 playthrough, or doing, yeah, Resident Evil 4 playthrough, or going back to, Dead Rising 2 off the record. So if either of those sound good to you guys, do let me know. Now, I need to figure out where to put scrap wood, too. Oh, the closet section looks so good over here. Gonna have probably some extra storage back here. Do you want to plaster those at some point? May try to get Capcom to release Mega Man Legends 3. I'm up for a canceled game. I mean, put it in the content suggestions, or if it's in the content suggestions, let me know. Yeah, I'll check it out. Mega Man Legends 3 prototype version. I was never into any of the Mega Man games. They seemed interesting. It wasn't not for any, like, particular reason. Not because I, like, have anything against Mega Man. Just never played them. But hey, if it's interesting, I'll check it out. Sure. I need to figure out where I'm going to put crafting stuff. I haven't put, like, any thought into that. I mean, I'm also a master carpenter, though. So I've got plenty of, I have the ability to make everything I need in terms of making more crates. And we have, God knows we have tons and tons and tons of planks. Not worried about that at all. Let's throw a couple of these bath towels. Let's just throw them back here. Why not? Good to have. No, GOG is trying to get the whole company. It's not owned by Capcom? Okay. Is this not in my holster? There we go. Wow, I am really heavy. And I'm not holding anything excessive. Weird. Maybe I just need to work on my strength, start doing some push-ups. Should we have some music on in here? I feel like I'm not even worried about VODs anymore. Like, my VODs get, like, an extra... Like, especially with the actual videos doing really, really well. Like, why not throw something up? Who really cares? Oh, my God. The first thing that shows up in my fucking... YouTube recommended feed is more shit tearing apart The Last of Us Season 2. I can't even. It's just, I haven't even seen this game, and yet YouTube is determined to show me every fucking video tearing that shit apart. And you know what? I'm kind of here for it. I do kind of dig it. It has been kind of fun watching that show go down in flames. I don't know. Do I hate Pedro Pascal that much? No, I can't. I don't think so, anyway. Alright! So welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, to a day of smooth jazz and zombie killing. Maybe we'll change that. Make the, Wait, I gotta turn the brightness up. I'm gonna be wearing sunglasses now. Wait. Can I actually do that? Can I actually do that? This is so dark. Turn this up just because I'm wearing sunglasses. Where is it? Where's the brightness? Lighting quality. Dynamics got medium. Hi. I'm not worried about Project Zomboid. Alright, whatever. The elevator music. I mean, well, that's... Oh! Seems fitting for Project Zomboid, doesn't it? Besides, half the people listening to this are having it on in the background anyway. May as well make it a pleasant experience. Oh god, I really have to shit. Yeah, I gotta take care of that real fast. Quick. Before I take a shit, though, I need to grab an entire bottle of red wine. Real quick. Oh, shit. Okay. Here we go. Oh, yeah. Peak gameplay. Yo, Kinji, welcome in. Thank you for the fish and rabbits last time. I don't know if they're still... I hope they're still in my fridge. I gotta check that. I also might want to look for a second generator. I don't know. I gotta start arranging a lot of stuff in my base. I gotta figure it out. If GOG gets that demo... Wait, Saul, were you a big, big Mega Man fan? I personally wasn't. Well, not because I, didn't want to be. It just never got into it. I think there were never any platforms Mega Man was big on when I was a kid. Like, the first big console I owned was the GameCube. And, there were some Mega Man games on that, but they weren't, the Mega Man games, you know? A terminal powering the whole base. God damn. Long rotted. Ah, well. Life goes on. Am I hungry right now? No. I don't think so, anyway. Should check these bandages, though. Nice. I got more rags in here if I need them. see. Alcohol wipes away, bandage away, lighter away. Ah! And, wait. Actually, should flush that. I wonder if that'll contribute to making this place not so gross now. I need to get some more lights in here. Yeah, I need to be looking. So I need to be looking for lights. I need blue carpet. I need more of the fine wood floor, right? Yeah. Let's check the strip mall first, maybe? Or could wait a few hours. Only like the Mega Man Legends games and the Mega Man Battle Networks games. I haven't played any of them, but I'm glad you like them. Have fun. Like I said, Mega Man was one of those franchises that seemed so cool, but I just never got into. Oh, also, I found the Speed Reading magazine. It's been sitting in my room the whole time. If anyone wants that, feel free to use it. I'm reading it right now. I also have the Herbalist too. I don't know if anyone needs it. But it's just going to be sitting in one of the crates in my room. Feel free to just help yourself. Rage quit and went back to 42. Ooh! Wait. You want to start this off with a conversation? Because I would love... Wait. I'm hopping in the Discord chat, Kenji. I'm so interested now. Wait, we should talk about this. Let's talk about, like, why did you rage quit? As someone with thousands upon thousands of hours, what makes you rage quit? Build 41. I'm so curious. Like, genuinely curious to know. That's a heck of a decision to make. Welcome in, Allie. God, I have too many windows open and I'm losing track of them. There we go. No, I'm just curious. I'm curious what it was with multiplayer, or was it a Build 41 thing, or the bathroom mod? Well, okay. The bathroom mod, I mean, he can play... I mean, you can play Build 41 without the bathroom mod. And also, we were literally just talking to Sfetches about getting that taken out. So that's not a big deal.
I'm here. You want to
What the fuck? Did I just...
Hello?
Hello, Kenji. Where's this... Allie, where's the staircase here? Why is there no staircase here? Is that a glitch, or did this get knocked out?
No, Allie knocked it out because she was having a hard time defending Sunstar, which is in one of the most heavily spawned areas.
Well, I mean, yeah, but with spawn
alone.
turned off... Wait, is that still a problem?
No. Respawn was turned on.
Oh. I thought we'd been playing with respawn turned off this whole time.
We found that with the respawn off, Muldra ended up being just a ghost town, and so.
Oh, so you guys have, so this is like a kind of recent thing. You guys have turned it back on. Okay.
Yeah. I think within maybe like a week ago or even less.
Okay.
So we found that Muldra was like a ghost town, and even like the areas around it ended up being ghost towns.
I believe it. I mean, you saw what I titled the stream. I believe that.
Are there any zombies? Yeah. So we asked Hefs to turn respawn back on just to get some more life into the area.
Okay.
Because we ended up going over to Rosewood and March Ridge and cleaning up areas, and like Dixie too. We were cleaning around there, and then we figured, like, should we keep clearing areas like this?
Did you ever make it to Louisville?
If Muldra's... No, we didn't. I think Signy went. I've seen Signy make it over to the checkpoint. I don't know if he made it into Louisville.
Okay.
I saw him on the map.
Oh, I hear somebody bashing on our walls. So okay, so respawn got turned on, and the hordes became exactly what happened last time we had the respawn turned on.
No, just regular. I mean, it is on insane population after all, but it wasn't to the level of where it was broken with the authenticity. So it's manageable. It's manageable, but not to the point where one person can handle it entirely by herself.
Okay.
And in a place like the hotel. forget what it was called. So what she did was she broke the stairs to protect because everyone's base is in the second floor anyway, right? So
Yeah.
he broke the stairs to prevent them from coming up and demolishing everyone's bases.
Yeah, we've got like massive holes in the side of our base now. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I kind of criticized them for that at length already. She knows how I feel about that. I was like, you busted up the walls. You know that
Yeah.
defeats your defenses, right? Like, those walls are meant to be non-breakable.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know why they did that. I have no idea.
Yeah. I mean, I gotta be honest. I would rather just. Oh, they're still building walls too. Oh, right, Allie.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Our Randy Marsh Jarrence was getting frustrated and wanted Allie to start putting all the cars in the actual parking lot, and this wall's been busted out entirely and is blocked by cars.
Yep,
okay.
that's the one. The cars don't work though.
Yeah, they crawl under them eventually, don't they?
They crawl under. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not eventually. If they find the pathfinding is unavailable for them to, like, they'll go through valid places like windows, doors, openings, right? But if they find a pathfinding that is pretty much crawling under furniture and cars are their last resort.
Okay.
They'll prioritize proper entryways first, but if there's no other way, they'll crawl under. If there's a car, they'll crawl under, or furniture.
Okay. All right. So we turned respawn on and then immediately got fucked. So. Okay.
I mean, not fucked to the way that where it's like impossible to deal with. I'm just saying it's impossible for one person to deal with. If the team was there, it would definitely be a different story.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's something we got to worry about no matter. I feel like. Okay, here's my thought process on that. And I wasn't here, so take it with many grains of salt. My thought is, if we're going to have respawn turned on, because we don't want the place turning into a ghost town, maybe at that point, what we need to be considering is, do we want to be focusing on making sure that combat is like an available thing, even in the starting areas, even once they've been cleared? And if so, maybe we should reconsider stuff like some further combat mods and multi-hit. No, I don't want the stupid carpet! And multi-hit. If we want to have places like these be defendable, because I know Pug also wants to help me build Castle Richard, and that's what Allie and I were trying to do. But, like, sometimes some people only have a couple hours a week to play. Not me, I should be here more, but, like, maybe, I don't know. If we want to prioritize there being combat in the... Dear God, are there any staircases, or is it all rope ladders?
It's all rope ladders.
Oh, I hate that. I fucking hate that.
You can rebuild the stairs if you want to, I think.
Well, I mean, yeah, but we're just gonna have more zombies just barge in eventually. My combat is terrible because I have, like, because I'm all carpentry. Okay.
My thoughts on it. Granted, I'm actually kind of taking a break now, so I might not.
Yeah, you're back in 42 now.
Yeah, I'm back in 42 now. But if you want to ask my opinion on it, I think what compounds the problem with it being a ghost town, rather, is the respawn is turned off, yes, but you've also made it so that the zombies are set on fragile. So not only does it not respawn, they get eliminated so fast and so easily that they just, even if it's on insane populations, they just disappear really, really quick.
All right, you're going in the opposite direction, because despite them being on fragile, Allie could not defend our base.
No, but that's the thing, though. The numbers, because they are fragile, they still do the same damage, right? They still do the same damage per thump on a wall.
Okay.
And so, even if she is by herself, she can only work so fast in order to go around clearing them, right? And they just bust through really quick.
So you're against making combat more manageable for one person?
My thought would be, if we're gonna turn off respawn, maybe turn the populations down a bit rather than on insane, because you originally had set it to insane populations.
I didn't choose these settings. I voiced some opinions, but ultimately it was half.
Okay, so this is my assumption. My assumption. I don't know if that's a fact,
Okay.
but it's my assumption as to why it was set this way. You guys had set Hess had set the population to insane to make up for the fact that it's on no respawn. That's my assumption.
Yeah. I think
So now-
that was
Yeah.
that was pretty close to the consensus we came to. Or
Yeah.
yeah.
So now respawn is on, and yet the insane populations are still there. So now it's just like, yeah, maybe it's a bit too much to handle now. So maybe.
That's what I want to parse out, because there's a couple different ways we
Yeah.
can approach fixing that. One of them is
that's my thought.
okay. So how do you feel about, as far as what do you think the solution would be? Would you prefer we go in the direction of keeping population high but keeping combat more manageable for one person, or should we go into making
okay?
like...
So let me make this clear. I am taking a hiatus from multiplayer.
Okay.
But so my investments now have changed.
Well, I just
And
mean
so
I mean like for the future when we get into like Build 42 multiplayer, potentially
sure.
in like
sure.
months.
Oh sure. Okay, so what I was projecting now was more me trying to imagine how you guys would enjoy the game rather than myself.
Well, we want to make sure you enjoy the game. That's not... Don't worry about us. It's just what's your preference on how you would like us to play?
Oh fuck.
Yeah.
Don't ask my preference. My preference would
That was
be
the whole point of what I was trying to ask. I mean, yeah, like I know how I want to play.
Fuck,
I have a pretty good idea how
preference
Allie
would
wants
be-
to play, but how do you want to play?
My preference would be hardcore all the way. I mean,
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't enjoy NPC bandits like Hess was saying.
I mean, I
would
was
hate that for
50-50
sure.
on the bandits actually. I kind of would have liked to see the bandits, but I know that everybody else wouldn't enjoy it.
I would hate playing with NPC humans.
Okay.
But that's just me.
Yeah.
But all I'm saying is that's my limit for difficulty.
What do you
I
mean
can
by
handle
like
zombies.
hardcore? It's like, so zombies at max health, max population size.
Oh, I wouldn't say max population size, but I would say like.
Well, you're gonna have to narrow down from just saying hardcore.
Well,
Like what specific settings?
well, I'm very used to playing Apocalypse, so
Well, it's different in
Something closer to
41 and
that, but-
42.
yeah, of course. But knowing it's on multiplayer, I would say a higher spawn rate than
Okay.
Apocalypse, because I wouldn't be by myself anymore, right? So
Yeah.
that.
Well, I
would
mean,
be
there's always the
my-
potential
my-
that your base could get left, and like, you know, if someone else ends up playing more than you. That's the thing, though. It's like we got to find that balance between like how all of us individually. I have my way of playing. Allie has her way of playing.
Yeah.
Jawrence has his way of playing, and Hess has his way of playing. I need to go find more carpet. Allie, is there a car I can use? We got to find that and find a way that's going to be most fun for all of us.
Frankly, I'm not adverse to having my base like fucked, right? Because my bases are always built from scratch, and then I can always rebuild from scratch again if it gets fucked, right?
Yeah.
Prefab bases are kind of a different story, where you have like you want to retain elements of your prefab.
Yeah,
Like windows
ideally.
gonna smash and doors gonna broke down, and
Yeah, if it's like it's Ship of Theseus. If you have to rebuild
Yeah,
the entire
yeah.
thing, what's the point? God, it's foggy. Okay, cool. Okay, so that's a vote for like difficult zombies in terms of like high health zombies, high respawn, high population.
I'm not saying you're asking me what I like to play with. But
Yeah,
my
exactly.
ultimate
That
goal
I
is
am
to
asking
play
how
with
you would like to play,
my
and then we're gonna
my
find a
ultimate
happy
goal-
medium between all of us as the goal.
Sure, yeah. My ultimate goal though is to play with a setting that everyone else enjoys. I think that's more important to me.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess I'm trying to figure out then what would annoy you more. Oh wow, they built a whole fucking addition over here. Holy shit! I'm gonna check that out. I guess at that point we got to figure out like what's gonna annoy you and Hess the most, or well, the least, if we have to tone down some of the settings. Because there's going to be at least a few. Because like I said, I know that for a lot of us, like building a base, not necessarily the Sunstar, but a base in like a cool area is like half the reason we want to do this multiplayer, is to like do that building stuff that we could not achieve on our own.
Well, if you ask me, what annoys me the most currently is just broken shit. It's kind of why, like we're going back to why you asked me why I rage quit and kind of left. Just broken shit.
Anything in specific? Just like multiplayer, just glitches?
Well, multiplayer glitches for one.
Oh, thank you, Ellie.
Mostly due to, like, I guess, lag issues and like delayed updates to the game, to the game and stuff like that. Not to the game, but like delayed updates to like elements in the game, right? Like, say,
dude,
for
Jarns
example,
is a fucking suite up here. This is nice.
Like, say for example, like moving stuff out of your freezer, or like okay. One kind of example is when you return.
Did he trap? I'm sorry. Wait. Did Jarns trap his old body? Is this one of his old characters? Is this an old Randy Marsh who died?
Oh yeah.
Dude, what the fuck?
That's his Randy Marsh exhibit. Is it still there?
Yeah, I can see the zombie in there. He's still dressed like Randy.
That's his Randy Marsh exhibit.
That's fucking awesome. Dude, that's fucking incredible.
That's cool. It's amazing how he even got it trapped in there. Oh, or did he just...
I assume he just, like, died in there.
Oh, yeah, okay.
He probably just... Oh, he took his pants off, too. Yeah, I assume he just, like, got bit and just built it around himself and then died in there.
Yeah, that...
Interesting.
That makes sense.
That's so goddamn funny. That's awesome. I love that that the zombie's still fucking there. That's great.
So, like, as an example of broken multiplayer aspects, right? Like,
okay.
Say for example, you put some shit in the freezer, right? And then you go off to explore for a bit, and like it's frozen, right? You go off to explore for a bit, and then when you come back, your stuff's not frozen.
Yeah, I've experienced that.
It takes like a minute or two for the game to like update the characteristics of the food to like back to freezing where it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
But it takes that time for your client and the server to like sync up with each other and say, hey, this shit's supposed to be frozen, and then the game goes, yeah, it's frozen.
Ooh, shit, that's a lot of zombies.
Turns to frozen, right?
Oh wow, there's a lot of zombies. Oh shit. Wow, there's a lot of bots on Kick messaging me right now.
Oh, you streaming on Kick right now?
Yeah, I'm on Kick, but there's just I've been on for like what, 30 minutes. I already had 2 bots send me almost exactly the same message, same emojis too. Ah, Kick.
Yeah, Kick is Kick.
Yeah.
I don't even know why you're bothering with Kick, but
I mean, it's just another multi-stream. It's like, I don't know, it's sort of like, why not?
Yeah, why not?
Ah! God, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. So for you, it wasn't any particular choices in settings that made you rage quit, it was just like multiplayer being glitchy and shitty?
Well, multiplayer itself, that was itself, right? But I kind of got sick of dying mysteriously from...
That's still happening?
I'm still mysteriously getting nausea from God knows where. I don't know.
Oh, that's great, because I'm currently nauseous.
Yeah. I originally had thought it was because the withdrawal symptoms of alcoholic and smoker. That's why I had the original thought. But then I got that cleared. Yeah, I got that cleared, and I was still getting nausea. And I wasn't even near any bodies, nor did I eat anything weird. It was just...
Interesting.
Sick all the time. But I haven't died from it. Usually I would die after like the 8 or 6 day mark.
You know, I'm pretty sure that I've been stuck at nauseous because my my room is so big that Allie and I just like can't even keep it clean. I'm pretty sure that's been part of why
That cleaning stuff's a pain.
Oh. Okay. Well. Let's see if we can get back to the Sunstar without dying. Hopefully. There's no door on this van.
Oh, you getting fucked?
Ooh. Well, I mean, not really. I was just driving around. I was about to head back, but that's like the first hard crash I've had.
Knowing you, that's surprising.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Yeah, no, it's interesting.
Anyway, so the last straw, really, was so I had just logged on,
Okay.
and then I went to my. I just logged on, and then I went to my freezer, and it picked up a frozen bowl of rabbit and bird salad. All 60 food value worth,
Oh God.
or 50 something. I just rounded up, but
Either way.
so either way, so I took it out of my freezer.
Oh, hey,
Started
Allie.
munching on it, and then at the very you know the progress bar that goes along, right?
Yeah.
At the very end of the progress bar, I see it turning to rotten. From fresh frozen to rotten, because the game decided, oh, I'm gonna update right now while you're eating it.
Sounds about right.
And so I downed approximately 60 food value worth of rotten food, and so I just died instantly. And I was like,
Project Zomboid.
so I was like, I was working really hard to get that smoker and alcoholic out, and also gaining the weight back from being underweight and all that stuff, and I just wasted all my time. I mean,
Yeah.
I have the journal. I know I don't have to retrain the skills, but like all that stuff, I have to redo for another 2 months of gameplay. I'm like, fuck this shit, I'm out.
Yeah, fuck that. Damn. Well, I don't blame
And
you.
that's on top of already just like repeatedly dying from like random mysterious.
Oh yeah, you were dealing with that shit for like way more than the rest of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely, 100%. That
I
was some
already-
fucking
I was
bullshit.
already pretty annoyed, so I just said fuck this stuff.
No, it wasn't over here. Damn, Allie's fucking shit up. Well,
So yeah, now I'm back in a. The last I left off was 42.4. Now I'm playing 42.8.1.
oh, it's been a while
Ragdolls,
then.
man. Yeah, it has been a while. Ragdolls, man.
They are a little overrated in my opinion, but they're kind of fun.
Does nothing for melee though.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
why they would launch it without melee, I don't know. Especially after having nerfed so many of the guns.
I know. Because the multiplayer mods allow me to have a lot of. I don't know if it's because they're on fragile or not, but shoves in this server that we're on seem to do a lot. To just watch it hit a tree. Anyway.
In 42,
Yeah.
if you're talking about 42, the zombies fall over way more. Even like fragile or not, in my experience, they fall way more. 42.8 they do. They have more. I think because they have more animations.
What I was leading up to though was that on the server, I don't know why we have more push power, but I would shove a zombie in B41 here on the server, and they would just go flying for miles, right? And I'm like, this is how a shove should be. Like, this is how a strong shove should be, right?
Yeah.
But
Especially
they
after
made it now so that
especially against a rotting
Yeah.
corpse.
yeah. So, but they made it now in B42 where you shove them and they do this really long sort of like staggering animation, and then they like topple over. I find it so weird.
Yeah. Welcome in, Robert. Welcome in. I think, yeah. I don't know. I definitely see what you're talking about. I don't know. Would it be?
Like, there's no oomph.
Yeah. No. That's.
There's no oomph
I
to
don't
the
know
shove.
if it would be better if they like. I've been like trying to figure out myself, like actually thinking through, is it because it's like a super specific animation and it makes it feel counterintuitively wonky?
Oh,
Because
no,
it's
yeah,
like such
it
a
is.
specific animation every time that you shove? Or is it
It
just
is.
the fact that
It's
they
a.
don't...
You're right. You're right. It's a long ass animation. They've made it so
Yeah.
that it's a long ass animation, and they all fall the same way. So it feels very samey. There's no variation.
Yeah, it doesn't
So
feel like your
feels-
strength affects them as much. Ironically.
Well, my take on it is that it takes away the what do you call it? What's that word for when you're like invested in this or like a situation, like you feel like you're actually there? Kind of forget the word for it, but
was that ludonarrative dissonance? Or
no, it's just that
the
you lose that sense of immersion. That's the word I'm looking for. You lose
Oh,
that sense of
immersion, yeah.
When they're like they all fall in the same exact animated way, so
Yeah.
it feels more like you're in the simulation than reality. I know it is just a video game, though. I understand that. Like,
Dude, you're expecting me to have to push back on that? Like I'm constantly telling you that you should add more video game. They should have more video game stuff and lean into the game being a video game and not trying to, like, I'm the one who's constantly complaining about the Project Zomboid fan base using realism as an excuse for terrible mechanics that aren't fun. Trust me, I am not going to complain.
But yeah, no, it really takes you away from the immersion when like everything falls the same way.
Yeah, no, I've absolutely...
Like copy paste.
It sucks. It sucks. I mean, it's almost like with the when they added the, what are they called? The animations for dragging bodies. It's like, I appreciate you did them and I don't want to complain for that reason, but also like it's just a lot. It's just like it's so much. It just having that full animation that again probably took some
it's
poor
time-consuming.
animator so long to make, but like I just didn't need it, and it's so much longer now. Anybody
Yeah,
got
it's
10?
time consuming, especially when you want to like the whole corpse sickness thing is already a hassle anyway.
Yeah.
And if you're going to be playing on modes where you have a higher zombie count, where the corpse sickness really matters at that stage, you don't want to spend more time watching the animation while you drag here and there. It's just annoying. It's corpse cleanup's already a pain in the ass already. Why make it worse?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I don't know what's going on with it. Wait, Robert says, we think would be cool would be a leg sweep or a kick leg to force them to the ground, then shoving them so they can be hit. I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't go quite so Dead Rising with it as far as like having like karate moves, but there is definitely an argument to be had for like them having your character having more moves than they do now than just like attack.
There definitely should be a level progression for melee.
Yeah. Maybe if they did that, the well, I mean, it seems like the muscle strain is supposed to be that. Seems like that's what they're expecting to really grab people, I guess. Which is...
I don't know about that though, but yeah. I mean, if people would think martial arts would be effective use in a zombie apocalypse, yeah, it should be something that you can level up in, you know, from 1 to 10, right? And you have like, I don't know, like judo moves when you reach level 9 or something like that. Right? Throw out that aikido or something.
I mean, if they could spend the time adding all that D&D shit and the ability to actually roll dice in game, then they could spend some time doing helping out with the melee combat a bit more, making it a bit more interesting than just swing or don't swing. And sometimes we just take away your ability to swing because you have one Moodle, so now you go from being able to kill a zombie in 1 hit to a zombie in 3 to 5. It's
I mean, you can still swing, but there's just be a difference between an aluminum bat and a Nerf stick.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of worse though when it's the same swing. It's just that now it just does no damage. Yay! I don't know, it's kind of worse watching that happen. I need a pen. Hope those don't expire.
I mean, I've learned to watch my Moodles very carefully and like accommodate for them. But I do agree with you. I did find it a bit much that I think your damage potential like drops drastically at even just one Moodle, right?
Yeah. Like you
Yeah,
literally
it's
can
just
go
crazy.
like I said, you know, from killing a zombie in 1 hit to 3 to 5 is a bit that's a massive swing.
Yeah, no, it is.
You
It
know?
is. Like you would get, what was it? I think the first stage of sleepiness already cuts your damage potential by 50%. I can't recall. Let me double
Yeah, it gets a little ridiculous after a while. Oh shit.
Yeah, the first Moodle, Drowsy, decreases your melee damage by 50%. That is much.
That's too much.
That's too much.
What? I have magazines. Why are you not reloading? You're the duty belt have issues. Hang on, I'm trying to level up my shooting. Also, thank you, Allie, for cleaning up the room. It was getting to be a bit much.
Yeah, I know you're doing it with my place.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the cleanliness. Oh, that time it worked. Okay. Okay. Wait, where's my knife? Level up short blade too. Why not? I don't know why this corner is indestructible.
Oh, yeah,
Damn it. Why does he suddenly stop being able... Okay. Alright, the good old wrench should take the rest. My god, that is a lot of blood in a small area. Holy shit. Hey, guys. There we go. Alright. Now, how many watches can we get? Oh, shit. That's broken.
Are those ones bugged? They don't even attack you.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Multiplayer shenanigans. Who even knows? I am absolutely nauseous here, and you know what? I think for the first time that's fair. screwdriver. I can still do that in build 42. Build 41, sorry. Thank God. There's a pair of earbuds. Nothing else. Damn. That's it. Like in The Walking Dead, how Morgan is really good at fighting. Yeah, doesn't that happen in, like... When did Morgan come back? What was that, season 6? Because it was after the prison. I'm going to say 5, 6, somewhere in there. Yeah, I mean, I liked Morgan. He was alright. He was... I don't know. I feel like it's sort of become the stereotypical shark jumping moment for a lot of zombie franchises to pair, like... Now we're fighting them with Kung Fu or something like that. Like, Morgan was an example of that in The Walking Dead. Definitely. Like, it's not a... I don't know. I like the idea of a more complex melee system, 100%. Just maybe not quite to... I don't know. Just with some degree of restraint. You know? Like, I think Morgan would verge on being a little too much. For my taste.
Monk builds are very popular in game.
Yeah, in like D&D. I like playing as half the reason I will almost replayed Baldur's Gate 3 before I got bored, because I always do, because I can't seem to like that game. I was playing as I wanted to try out Drunken Monk because it seemed fun. Turned out to be as boring as most everything else that happens in that game, but yeah, no, monk builds are cool. It's just like, I don't know. For a zombie game, it's a bit much. For D&D, sure.
I guess so. What are you gonna do when you cut up your hand? You know, punching it through teeth and stuff like that, right? Like.
Yeah. Fist is not super effective on zombies that you can't like fatigue, you know, or like you can't hit pressure points on them. Like, a series of concentrated blows won't work. You just need to fucking take their head off. Or smash their skull entirely. You need the barbarian strength. You don't need monk precision in terms of melee fighting. Yeah, I think Season 6, after he broke from all the loss, and yeah, Rick brought him back. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, all the stuff about him having morals and whatnot. Yeah, okay, sure. I don't know, I have kind of mixed feelings about Morgan's return. I thought it was okay. It's... I don't know. Having him come back and be like this fucking kung fu master and also a pacifist for some stupid reason that then gets people killed. Ugh, I really didn't like that. Well, what's Signy doing? What's he out doing? Oh shit, he's still up by Louisville. Allie, you want to take a van and go see what Signy's doing by Louisville? Maybe find some fine wood flooring while we're out there. We'll see. It's also kind of dangerous to try to, like... You can't get to Louisville. Why not? Is it just, like, not in the... What, because there's too many zombies? Hey, you guys... Then why'd you turn the respawn back on? Okay.
Well, you can't have it all.
I know, but I would have preferred having Louisville. I mean, that's the thing about, like, not the respawn necessarily. We could do, like, low respawn and still do, like, a base in an urban area. Even the Sunstar, if it was just the population was lower. But I don't know. I guess the respawn's going to be a choice of, like, do we want an extended threat over the course of months, or do we want to feel like we're really accomplishing something in the early game? You know, high population, no respawn, or low population but high respawn, but respawn turned. You get what I mean. I mean, we're gonna have to figure out what it is that we're gonna be looking for when we get into build 42, and probably trying to compare the individual builds and see what it is that we want. based off those differences as well.
You either have reasonable survivability with respawn off, or you get boredom with, or you get boredom and you get boredom, or you have a little more excitement, but you'll die more and you lose the base more often.
Yeah.
With respawn on, so either or, you can't have both.
Stairs are bold. Don't rebuild the stairs if the zombies are just gonna come back. Who knows when I'm gonna manage to actually show my face in here again. If you guys are gonna be the ones who are in here the most, I don't want you guys having your experience ruined. So you can take down the stairs if you want to. Don't keep them on just for me, just because I'm annoyed. Especially if respawn's turned in, we're gonna hit with some of those hordes. Those things are fucking huge, and my character is not spec'd for combat. Alright, well. Well, going out and like... Oh. I mean, I really don't need much XP. I just need to go out and get stuff, but I don't know. I don't know. I think I'm gonna hop out of the server. I don't know. I don't want to. I got to be honest. Like, I don't want to spend the time sorting through all these hordes trying to get flooring. Like, I enjoyed it when it was just like making flooring the thing I was doing, but I don't know. I don't really want to deal with hordes and be building an actually nice base. I don't know. You know, with like flooring and carpet and all that stuff, it's just not really worth it to me. I don't know.
Are you adverse to, like, would it make it better if the zombie...
Oh, I mean, I'm not encouraging you guys to change the settings just for me. It's fine. I'm not, like, I'm not asking for that. Oh, shit! Signy left a tier 1 sub. Holy shit, thank you. That's much appreciated. That's why Hef said he was the MVP. I apologize. I thought it was because he was hanging in Louisville. Okay, OBS has not been, doesn't always tell me everything that happens in the chat, so sorry about that. Thank you, Signifier Blackbird. That's awesome of you. Thank you.
You're gonna fall again.
Alright, sorry, Kinji, what were you saying?
Oh, I was saying that, I mean, you were just going off on, making sure that, you know, everyone else's needs are met. And you were asking what I would prefer to play with, and you should ask that same question for yourself, right? What would it take for you to have fun in sort of a meet in the middle fashion between everyone else?
Okay.
Right. Because the reason why we did turn it back on is because Muldred did end up becoming a ghost camp. So
yeah. I guess it's... I mean, you've heard me go on my diatribe before. I mean, whenever I usually enjoy when my hometown becomes a ghost town, because then I can just loot it for all the sinks and carpet and nice flooring that I want. And then I just put that energy directly into, like, changing my game mode. That's like... I don't know. Maybe this is something I should talk about on, like, an official video or something, because it's like, that's what I see as the mid-game, is like... I have survived, I have a fridge, I have power, I have all these things. Now I make the creature comforts. Now it's a ghost town, let's go out and start harvesting some shit.
But that's a game style where you are moving from goal A to goal B, and then subsequently to goal C, right? You're moving in a linear fashion towards...
But that's what I would argue that, well, okay, argue is a strong word, but like I would say that's, I guess for me that's sort of the point of having an early game, a mid game, and a late game, is that you're not facing the same specific circumstance every time. You know, I think this is interesting we're talking about this. I think this is actually, and I just commented, someone just commented something about this, and I was talking to them on the YouTube channel. I think this is one of the big one of the big reasons I think the Indie Stone is struggling so much with their developer updates, and why it feels like they're isolating so many players. I think for them and for a lot of the player base, like they think you should just be doing the same thing the whole game, while I, who is admittedly a fucking casual, I think you should be doing something different and have different fundamental goals, or at least be accomplishing similar goals in like new methods in the early game, the mid game, and the late game. So yeah, A, B, and C. That is how I would see it.
So hearing this, let me just make a comment on what you just said.
Please.
I don't believe that way of playing is casual. You can play in a non-casual way, the way that you're explaining. It's just that your goals are different, right? You are moving from a progressive point A, point B, point C, which means that you clear an area, build a base there, move on to the next area, clear that, and then move on until you reach your endpoint, which for me usually it's Louisville, I guess.
Yeah.
That's usually the so that's more of a progressive migration towards those areas, right? And it's not necessarily a casual way of playing, it's just a different goal set, right?
Okay.
Other players' goal set would be just plain survival, and they would build a base and then just deal with the hordes there with the respawn on, and they would get constantly hassled, and how you manage your resources as your resources are ever dwindling around the area that you keep harvesting, right? You keep looting, right? And then you have to deal with what you would call medieval simulator. That's usually why medieval simulator is a thing, because you have to deal with your dwindling loot, right? You got to start fabricating from the world on yourself, right?
Yeah. I mean, in terms of like the weapons, maybe not the gold coins.
Don't self-deprecate your game style, right? It's a valid game style. It's just different than, let's say, like me and Hex would be used to, right?
All right, let's see what Signy has to say. I get very bored with Zomboid unless I design specific goals for each character. I know that we don't roleplay on the server, but always try to create a roleplay situation for me. Yeah, well, not just you. We've already had Randy Marshby on the server, you know. My character, Bruce Jameson, has a specific building he wants to get to in Louisville. Secure the building, establish a radio, and then get picked up by the helicopter. Then I delete him, start a new character. That's a good way to play. That's a totally valid way to play it. Kind of reminds me of those, who's that YouTuber, Arian? I never know how to say his name, but I'm sure you guys have seen his stuff too, who did like the I Got Bitten series with the scientist, and then the one where he plays as like Solid Snake. Those are fucking great. Yeah, it reminds me a lot of what you're talking about. You know, I have found some of those runs to be pretty fun. Like we did the one back in, this was a few months ago now, where we did we played, oh my god, I guess it was kind of a joke stream where we played as Dick Cheney and had to go secure the Dark Tower of Cheney, aka the oil refinery in downtown Louisville. That was fun. The YouTuber I like called Two Wheeled Gaming does long roleplay games. That could be cool. Yeah, maybe we'll have to look into more like roleplay stuff. Do we want to talk about like roleplay on the server? That could be fun. And you know, as much as I bitch and moan about it, they are adding more roleplay stuff, like the gold coins that I complain about incessantly. You know, maybe we should consider engaging with that, you know, and be like the premier roleplay Zomboid server. You know, maybe that could be fun. I don't know. You guys will have to let me know what you think, though, because again, it's always about finding the balance of what the majority of people are going to find fun, you know. But I'm not opposed to doing roleplay in the server. That could be interesting. But I mean, and I guess if we're gonna, no matter what, have people like Signifier in there who's gonna roleplay no matter what, or like Jarrence, or like Kinji, who, you know, you're building the same place, and you know, I'm assuming you might have some kind of a story for that. You know, maybe it's just a guy who just really like real fish enthusiast. I don't know.
Oh no, I have a checklist of things that I want to like achieve.
That's still role playing in a sense. Technical role playing, but
technical role playing. So it's more of a achievement level, right, kind of thing. So I create a character, must build a base, must level up skills, all the skills, must make it to Louisville bridge exit point,
Okay.
and then that would be the end.
Nice. Okay. Yeah. So you're still definitely going through like a. You're still definitely making your own achievements and challenges for the game. So it's not quite role playing, but like it's in the
I don't have
ballpark.
a character that I'm playing.
A character, yeah. Okay. See, Robert says he likes role playing as if he was in the shoes of that character. I feel like a lot of players, to some extent, try to do that. Usually keep a notebook, logbook of things my character needs to do for that day and what's happening as the infection spreads beyond Kentucky. Adds a bit more immersion for me to put myself in that survivor's shoes. Okay, interesting.
Like, I don't play a meme character, but I hear what he's saying though. I do like to step into those shoes, but I don't play a meme character as what a typical role play would be.
Okay, it's interesting.
So I still find enjoyment like taking my character, relaxing, sitting on the couch, watching TV, having a bowl of cereal, and then
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
that's
think
still fun.
I think Signy has the best words of advice here. Just let the server kind of grow and evolve over time is probably the best thing we can do. No matter what settings we use today, there's always going to be something worth changing. I'm sure there's always going to be something. So, I don't know. Maybe we should reconvene about where we want our base to be if Sunstar's not working out. Then I can always rip up the carpet and take it somewhere else. And we all gotta talk about Build 42 too. Yeah, just gonna have to talk about this stuff. Maybe there's a mod we can like selectively choose where to let the respawn happen. Because if we could let it happen like outside of like a certain zone of the base, like call it part of the role play that like, yeah, we're guarding on a daily basis. Our characters are there, presumably when we are not online and clearing it, something like that. Maybe we can ditch Sunstar, make a base in the forest. If I'm entirely honest, that's probably what we're gonna do. If we have to go, this is part of why I was worried about like leaning too much into like apocalypse settings, honestly. Because in my experience with Zomboid, all apocalypse players pretty much play the same. They all make a base deep in the forest, like they avoid the cities, and I find being in the city in like the tight alleyways and like running and dodging zombies like to be the thing I like. Already started making a bit lake based? Okay, yeah. We'll talk. I mean, I'm still a level whatever, like a max level carpenter, so I can make my own place if I need to. But like, yeah, apocalypse players, they always play in the same way. Like there was always like their own personal selection for the most optimal location for their own personal cabin that they build somewhere out in the middle of nowhere, and they make occasional trips to the city, and it's like I don't begrudge anyone who plays the apocalypse settings or the super hardcore settings. Have at it. Like, it is about you having fun. But it's just bringing that into the multiplayer server. The fact that those players all consistently, I see it every time, they always have the same way of playing. And I'm like, that's going to mean our multiplayer server is going to default into that exact way of playing. Remote cabin, on water, relying on fish. It's going to be like, not that any of those are bad ways to play, but it's like I don't want to be on to start a multiplayer server where there is a way to play that is so much more disproportionately efficient, either due to it being overpowered or all other options being underpowered, that we all just kind of naturally drift toward playing the same way. Because that's going to make for a boring multiplayer server, That's my fear with like apocalypse settings and stuff eaching in. It's like we're all just going to end up at our own individual cabins.
You say that, right?
Yeah.
I find a lot of people don't settle into one way of playing because it's like their meta, but it's just because they enjoy the location, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, people who put thousands of hours into that Project Zomboid Apocalypse are people who probably enjoy the style of play that you would drift toward. I put thousands of hours into Skyrim. Coincidentally, I really like
Yeah.
playing as a stealth archer.
So,
You know, like,
my question to you is, what would be your alternative? What do you prefer?
well,
What do you want people to do?
I don't know. That's the thing. Sorry.
Cause
for as much as I'm staying
but
here,
what
like
is
trying to
your
talk,
want?
like I really am trying to like spitball and get like I'm not sure yet.
Oh yeah, I'm spitballing
Yeah.
too, but I just like to pose a question. What you're complaining about X? What is your Y?
Well, it's going to be something as far as one setting in a one hardcore setting is going to have to break. It's either going to be the respawn or population size. I think it's going to come down to one of those two. In my mind, I genuinely do want to leave it up to it's my server. It's Hesfest's server because he pays for it, but like it's the new Memphis server, but I still want to make sure the community is everyone's having the chance to play the way we want. But I think it's going to come down to the choice between do we want the high population settings but the respawn off, or do we want respawn on but low population settings so it's more of that slow burn of zombies, you know? That's, I think, going to be the central question that all of us are going to have to like weigh in on so we can really figure out what we want the server to be to make it like the server that we want it to be. And the one I lean toward is the having high population but low zombie, but no respawn. But of course that comes the fact that I am on the server less than a lot of other people weighs in on that. You know, like, you know, it's not like that. You saw what I titled the stream. You know, like it's not
exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Like I am seeing that problem, you know? So it's like maybe maybe the next thing to try is should we reset the server at some point, which we don't need to right away. I'm sure eventually we will, but maybe the next setting to try out is going to be like low population but with respawn with a decent respawn turned on. Maybe it's just like what we need to do next is just try it and see. You know, whenever we were done building our lake cabin bases. Maybe that's the next big thing to try.
I'm sure it'll take quite a few iterations for us to reach that Goldilocks zone of best for everyone, right? Mm-hmm. Right now we're still just hashing it out.
Yeah, Robert, I think you play a lot like I do. That's pretty much what I do. Like I enjoy the process of like having my central building, securing it, usually my starter house to start, and then like slowly moving out from there and like a fanning out, clearing and like looting and like bringing everything to my central location, you know. Eventually moving to a larger base when I outgrow that. Because with Z's not being able to respawn, if you have the patience and time, you can use a vehicle to gather up a large horde and lead them from an area. It's risky and time consuming, but fun. That's true. That's very Walking Dead. I appreciate that. That's very, very Walking Dead. See if you can find a quarry. Okay, yeah, we'll pop into the Zomboid discussion channel. I will expect everybody to voice at least a bit in the Zomboid discussion channel, and we'll discuss a restart, possibly. Because, I mean, if we're at a point now where we feel like this server has run its course, I am so glad I came in and got the footage of the Randy Marsh exhibit. That's funny as hell. I fucking love that. That's fucking incredible. And I love that it still continued even when I came in. That's fucking great. Like it didn't despawn the zombie or move it somewhere else or anything. That's actually quite impressive, technically. I'm glad that worked. But yeah, we can talk about it. It seems like the next thing is we might just want to try a server with lower population but respawn on. You know, maybe I think that's the next thing to try. How do you guys feel?
We'll have to talk about it.
Yeah, we'll have to talk about it. Fair. All right. Well, I mean, let's hop into some. I should have been already installing Build 42. Should have already been doing that. I've been really trying to like make sure I'm going back and like trying to. Okay, so now I'm gonna have to install it, so my stream might have some hiccups here as it's doing that. I've been trying to make sure I'm going back and looking at stuff. I've enjoyed. I still feel like Build 42 is such a mixed bag because there's so many things I enjoy. I like a lot of the new icons. I really like the new what was I
Do
talking
you like
about?
the new icon, like the Moodles?
Not the Moodles. No, not the Moodles.
Oh,
The
okay,
icons that
okay.
come up when you right click. Like there's now like stove icons and microwave icons and other stuff. Like when you right click on stuff, there's icons for like what device it's using.
Oh, is there? I didn't take notice.
Yeah. Well, honestly, I probably wouldn't have either, except that I've been reading the developer lists. That's probably that's like the only reason I've been noticing, or else I wouldn't have.
If I could just find a microwave.
I also do think they're still doubling down on certain things. It's like and again, I know me complaining about Medieval Simulator, but it's like I do wish they were putting time into finding innovative ways to get people to want to engage with these systems or making these systems lucrative to engage with, as opposed to just taking other things away to railroad you into using these systems, things like lowering melee weapon spawns or weakening the guns, stuff like that. I wish they wouldn't do that. I wish they would find a way to make these systems lucrative enough and intuitive enough that engaging with them becomes a no-brainer, as opposed to just trying to, force people into using them. That's the part that's bugging me right now. I still like a lot of the changes, still love the animals, but that's still bothering me.
I like the animals. I just wish they weren't so broken.
Oh yeah, as far as like the meat and butter. Was it butter still the broken one?
I haven't made butter yet in 42.8 yet. 42.4 is still broken as fuck, even though they nerfed it.
I mean, a single cow would give a lot of resources in real life.
Get a cemental cow.
I mean, is that...
I get a cemental cow, right?
Sorry, what?
Like, I would get a cemental cow, and then I would milk it for, like, I think 2 buckets.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the evening that same day, I could milk it for another 2.
Jesus. Well, I mean, baby cows do drink a lot. I don't know. I mean, some might. That's going to be the really interesting thing that they're going to have to balance, because they're kind of, the Indie Stone's kind of famous. Realism only applies if it makes the game harder. But like, it's and you see that with some of the animal stuff. Oh, Oda Nosferatu, welcome in. You see that in some of the stuff, like the chicken. Like eating a whole chicken should have way more calories than it does in game.
I agree with that.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. Like I've sat when I was like, now granted, my character was very hungry, but like eating like 4 to 5 whole chickens is maybe a little ridiculous when you're hungry. Like this.
Okay, so we were dealing with winter over on the server, and I was
I saw that. That's cool.
Yeah, I had traps on my rooftop, and I was catching rabbits left and right. I was downing about, say, 5 to 6 rabbits a day, and I was still losing weight.
Well, actually, that's happened in survival situations. That actually does happen. Rabbits, because they're such lean meat, you will lose weight if you eat nothing but rabbit. Yeah, but you also have fish, though. So, like, you shouldn't be. Like, rabbit paired with the fat from fish, you shouldn't be. I don't believe so. But yeah, no, like if you eat nothing... There was a really famous case of that guy up in Alaska who went up there to escape from the world. He was like some like high-level college graduate.
There's a disease you get from eating only rabbits. I forget what it was called, but it's because the rabbits have no fat. You end up with a particular disease.
Wasting disease. I think.
Is that what it is? Yeah.
I could be wrong about that. Don't take that as gospel, but I think it's something like that. But like, yeah, rabbits, it's because they have no fat. But like but considering the size of those fish you can catch in that piddly ass little fucking pond, great, by the way. Indie Stone, do not nerf.
It is winter time though. Did I ever talk to you about the alligator gar in B42?
There's alligator gar? Oh, that's cool.
I don't know if I mentioned it
shit.
to you though. Have you gone fishing in B42?
I cannot remember the last time I went fishing in any iteration. I
Okay,
just
shit.
never use it.
So
Again, I always play
there
in the,
was a-
I like bobbing and weaving in the cities. I never go out to the sticks.
There was a problem in B42. I think they fixed it by B42.3. I forget which one, but there was a time where, because they introduced the new fishing mechanics and a new fish to go along with it, and there was a fish called alligator gar that would be so massive that they don't fit in any of the because they've reduced the capacity of the campfire, the barbecue grill, and the wood stove.
Yeah,
They've
they've been
reduced it
really
down to, like,
tweaking a lot of that
20 or
cooking
19
stuff.
or
I have
20, right?
mixed feelings on it.
So that alligator guard just didn't fit in any cooking unit in the entire game. Even if you cut it into fillets, which splits it into two, the fillets still don't fit. So you're forced to just like either leave it in the ground, or like leave it in the fridge or whatever, or just leave it in like a storage, and then you just like pick pieces off of it into your like dish, like your frying pan or your bowl or whatever, and then you cook with that. That's how you split it until I think B42.3, I think, where they added the ability to split the fillet.
Yeah, I remember that. I
Further.
wondered why they added. That's interesting because the funny thing was last time I remember distinctly when I went fishing last, which was very brief, but I think it was early. And now that I'm thinking back, I think it was early in like one of the 42 iterations. And I'm pretty sure I remember that, like, oh, split fillet in half. That's fish in half. That's such a convenient thing.
Yep.
I wonder why they chose to add that.
That's why they added it.
Yeah, it's
But
interesting.
that also had a unforeseen consequence of you being able to repeatedly split the fish into like tiny little pieces, and then you just like pop it all into your cooking unit, and you just level up cooking that way.
Interesting. Well, that's funny. I mean, there were all kinds of ways to really break the cooking early
Well,
on.
I used to do that with bacon. I used to do that with bacon, right?
You can do it with
split
bacon?
Your bacon yeah, you split your bacon into bacon bits, and each individual piece gets you the same amount of XP. And you just level up like mad.
Dude, I remember doing that with eggs. Did you ever do that with eggs in early in 42? I remember doing that.
Oh yeah, no eggs.
Yeah, I would go
did
out
that
to
with
the egg farm in Echo Creek, drive there because it's like a 2-minute drive from your starting location in Echo Creek. Go there.
Yeah, but-
and did you know that an average stove in Project Zomboid can fit 190 eggs in it? I do. So you just load that shit up, and your cooking goes to like level 3 in like a heartbeat. It's hilarious. Yeah, it's great. I remember that. And they cook super fast
fair,
too.
Bacon is a lot more commonly found, though.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was at the egg farm, so it was. But yeah.
Sure.
Honestly, I'm wondering how that's going to work because the more they add animals as like a resource,
No,
again, it's going to be
man,
one
I'm
of those
telling-
things
no.
where it's like, I mean,
The same-
obviously,
no,
like
you're right, dude. You're right. Because on my chicken farm, I don't even have a crazy chicken farm. I have I think.
Oh, you'll be
within-
swimming in them. Swimming in them.
I was swimming. No,
Yeah.
yeah. I had about two ice cream freezers completely full of packaged dozen eggs.
Mm-hmm. How much of that was all taken up by all the deer that you hit on the way home? Sorry, I assumed. I mean, my meat freezer was often. I never went hunting, but still ended up with like an entire fridge full of meat just from like hitting deer on the road.
I had three ice cream freezers and a regular freezer, and so 2 ice cream freezers were filled completely with eggs, and the other with deer and cow.
Yep. I remember there was one really funny build where the deer got caught in the cow pen and just never spawned out of it and couldn't jump over them. So I was like, all right, cool. I have deer now. Awesome. Cool.
Another pet.
Another pet. Yeah, I'll take it.
I
And
had
also,
a-
you could go up and pick them up, and they would be the weight of the deer carcass, which was like 12 pounds, I think, or 12 weight units, whatever they use. It was fucking great. You just pick them up while they're alive and put them back down, which I guess I don't know. Oh, wait a sec. They removed that, but I wonder if they put it back because now that's the way you domesticate animals now, isn't it? That was one of the big changes in the new build. You you have to
I
pick
read
them
about
up to
that.
domesticate them. How does that work with cows? Have you found out, by the way?
No,
'Cause I haven't been in this new.
I just started a couple of days ago. I haven't really encountered a cow yet.
Okay, okay. I think my goal, I mean, the thing I'm getting excited for the most talking about Build 42 is the animals. So I'm definitely heading into, probably going to Echo Creek here as soon as this finishes downloading, which is about 66% now. Yeah, we're going to head back to Echo Creek and go get some animals. That sounds fun. I love the animals. I think they're amazing. I think they're great. Such a great addition. So much other crap in this game that I don't like, but I do like the animals. I like the chicken farm. I think that's my favorite new basing location. I think it's awesome. Ain't gonna
I kind
master.
of wish. I made a proposal for it on the forums, but I don't think it really took that well. But I made a request for being able to like neuter or spay your animals.
Ooh. I mean, that makes sense.
Just because the reproduction rates just got.
Wait. I have to ask. Do you think it should be linked to the agriculture skill or the butchering skill?
Not the butchering. It should be animal care. You're ignoring the most the most reasonable one. It's animal care
I mean, is it?
or whatever it was called.
I mean,
It is called animal care.
your survivor isn't gonna know that. I mean, it clearly needs to be napping. Oh my god. Oh wait, you can get milk from sheep now? I didn't know they added that. Last time I played Build 42 and like really invest in the animals, you couldn't milk sheep yet. Interesting.
Oh, you could milk sheep by the time I stopped playing.
Oh shit. Okay, so maybe I was just an idiot and just didn't try. That's also entirely possible.
I would have kind of thought that they had it in the whole time.
Okay, so I guess I just never tried.
Not 100%.
Guess that's on me. I wonder what other animals they could potentially add. I feel like goats are a pretty obvious one. Or maybe like wild boar, which would look different from regular pigs. I'm kind of... Oh, sorry, this is what I was talking about earlier. I am kind of wondering exactly what they're going to do as far as, like, animals as a resource, given the fact that, like, wild animals are a thing, and would be very quickly after the apocalypse takes hold. I mean, wild pigs are already a thing in Kentucky. I mean, this is 93, but if the apocalypse happened, they'd be out there almost immediately, and zombies would never catch them. They'd be eating the zombies, more than likely. They're fierce little fuckers. Like, how do you contend with the fact that, again, you know, this is a studio that thinks that realism is making the game harder, when the fact that a lot of these animals would be procreating without humans, would probably be taking over the regions. I mean, you ever heard stories about what it was like? I mean, in the first year it wouldn't happen, but like, you know what, like, the buffalo herds looked like before European settlement? Like, they were like,
Yeah.
it was ludicrous. Like, the number of animals you can sustain.
They were so shoulder to shoulder, you couldn't even see the ground.
Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, I've seen a couple of those. I mean, obviously they're like artist renditions because photography wasn't a thing. But like, yeah, some of like the old paintings and whatnot from like the first pioneers. Seeing these things just like crowded, just munching on some grass, just like shoulder to shoulder. It was crazy. It's like, you don't need to add zombie bears. Well, they need to add zombie a lot of animals, actually, in my opinion. But I wonder how they're going to do that, because most of these animals, even chickens, would procreate and do just fine and become extremely rampant in this region, to the point that hunting would be a joke. Like, I mean, all it took... I mean, just during COVID, like, I live in a college town. Just during COVID, we were already getting coyotes and deer moving into the college campuses at a much higher rate, just from students being out, like, a few months to maybe a year.
Yeah.
You know? Like, it's... like.
Now, I do recall that there was talk about putting in wolves into the game that would hunt the player.
I do wonder with dogs and wolves, though. Same with... Well, I guess... No. Oh, that's interesting. I was going to say there could be... Because there are some lore implications with dogs. That, like, when some of the older... In some of the older lore... Like, there was, like, stuff about, like, dogs getting sick. and there are like dog kennels in some of the secret lab areas. But I guess foxes are canonically in the game because of the chicken events, even if they're not visible. So I mean, then that opens the door for dogs.
Here's my opinion on zombie animals.
Okay.
So, in a gameplay sense, I know like realism or whatever aside, right? But in a gameplay sense, let's talk about that. We're playing a game where we are dealing with like shambling hordes, and it's a game where you have a permadeath situation when you get scratched, bit, or whatever, right? Now you throw zombie animals into the mix where there are, unless you're making shambling animals, I guess that's the only other option, right?
Yeah, I mean, zombies don't move at full human speed, so presumably, animals.
So that would be a solution. But if we're thinking about like wolves that would be like barreling down on you, that's hard to deal with for a standard player. Like me myself, right? I've been playing for thousands of hours already, and I still can't deal with runners, right? That's a game mode that I just don't play with. I don't play with runners, right? So imagine people with much less experience that can't play that like twitchy, fast-paced style, right? Like
it would also like completely invalidate the pantsless meta entirely. Like having anything below waist height that's fast.
It would just throw a huge wrench into a lot of people's like fun, because every time a wolf would come by barreling down and bite you, and then you just have to roll that dice and die again, right? Like it's just not gonna be fun. But conversely though, non-zombified animals would still be an adequate threat to be fun, right? You get attacked by maybe like
a regular bear or wolf is already dangerous.
Yeah, it's already dangerous enough, right? And you get a good mauling down by the regular bear, zombie virus or not, you're fucked, right? It's already a threat, right? But I think live hostile animals is already going to be enough. That's my take on it.
Okay,
that's my opinion.
Well, Oda Nosferatu does point out actually that it could actually potentially, invalidating the pantsless meta could also provide an avenue to like get players to really engage more with the tailoring than they do now. So it's that could be a reason to do it. I could see I could kind of be open to it if they made the tailoring more accessible and a lot easier to deal with and made the leveling faster in it. That could be a good offset. But I also think that sprinting full force animals that were zombified would just be unnecessary. Again, like non-zombified sprinting wolves are already dangerous. But can't infect you at least. Like I think if they were going to do zombie animals, they should shamble.
That actually kind of brings me a question for which I want to ask maybe you or anyone else that might know.
Anyone in the chat can weigh in. We're across like 3 different platforms here. Yeah.
My question though is like, look, I've even after I've played this long, I still don't really know. Okay, so what they have done was decrease the amount of experience you get from spamming patching, close patches, right?
Yeah.
And they said that they did that in order to reduce the amount of time that people, not reduce, like to discourage people from doing that sort of like spammy skill training.
The Indie Stone being the Indie Stone.
And to rely on other forms of leveling up tailoring. But my question is, what is the other way to level up tailoring? Because how do you?
Yeah,
are we meant to craft? Are we meant to craft burlap sack hats now repeatedly?
Yeah,
is that what we're supposed to do?
I do wonder if that's their actual intention. Is they want people engaging with the homemade clothing more. I wouldn't be surprised if that actually was their intention.
For one person.
Yeah, but that's been true of a lot of the new systems they're adding. I mean, I've complained multiple times about that being an issue with the masonry. The only way to level up that in the early game is to build 30 small stone bookshelves that'll just clog your yard. Or what's
So,
the
yeah,
other
there's
one in the carving? You have to build like 30 sets of tongs or something like that. It's stupid.
I don't know if they fixed this or not, but like you said, right? Build 30 stone bookshelves in order for it. But when I was doing that, those bookshelves are non-destructible. You couldn't even sledgehammer them.
Oh Jesus
Back
Christ!
when I was playing, yeah. So I was stuck with furniture that I couldn't get rid of.
The Indie Stone.
I don't know if they fixed that yet or not, but
I hope so.
I've learned not to train that way. So I haven't done it.
Masonry has had that problem since the very beginning. I remember that being. I don't know. It's that leads into a lot of different issues. You know, it's like I hope long term the Indie Stone invests in making these systems worth investing in, as opposed to just throwing in roadblocks and hampers to the player, you know? Like, just, increase the XP values. No, we don't want to rely on just saying, just change the settings, you know? Way too many indie games rely on, oh, well, the settings are modifiable. They make it a crutch. Most players, and I mean most, like, normie players who just have the game in their Steam library and try it, or who get it on the most recent sale, most of them never even get around to touching the settings. Even less, far less, ever get around to the multiplayer. You know, like the number, it's a small proportion that ever actually get around to even touching the settings. A lot of them just get frustrated after dying a few times. So, it's... Yeah, you can tweak those settings, but the Indie Stone needs to be focused, especially the builder mode. Please invest in the builder mode. You need to have settings that are tailor-made for those types of players. Times 5 XP, that's insane. That is a lot of XP. I mean, you're not wrong that would solve the issue, but it's not... I think there are better solutions they should be coming up with. Again, incentivize people to want to make these things, you know? Make things in the masonry tree that people want to make, and make them at least... Make the materials, because stone is so heavy. You know? And, like, if you're building a stone wall, sure. That's defense. That's cool. That's fine. I'm okay with stone being heavy because it's a stone wall. I want it to be indestructible, or practically, you know? But, like, too much of the new crafting systems just don't have a good return on investment. The ROI is just not there. That's the issue. They need to fix that.
Return of investment, I agree with that. That's what I'm complaining about all the time.
Well, the whole idea... what I was going to say is the whole idea with the animals, it ain't going to work good. Because the problem with that is the way that they designed the game, the gameplay is kind of janky. The controls are. If you had small, hard-to-hit animals, it's just not going to work.
That I agree with too. Yeah, he's right.
So you guys are on the same... So we're on the same... I think we're all on the same page here, that, like, small, fast creatures that can also infect you would just are off the table. That's too much of a risk.
The idea is sound. It's just the way the game's built. It's going to be a difficult implementation.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not just that. Right. Okay. First of all, small hard-hit things are going to be a pain in the butt. That's why everybody used to hate, and when you had Minecraft, you had the baby zombies. Nobody liked them. And when you seen one coming, you tried to get up on, a couple little blocks so they couldn't reach you so you could hit them, because they were a pain in the butt. And
those
of course,
those shits, I hated them too.
Now, could you imagine that? But basically, turn the baby zombie into an animal about that size.
Yeah,
it's gonna be moving fast at you in a game where you can only basically take one hit without dying.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, as soon as you get hit, you're dead. You're screwed.
Yeah.
The way they designed the game is going to be a problem.
I mean, what compounds that problem is the fact that they've changed the combat animations so much that it's like really, really floaty.
Yeah.
Have you noticed like turning your character around is just a pain in the butt? Like,
Let me experiment with that.
Anyone turn slower than your Zomboid character would turn to do a 180. It's a pain in the ass.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I love Build 41. Build 41 is great, in general, especially once you got some mods in it. That's an awesome thing. But Build 42, the whole system's trash, man. They make you try to they're trying to force you to do things you don't want to do, which
That
ruins
is
the idea
true.
of fun.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about with the crafting systems. They try to just railroad you into using them instead of making good incentives to use them. Yeah.
And I'm not going to do that because I come to a game to play a game for fun. I'm the guy that's pulling that, like you said before about the pages of the rule book and making an airplanes out of it. I'm here for fun. I don't care about your lore. I don't care about your weird experience things. I don't care about your elite players and the dude who's down here, fighting off a million zombies with a butter knife. I don't care.
Oh man, don't get me started on the lore, man. They have so much lore in the game, but the majority of it you can't even experience because you're too busy just not lying.
I'm just here to have some fun, do some farming, kill a couple zombies, go loot some houses. I'm here for the fun. And when you do this, you take away the fun. And when you make a bunch of weird crafting systems and a bunch of weird, experience blockers, and I gotta sit down every 5 minutes and have a juice box every time I want to fight a zombie, it just ain't worth the effort, man.
Well, let's stop and talk about the specifics of what makes the crafting system weird or not worth engaging with. For me personally, one of the first things, too many hyper-specific tools. You need to do simple things. You should be able to assemble a toolbox and either carry it with you or leave it somewhere. It is nice that now they are really doubling down on making sure that you can pull things out of containers and return them. If a tool is in a container, you can pull it out and then your character will automatically put it back. That I think is great. I'm glad they're doing that, but there needs to be less hyper-specific tools to do simple things in general. Because it feels like every single thing that you craft requires something overly specific that you need, and it gets old after a while. It gets very old.
See, to me, it doesn't matter about them pulling out tools. Because this is the problem here. Is you need to have a certain set of basic tools. With 41, you have a hammer, a screwdriver, which is normally two things you normally need for most stuff when you're building or disassembling things, or a blowtorch for most stuff. And then for cars, you only need a wrench. That's the only tools you needed for most things. Now, when you start adding in, I gotta have, the moss-covered credenza over here that I gotta go find in some random dude's house because, I don't know where it's at, and there's only 3 on the whole map, and I gotta go spend 14 hours looking for it. It just ain't gonna happen. And when you have to have a tool for another tool for another tool, again, it's just not worth all the effort. Again, you're just taking all the fun out of it. That's why, in Minecraft, you only have a crafting table. And the one crafting table pretty much does everything. Because
I will say, I don't think it needs to be as simple as Minecraft with having one singular table that does everything. Let's not glorify that too much.
Well, no, it does have a point, though. By the time I finished building my base in 42.4, I had a million crafting stations that I was just kind of getting annoyed with.
Yeah, I do still agree that there are too many. The one that everyone talks about that really went ridiculous was the how many stations you need to tan a piece of hide. You need the tanning bucket and the stripping pole, and then you also need the tanning rack. And there's 3 different tanning racks for the different sizes because you can't pan a small on a large rack. And it's just, you see, so if you want to be able to tan any piece of leather, you need 5 different crafting stations. And that's just wildly unnecessary. So I agree there, just not quite to the singular table part. Just a little higher than that of a buy-in.
I wasn't finished, but what I was going to say is, in Minecraft, you have what is that basically what most people use is the crafting table. They have other tables, you have a map table and a fletching table, and they got other tables in Minecraft you can use to do different things. But your basic stuff in the game, you only use the one crafting table for it, and little workbench. Now, that's for the most of your items. If you want to build, your swords, your axes, and stuff, you build them all on the same table. Now, if you want to build arrows, you go to a fletching table. If you want to make maps, you go to a mapping table. And see, they do have other tables in the game. Works the same way in Guild Wars 2, where they got, They have a cooking station, a tailoring station. You know, each profession has its own little station, but you only have one station. You don't need 4,000 stations like you were saying with the leather. I don't need 5, different tables to do leather. I just go over to the leather station or the tailoring station, and the tailoring station can do it all.
Yeah,
So
but we need
I can,
we need to like have like numbers though. It's one thing for us to sit here and say there are too many and this other game does it better, but it's like we could narrow this down more. Like maybe it's just like one specific station for each skill maybe. Like just like have that be the number, or does that even just feel like it's too many? I mean, there are some that overlap, like carving and woodworking.
I think the optimum number is different per player, but I think what really is fact right now is that there are too many.
Yeah.
Maybe either you boil it down by 2, boil it down by 3. It doesn't matter. It's just too many now is the fact. How much we boil it down is up to an individual.
Yeah.
Well, actually, 3 would be the best number you can get. You know why? Because the average human brain can only accept 3 choices and still be happy.
I don't think that's true.
This isn't. Actually, it's a fact.
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's a fact.
Yeah, that's why if you go to a ice cream shop, this is an actual thing, and
Yeah.
you only have.
Okay. Let me stop you there for a sec. While that, even if that is true, you're negating the fact that there are cascading choices, right? Like you don't only have that one free choice. You can have a choice of 3, and then after that you have a tree of another choice of 3, and then another choice of 3, another choice of 3, and that makes it easier to handle when you compartmentalize your choices in that way. So you're not restricted to just 3 choices all the time, and to make it an optimal system.
And not to mention regardless of human psychology, it can just be nice to have more than 3 choices. Like,
Of course.
You can still be glad that a 4th choice exists, even if your caveman brain prefers 3. You can still be like, oh, this 4th choice is well thought out, and I am glad that it exists.
Well, no, what I was pointing out is that if they want to make things the most optimal way with the most amount of happiness and the most functionality, normally you'd have about 3 tables.
No, but not functionality, though. Functionality, again, functionality is a tricky thing. If you're talking caveman brain, okay, maybe 3. But if we want to talk, like, functionality is however many the game needs. And we're trying to find that balance, and, keep that number as low as we can.
Well, again, like I was saying, 3 is the best when it comes to this. Because, like, you can have one crafting table that does, like, all your basic crafting. So, like, if you want to work on your tools or stuff like that, then you can have another station for, like, tailoring. It does tailoring and that kind of thing. And then you have basically the other one that does, like, your miscellaneous things that doesn't fit under the other 2 categories. So, like, if you wanted to do for woodworking or whatever, you can have one that does woodworking, metalworking, and all that stuff under one table. All the clothing, leather, and all that stuff goes under another table. And then you got your basic crafting table, which does like all your weapons and your basic recipes.
I want to make a suggestion.
Go ahead.
Do you mind?
Go ahead, dude.
Okay. Have you guys ever played Valheim?
No, it's been on my list for a long time. It looks cool, but I've never played it.
Yes, I've played that game.
Valheim has a system where you have a crafting station for a particular thing, right? For a particular aspect of the game. And rather than having a million different separate crafting stations to do a particular thing, what they do is they have add-ons to that station to allow you to do extra things. So you're still just going to that one station, but when you add that add-on, it has new functionality, right? I think maybe that would be a good choice.
That could be cool.
Well, yeah, the crafting in Valheim, whatever they want to call it, it's actually pretty decent. I'll give you that. Yeah. But the game, playing on that game, you can beat it with nothing but a couple campfires. So that's just.
That's aside from the discussion. We're talking about the crafting systems.
It's not a bad thing for a game to not attempt to be like as difficult as possible. Welcome in, creative. Welcome in. Yeah. Okay. The crafting system overhaul. Let me say this. Oda Nosferatu on there. I see you on there. Like, there's everyone's been saying how the real crafting version is still coming. It's still coming. Like, eventually, we gotta add, like, I keep hearing this. I keep hearing how it's coming any day now. Like, the real version of the crafting. Like, they need to start taking some real ideas. I don't know. Like, what they're doing is not working. There's too many different things. We need to stop giving Indie Stone a pass here. I don't know. Sorry, quick TED talk there. All right, Ronnie, Green, let's
quit
get
giving
going.
them a pass. I quit giving them a pass a while back because I was like, oh, it's all beta, but I'm thinking, well, it's all, it's early access. I'm like, well, they were all technically early access, so that no longer counts anymore.
It's true.
Because they've been doing this for how many years? Yeah.
It's well over a decade now.
Yeah. And over a decade, you should have gotten some of this stuff somewhere, fine-tuned when it comes to crafting and things like that. So that kind of gets on my nerves. Second of all, the lack of materials and the most specific stuff you need for this is a pain in the butt. No one wants to go around looking for all this stuff. I mean,
They are trying to fix some of it, like them taking away a lot of the smaller steel and iron chunks and just adding more general iron objects you can smelt was one change they made. They are trying.
Can I ask you just to clarify? Is what you're talking about, like, say for example, when you're crafting something that needs a stick, you can't use like a branch or something. You have to find that specific long stick to make.
Yeah.
That kind of bullshit.
And that's
right?
basically where Build 42 has been. I mean,
but that is what you guys are referring to. I just wanted to be clear.
Well,
Okay.
they got like so many tiny little things that you got to go find. And I mean, I know some people go like, "Oh, it's better that way because it makes sense." But the problem here isn't that we're going for something that makes sense. You're going for something that's fun. I mean, if we want to go everything by realism and making sense, like 90% of this game ain't gonna work, to be honest. But most time when you're playing a game, you're playing it for fun. You're not playing it to do a second job. You're not playing it to learn an encyclopedia worth of lore.
hey, whoa,
You're
some
not
people do treat this as a second job.
I'm saying your average player. They don't want none of this. What your player want? They want a fun zombie game where you fight some zombies and probably bust some stuff up most of the time. And like me, I like to do some farming, so I like to turn it into the one step from being Harvest Moon. But that's not what everybody wants
Oh my
to play.
god, can you imagine if the Indie Stone made a Harvest Moon game? I would play the fuck out of that. You see, to be clear, this is part of why I tell them go make Medieval Zombie Simulator as its own game. I would play the fuck out of that if they made another game that was Harvest Moon inspired. I'd play the hell out of that.
Yeah, no,
I don't know, man. The way they put in Medieval Simulator and Zomboid, I don't really trust them to make a good Medieval Zombie Simulator.
I own 3 different copies of Harvest Moon. I own Stardew Valley and Dinkum and a bunch of these games where you do a lot of farming and stuff. And
Wait, does Dinkum
crafting.
take inspiration from those games? I didn't know it did that. I always thought it kind of seemed like a generic. There were a lot of survival crafting games coming out around that time, so I didn't really think much of it.
Dinkum, you build like a whole little town with NPCs and everything. It's actually a pretty fun game,
Oh shit!
and I actually enjoy it.
Yeah, maybe I should add Dinkum to the list. Interesting.
Yeah, Dinkum's actually pretty good, and I enjoyed playing it. My only problem is the game gets kind of weird if you try to fill the entire map in.
Well, I mean, I feel like at that point they're allowed to perhaps draw a line.
Oh, I don't hold that against them at all. I mean, as far as the game, I love the game, but I tried to cover up all the water on the map by filling it all in. And once you reach to a certain point, the map just gives up and you fall off the map.
Nice. Also, have a good rest,
Game's like,
Allie. We will see you soon.
the game's like, nope, I've had enough of your shenanigans. You're just gonna fall through the map now. So yeah, it's actually
When
pretty
the game
fun.
fights back against you.
Yeah. Well, what I was doing was filling it in, so I wouldn't have to deal with like sharks and crocodiles.
It is Australia.
It's in the game, so I figured if there ain't no water, I ain't gotta worry about no sharks, and I don't have to worry about crocodiles.
Damn, that's the way. That's how you prevent shark attacks once and for all. If there's no water on Earth, there you go. We're headed with global warming. We're headed in the opposite direction, though. We got to fix that. We got to start some global cooling.
That reminds me. I've been playing Raft recently.
I'm playing what?
Oh, I love Raft too.
Raft.
I never heard of it. Oh, Raft.
Raft?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good game. You guys kept
Yeah.
talking about Shark reminds me.
I love Raft except for the storyline of Raft is trash. Have you ever paid attention to what goes on in the storyline of Raft?
Nope. I skip all the lore.
Okay, when you start the game and you start doing the little like story quests to get like certain technologies to do things,
Yeah.
you realize that the one dude who was on a yacht was basically one step from a pirate, and he convinced all these other people to go attack other people at random.
What's wrong with that? I love being a pirate. It's great.
Hey,
Well, no,
it's
the whole point is-
post-apocalyptic if you didn't know. It may look all cute and cuddly. The game may look cute and cuddly, but it is
Well,
post-apocalyptic.
no, I don't know if you, since you ain't got to the end of it, I don't want to give you a spoiler, but
I
anyway,
finished the game already. I just don't really bother paying attention to the lore.
I haven't played
Okay,
it, but if you say the lore is trash, I'm not going to be worried about it.
you know at the very end where all the people were locked up, at the very end of the game, that you had to go free.
Yeah.
Those were the same jackasses that destroyed an entire city, destroyed 3 other groups of people, basically killed off like every civilization you ran into, and then that guy locks them in there. No, I just left them in there. I never freed them. I went back to the little dome city, just lived at the dome city, building outside of it, and I built all the way up inside the little dome city so I can build inside there.
Damn.
Just kept deactivating the robots.
Hold
Just left
no
them all
quarter for the
inside there.
pirates. Damn.
I just left those tools right where they deserve, still locked up. I never unlocked it.
Oh, I think you've been playing I think you've been playing edition. I don't know what else to call it. I was struggling for words there. That I haven't played yet.
Well, if you ever
Because the
pay
game's-
attention. Well, no, this is what happens because once the guy from the little yacht starts getting a hold of a group of people, every time he reaches one of the places that you've been to, because he was there first, that civilization is gone. If you notice, like the caravan place is gone, the dome city, everybody inside is gone, and the reason those little robots are shocking you is because him and his group of people that he took from the caravan place, the other places, went in there and hooked tasers onto all the little robots' arms, so they'd shock people and kill them. Yeah, I mean, this dude's because he hated rich people because they actually prepared and worked for what they got, and they built their own little dome city before it all happened. And he was mad basically about it. Yeah, these people are a bunch of.
I mean, I would
be.
be. I mean, I would be. You're making me like this
These are a
guy
bunch
more
of-
and more. Like,
Well, no, he was a tool because these people worked for what they had. They built their own city, and then he just.
I mean,
shows
did
up
they or
and
did they
decides
hire
he
Mexican
wants to-
laborers to do it on the cheap? I mean, I don't know. I
Well,
don't know.
this is
There's a fine line between let's not glorify the rich and wealthy here as some kind of
Well, it
as-
wasn't
as
just for the rich and
incredible-
wealthy.
preserve people trying to preserve society. When they go
Well,
and
these
avoid the
people
apocalypse
did.
by hiding somewhere.
Well, these people built this long before the world supposedly ended. So these people were already living here long before the apocalypse happened.
Come on, I don't want to get blood in
So
this
they-
basement. It's very, very nice.
Well, it'd be basically like, if you build a community of people and then the apocalypse happens, and then some guy comes along and goes, no, I should be the one who controls this community that you built, that you paid for, you worked hard for, you did all the work on, but I believe I deserve it more than you do, so I'm just going to come in here and loot the place, kill your people, and just take what I want.
Lazarus,
And then I'm just
you an
going to
Elon
abandon
Musk
it.
fan? Purely, just
Yeah,
curious.
Okay.
Okay,
He's
just
all
curious.
right in general. I don't really pay attention to what he does.
It's understandable. I was
I've got
just
more
curious.
important things in my life than to deal with him, so I don't worry about what he's up to.
It's a good policy. My God, this person was eating. What happened to a bank letter?
What?
What is this? What basement is it? This dude had like. This dude has basement set up with apples and fresh. He was eating cereal Is he eating like Saturday morning cartoons or something? Like watching them? But like the TV's gone and replaced with a bank letter on the stand. Did this dude get his like TV repossessed? That sucks. Oh, damn. Damn, bro. That's rough. Well, let's check upstairs, see if we can find any more lore stuff. I'm curious now. Go Project Zomboid! Go! More lore! This stuff is cool. I love stuff like this. Also, Creative would like to remind us that AI is possibly the Antichrist. You are not wrong. AI sucks. Well, I mean, AI is...
That is assuming if the bank letter is intended to be there as a set piece, or if it's just randomly generated and you just kind of filled in the blank yourself.
It's funny either way. It's fucking hilarious either way.
I think it would be more funny if it is randomly generated. You just filled it in. That's awesome.
There's no TV up here either.
Oh fuck! I spawned into Muldra and I was trying to find TVs to watch Life and Living on. I couldn't find a TV in a large swath of area.
Yeah, I think TVs just got like less common.
1993 Kentucky, did people not have TVs back then?
They definitely did. Definitely did.
I remember at least growing up in my hometown, we had TVs in every household by 1993.
Yeah, by 93, yeah. Oh, yeah. Would have been playing like Full House reruns or something.
By the mid-80s, everyone had like at least the wood box kind of television, right? You know, like that type that goes and it like wiggles down to a little.
The old cathode ray TVs.
Right, those.
Is that what they're called? I think that's what they're called.
CRTs, yeah.
CRTs.
Cathode
ray tube, yeah.
Yeah. I used to love those big sets.
They've got character. Instead of buttons, you got this dial. You got this dial channel changer. They go chomp 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 every time.
No, they actually had the ones with buttons. Because, but they had the remotes that were like, the size of a Game Boy, the original Game Boy. Oh man,
you had a remote, you rich bastard.
Big old metal remote, weighs like 2.5 pounds. Somebody breaks your house, you just beat them to death with the remote.
Yeah, you rich bastard. We had to go up to the TV and turn the dial.
Like pores do.
Dealing with a bunch of peasants.
I'm trying to think, where did I don't know, man. You're gonna call us peasants. I don't see a sub marker by your name. I'm just putting it out there, man. I'm not seeing that by your name when you're posting on the in the Twitch. I'm just saying, if you're gonna flex on the money. Anyway, where's the
Actually, I am subbed on your stuff.
Oh shit. Oh, I guess I just didn't see that, and I'm just being a jackass. Also entirely possible.
Yeah, because it says continue sub in 4 days remaining.
Oh shit. Oh, interesting. Ooh. Maybe OBS isn't picking it up, because that's where I watch most of the time. Oh shit. Okay, well, fuck OBS then. Let's see. Do we want to talk about AI? Because I feel like that would be... Also, I want to throw this out here because if anyone on the Discord wants to throw me some ideas, please feel free on this. I'm trying to brainstorm more ways in general to like keep my energy up and like keep me able to like continuously not like perform but like be upbeat when I'm on stream. And one of the ways I've been thinking about that is like, it's part of why I spend a lot of time on the Discord chat now is because it helps me to like... You guys are very helpful to me in making sure that I can, like, continue to, keep the energy level up. But also, like, I am looking for other ways to, like, find... Because, like, I am down for just about anything as far as topics. Very few things I would not at least give a shot to. So, like, I don't know, like, I'm looking to brainstorm ways to, like, get people to ask, like, a lot more questions about, like, whatever it is they want to fucking talk about, because I think it would be cool. If you guys have ideas, float them by me, throw them up in the Discord or something. I'm kind of open to anything. Especially as we're growing pretty fast.
What's this you're mentioning about AI? What's your question?
Creative just said that AI is the Antichrist, and I find it interesting because I think that there's a little more... I personally think there is a bit more nuance with AI. I don't think it's like... I don't think we need to see it as completely evil, but I think it's AI. Oh shit, is representative of us and our internet culture in a way that can make us uncomfortable.
Does he mean AI is the Antichrist as the biblical element, or Antichrist as in just something generically evil?
I assume just generically. What in the world? Did anyone else see those zombies? Just not see those zombies?
Yeah, they just kind of spawned out of nowhere.
I'm assuming he means just generically evil. That's the sentiment I feel like I hear online a lot. Anyway, that's why I'm assuming that.
AI is just a tool, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a shovel. Okay, with shovels you use for construction work, gardening, except for the mob who uses them to bury bodies. It's all on who wields it. It's a tool, and a tool is only as dangerous as the person wielding it. AI is a tool, so it depends on who's programming this tool or using this tool, whether it's going to be dangerous or not.
But isn't that a question we should be asking? Does that not invite the idea that we should be looking more closely at who is wielding and who is programming this tool?
Yeah, well, the problem with that is you can't. What I may see is okay, moral, or fine. You may look at it and go, "That's wrong," or you may look at it and go, "Well, you're way too uptight about this."
I gotta be honest. I hear way too many people these days using that as a cop out. I hear way too many people. The personal pet peeve, totally personal, but I gotta say, I hear way too many people these days who try to be like, "Oh well, who knows what's really right or what's wrong or anything like that?" Because we all have personal preference. Like no, but like the first step toward creating comprehensive legislation, especially around things or a communal sense of how a particular tool should be used, the first step should be identifying, okay, what are the things we do agree on, and let's make sure those get done now, and we'll keep going from there. Like, what is evil about AI that we agree on, that we can be like, no, AI shouldn't do this, this is bad. This is, like college students not using AI for their tests. We agree that's bad. We agree they shouldn't do that. That should be curtailed in some way, right?
Well, it's like there was an episode with like Babylon 5 where they have some kind of like biological AI thing that was dug up off of some random planet that some people snuck on there. And when you find out what happened is that this thing is basically a soldier. It attaches to enemies and then makes them fight for whatever the planet was at the time.
Okay, but what are we doing here?
Well, the AI that was programmed into it was programmed in that says you had to be pure of whatever race it was. And the problem is they didn't give them realistic standards of what pure that version of that race was.
Okay, but like
so they
AI
gave
is
them
today,
weird ideology. Well, no, I'm saying so they gave them weird ideology, so the thing just went haywire, started killing everybody in sight. And the problem here is because the standards that they set were not actually standards. It was basically one guy's set of xenophobic weird standards that he put in. And this is what's going to happen if you don't have, basically somebody at the helm that knows what they're doing, or who has, so you have to somehow normalize these standards.
Mm-hmm.
So,
oh shit.
The problem here is anybody can program this.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's got the tools. So how do you, stop somebody from programming this stuff who's either, some kind of weird xenophobe or a zealot or, just crazy from making one of these AIs and then just release it?
How do you?
The problem is you can't.
So you think you should just give up?
Well, no,
let AI be what it is?
That. There's no way to combat that at all.
There's no way to combat it, so you think we should just give up?
Well, you can't regulate something that you can't, get a hold of. And you can't enforce a law that you can't regulate.
So you think we should just give up?
In general on that, yeah, you just have to let it eventually play out. It's going to be the Wild West for quite a while. And until, it reaches a certain point where it can be controlled, until we get the tools to control it, it's just going to be the Wild West. That's how it works.
Okay. I'm not a fan of it being the Wild West. I think we should attempt to have some kind of good, positive, comprehensive legislation, at least covering the things that, again, we agree are bad uses of it, such as limiting its ability to be used for cheating. You know, we should do those things. It doesn't have to be entirely... It's only the Wild West if we collectively agree it's the Wild West and just let it be the Wild West. Our lawmakers are perfectly capable of crafting good legislation when they want to.
But again, you can't, even if you legislate, it's like, okay, let's say we legislate that you can't have a ham sandwich on Tuesday. Now, how are we going to enforce that you are not going to be able to have a ham sandwich on Tuesday?
Well, fortunately, we're not trying to legislate that. We're just trying to stop people from gaining access to a pretty expensive and technology, actually. It's a pretty...
Well, no, I mean, my point is that if anybody can make a ham sandwich and it's Tuesday, unless you put cameras in and watch everybody all the time.
If I make a joke about Alexei Navalny, would anyone get the reference?
Unless you have some kind of weird way to stop people from having ham on Tuesdays, there's still going to be ham sandwiches on Tuesday.
Well, fortunately, and you may not know this, Saul, AI is not actually a ham sandwich.
Well, my point is that you can't you can make any legislation you want, but if you can't back it up and you can't enforce it, it doesn't matter.
I have that same question about when I read about certain states have like sodomy laws or like some like whatever laws that are
Blue laws.
controlling how you have sex, right? Like,
whoa! Hey, look, Saul.
Sorry,
Kinji. I'm gonna correct Saul here. I love bashing liberals as much as the next guy, but I don't think that it's the blue states that are enacting sodomy laws.
No, I wasn't saying that. No, they have what's called blue laws. Blue laws are the weird laws that, like, you can't buy, pantyhose on Wednesday.
Okay. All right. Well, that's a general thing. Let's let Kinji get back to his point.
How do you enforce those things?
Well, most people
it's the same idea as your sandwich example.
Yeah,
right? Like,
that's the point. Most places don't really enforce it. It's kind of an honor system. I mean, don't get me wrong.
Like you're posing a weird sort of like fantasy example of the sandwich thing, but like this is real world. These are real world things, right? Like how do you enforce those kind of laws?
Well, they used to have one here that, again, you couldn't buy pantyhose on Wednesday.
Right.
You couldn't have. No one could work until noon. Was one on Sundays. And
that can be enforced. If someone sees it, reports it. Someone comes and checks it out, and then but
there's
bedroom
loopholes
laws. Like unless you have someone standing in the corner watching
Survivor House.
Business, like,
wait, is it?
Well, there used to be a law in I think it was Massachusetts or Maine. It was illegal to have illicit thoughts in public.
Probably. That sounds like Maine.
Yeah. Now, how are you going to enforce this?
Maine.
Right?
Shockingly redneck for how far north it is.
Unless you got a bunch of telepaths running around reading people's minds, this is going to be kind of hard to enforce. And if you have a bunch of random telepaths running around reading people's minds, well, first of all, that's going to be invasion of privacy. Because you ain't got no warrant to be in there.
When has a warrant ever stopped the Fed from coming in and taking people's stuff?
Well, I'm just saying, if they got to go all up in your head to find out what illicit thoughts you were having in public.
All right.
Yeah, this is just, crazy.
Well, let me add to that, because I get what Kinji's saying here, that it's like he's agreeing with you that, like, at the end of the day, the government can't really enforce these ridiculous laws, and therefore it's certainly arguable that they shouldn't try if it's going to be some ridiculous uphill battle. There's definitely an argument to that. What I would say personally, as far as AI specifically, is that, again, we should start with the things that we know that we want to be we know that we want to enforce, like college students not cheating. Oh, sorry, Allie, we're talking about AI. Like college students not cheating using AI. Fortunately, that does not actually require you to have a crazy technological solution. You would just have to use ethical standards, or have more... There is some technological stuff like AI scans, which are kind of hit or miss right now, as far as making sure that college students aren't using it on their work. I think that there are... And we would start from those very reasonable starting things like the real world applications, such as, again, you know, sorry, repeating the same example, but you get what I'm saying. Like there are real world things we don't want AI to do or be used for. Let's start with trying to take care of those, and then we'll build from there. No, I'm not talking about a ban by any means.
Let me make this clear though. My comment on the enforcing particular laws, I wasn't actually referring to the AI portion of it all. I was just responding to when he was talking about the sandwich thing, right?
Yeah, well, like
there is merit to it. I think that sometimes can be a little. I just don't. I think a lot of times we make and I do this. I am guilty of this too. Lean a little too much on, like hypothetical or stories for an argument.
Speaking of hypothetical, though, I do want to make a comment on when he said it was AI is a tool. And yes, I do agree with him in that AI is a tool, and it is down to how it's being used. But like, I mean, as a real world example, there is a reason why. Sorry, excuse me, got something in my throat. There is a reason why the UK, like, you can't walk around town with a kitchen knife in your pocket, even though a kitchen knife is a tool, right?
Yeah, to give somebody a London hello.
Yeah, like you can't make a delicious dish without a good kitchen knife.
Mm-hmm.
It's a tool, but at the same time, you can't go walking around town with a kitchen knife.
Yeah.
Right. So you do have to regulate your tool at the end of the day. Even though it is a tool, tools still can be regulated because they can be a hazard or a harm to other people depending on how you use that tool.
Good point.
I'm not saying you can't. I disagree with him that you say you can't regulate it just because it's a tool and that's just how you use it. Like it's still a problem, nonetheless.
Well, why I'm saying you can't regulate is not because it's not regulatable. The problem here is we don't have the ability to regulate it yet. That's what I said. Until we get the ability to regulate, like we get tools that can regulate it, that we build to regulate this automatically, you won't be able to regulate. It's gonna be
but
how the internet used to be.
My issue with that is I feel like you're a little too... Well, okay, this is something I feel like a lot of those who are invested in the really technical aspect of AI are overseeing. Like, they're trying to say, like, oh, well, you can't regulate it because it's the technology is, like, too advanced for our regulators and whatnot. And there is something of a truth to that because our regulators are letting it be that way or letting you believe that because they're lazy. But at the end of the day, with things like, again, we don't want college students cheating using AI. Curtailing that does not require necessarily a technological solution. It requires moral solutions and perhaps more effective ways of building trust with the student body to stop them from wanting to use tools like these. You wouldn't need a technological solution for a lot of what I'm suggesting here as far as regulation. You would need to find ways to get people to want to follow the law in that way. Sorry, go ahead.
Rich, do you trust the people in your government to have people that are able to regulate, that know enough to regulate that stuff? I mean, do you remember the whole meme about the internet being a series of tubes and not a dump truck?
No, I mean, I agree that there should... I mean, dude, come on. Like, we should always approach our government with a degree of skepticism. Yes, the government is inept, but unfortunately, everyone here, outside of a few lurkers in chat, we all live in democracies, and at least in part, we shouldn't simply say, well, the government's... shrug our shoulders and say the government's inept, when we do live in an antique oven. Oh, fuck yeah. Sorry, we shouldn't just... At that point, we should not just throw up our shoulders and say, well, I guess it's just beyond us. You know?
No, I'm not saying that we should just roll our shoulders, but I'm saying there's a progression to this. Step one should be to have people in the know that's able to answer the right questions, or even maybe just have people that would ask the right questions to answer.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, voting good people into office.
One.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah. I would wholeheartedly agree with that.
rather than having old folks that don't know nothing about technology with what's left or right, It's
Yeah. Oh, did you ever see that footage of Ted Cruz roasting the fuck out of Mark Zuckerberg though?
I haven't seen that.
Dude,
no.
yeah, certain media sources really did not want that getting reported on. But dude, I recommend that video. I'm gonna put that shit. If someone could put that on the Discord, if not, I will later because that shit was funny as hell. Saul, did you see that? That was
that'll be a
Yes, I did.
It was amazing. Oh my god, he's going after Zuckerberg specifically for Meta's issues with CP. Yeah, and he was not kind. And that is a subject where you should not be kind. It was amazing. Why is this
Well, like I was saying, when it comes to AI, I think AI is kind of like how prohibition worked. There was a prohibition officer that used to go around and, he'd see how long it takes for somebody to offer him, alcohol.
I remember
during
that.
Prohibition.
New Orleans won, if I remember correctly, yeah.
Yes.
The taxi
And the
driver
point
offered
is,
him a drink.
Yeah, as soon as he got there, they offered him a drink in like 5 seconds of getting into place, man. It was ridiculous.
I do think that
And
comparing AI to something as fundamental to American culture as alcohol is perhaps not an accurate comparison.
No, what I was saying is that, like prohibition, there's going to be a problem enforcing this rule.
Oh, thank God.
Not because it's not enforceable, but because, first of all, the government's not going to want to spend enough
Wait,
money.
it's not? Wait. Not because it's not enforceable? Are you saying it could be enforceable, hypothetically?
Yeah, with the right tools and enough people, you
All
can
right,
enforce most
hey,
stuff.
we found common ground. There is legislation on AI that is enforceable, in theory, if you have talented people making it. Yeah, I agree with that.
Well, if you have the tools to track to make sure this stuff is not being used improperly,
Mhm.
I mean, yeah, you got to build some of these tools, and you got the people to enforce it. But the problem here is the government's going to go, well, we don't really want to spend money on this because we're spending money on all this other stuff over here. So we're going to, kind of give you, 10, 15 people here, or maybe 100 over there. And we want you to enforce these. But you ain't going to have no funding, and there's only going to be like 100 of you, kind of like they did with Prohibition. And there's no way you can enforce it because it's like,
Well, unfortunately, we live in a democracy. So that kind of falls on us. If the government is weak and ineffective and unable to do its job, that's something that we need to be talking about, which we are, by the way. And thank you guys for taking part in the conversation. What a weird Project Zomboid stream for us to be talking about this so in depth, but it's so fun. I love this.
well, I was saying it's kind of like an oversimplified.
Let me maybe try to get onto Saul's side a little bit and maybe try to defend his position a little bit, but more just so I can get a good understanding, right?
Mhm.
Maybe correct me if this is your position, Saul, but maybe we should be
Oh, you gotta be kidding
getting
me.
used to. Maybe we should be getting used to the fact that Pandora's box is already open, right? We can't stop the tide that's already coming, right? Because I mean, if you look at prohibition, like everything that has been regulated so far, be it guns, alcohol, drugs, whatever, it will always find a underground position, right? There's no way around it.
I don't know if I would agree with always.
Oh, it always.
I think in Prohibition, again, alcohol is a very fundamental part of American culture. And I don't think that AI is necessarily comparable. Personally.
Okay, think about this. Okay, guns even if guns, were banned in certain areas, they're still there. No matter what, guns still get their way in. They banned drugs, and they had a war on drugs for how many years? And there were still drugs pretty much everywhere. Yeah, it's still an underground market for it. It's not going anywhere. They banned tons and tons of things, and every time they banned them, all they do is just make an underground market for it, and then people just still get it.
So you think people are going to go to dodgy alleyways to get their fix of AI?
Well, no, they'll just go underground and get it from
AI
basically
speakeasies. It's like what a LAN party was 20 years ago, just like AI speakeasies where they go and program.
Well, no, they just go to the dark web to forums because they've got this stuff now.
I mean, again, though, that's the thing. You guys seem to think I'm advocating for, at least it seems that way, any kind of. First of all, I'm not a fan of this word ban. I'm not saying ban. I don't want the word ban thrown around for what I'm saying here. But I'm talking about non-technological, realistic, like, regulation on things like, again, going back to the example, college students using AI to cheat. That's something that does not require a technological solution in order to do that. That requires building trust with the student body. It requires more fundamental change to the academic system that could be, in the long run, good for the system as a whole. That's not... I'm not saying there needs to, like, we need to have, like, a fancy technological, like, advanced, like, a Chinese-style, like, great firewall to, like, keep people from using AI.
Wrong. To me, you're kind of wrong on that. You said that they don't need a technical solution for that, but they do. Okay, let's say me and you are both in the same class. I decided to use AI to write whatever story or program or whatever it is I'm doing. Okay, you do it manually by yourself. How are they going to be able to check that mine is done by AI?
Well, they're probably not. That's why I would not advocate for a technological solution. I would advocate for, specifically again, attempting to build trust with students and try to prevent them from wanting to use AI, making sure they feel comfortable and have all the tools that they need, and then accept that a certain number of them will always cheat, because they always will.
Yeah. Well, just say I'm shady and lazy and I just don't care. I mean, if I'm just shady and lazy, it ain't gonna matter.
Well, cheating happens now, so these zombies are falling over a lot.
I was just saying, no matter what the trust you build up between you and your student, if this dude over here is just shady and lazy, it ain't gonna matter.
I mean, yeah, there's always going to be a certain degree of failure rate.
My point here is you're gonna need some kind of technical solution. So, okay, you know, some way to check to see if this is an AI written program. Like there has to be some kind of like identifying code in there, or some kind of marker, so you would know that this is an AI piece of code, or this is AI written. So there's no way out of it. Kind of like when you try to get a picture from I don't know, like John stock photos, and they put like John stock photo on Brian Hospital, and you can't get it and just put it on your page without paying for it.
Now see, that's funny you mentioned that, because that's a perfect example of what I'm talking about. They know a certain number of people will steal their photos, but they still put that watermark on the photos because it will at least dissuade enough people that people will still, on average, pay for it and engage in the behavior they would prefer. So that's actually exactly what I would be hoping for, you know?
Oh, yeah. See, I wasn't quite done with my point at that time. Right?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Like, I was saying with in a point agreeing with Saul that it is going to be very difficult to regulate and control, but at the same time, even attempting to regulate and control it does create a sort of like hurdle. It may not be a barrier, but it's a hurdle that they'll have to jump over, and that could dissuade a lot of people. Yeah. Anyway, it may not dissuade everyone that has the will to do nefarious things, but it would at least dissuade a certain percentage of people and make it more of a tenable world to live in, right?
Yeah. If you can keep like 20% of your student body from from cheating, that's still 20% who are actually learning.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is the goal,
exactly.
As many as possible.
Like if we're talking about the drug war, yeah, there's always going to be an underground source for drugs, but does that mean we're going to just completely give up on the war? Like, no, we are at least reducing it by what, like 20% or 50%?
Yeah, I mean there was a very large statistical drop in drug use due to the drug war. It had its own issues, and its long-term effectiveness has been up for, other aspects such as the rising prison population, the school-to-prison pipeline we talk about. There are many long-term issues with it that need to be talked about as well, but, our streets did actually become safer in the war on crime. People did use drugs less thanks to the war on drugs, on average. Like, it's still... Do I think they went about it right in either of those cases? No. But let's learn from it as a nation and do better. That should be the goal. God, there's a lot of these fuckers. God, I played on high population.
I mean, I look at it and go, well, I do wish and hope everybody uses it in a nice way and properly, and doesn't use it for any kind of evil purposes.
Yeah.
But again, I don't know any way we could legally enforce this, as far as with technology or a law that could actually be enforced right offhand.
Well,
even though I wish
that is
they
why
would
we
use it for
elect
most
talented
ethical
bureaucrats,
purposes.
preferably, and legislators. That is the goal.
But then my next question will be to ask is, just because I see something as ethical, does that mean that everybody else agrees with me?
No, but that's the whole point of voting. We all vote for what we think is right. That's the whole point. And somewhere along the line, we figure out a happy medium we all like. That is sort of the fundamental promise of democracy. Not that we'll always agree, but that we will find some kind of consensus that makes us all happy, preferably. That is the promise of democracy.
As a kind of offhand example, I guess, something like, printing machines, like printers, or Xeroxes, or even like photo editing, like Photoshop, for example, or Paint Shop, whatever. They have
the HP money printing machine.
Exactly. They have built-in protections against printing money, right? They'll detect whether or not you're printing a dollar bill, and they'll just say no.
Oh, well, the thing is like,
I mean, of course.
There's also another one that's interesting, is the requirements of vitamins in flour that help prevent a lot of malnourishment in the Western world. In America, we're required to have vitamin A in our bread that help prevent a lot of children from going blind. There's some really interesting stories about that, actually.
Iodized salt is another example of that.
Yeah.
What I was gonna say is, like, when it comes to what we agree is ethics and morality, it all depends on who you are. Because like with the Puritans said that if you showed your ankle and you were a woman, you basically were a harlot. You were a very bad person.
Well, fortunately, we outvote them now.
Well, I'm just saying, because that was just too sexy to be shown in public. Now, I mean, do you want those people in control of AI? Somebody?
No, but
like
but voting helps to curtail
with
that.
That kind of mindset. With that kind of mindset.
Do you think that's the majority voting bloc in America? Is the Puritans?
Well, no, I'm saying that this is what you have to look at, is what they see is correct or moral. You may look at it and say, that's just all worse than BS.
I mean, yeah, but if we all vote and we find a happy medium, that's the goal.
Yeah,
I'm okay with those people still voting.
Yeah, but what if the person that gets voted in is going to be one of those people?
That happens. In fact, statistically, you're probably going to lose an election at least once. Just ask the Democrats. Statistically speaking, you're probably going to lose a few times in the course of your life and have to deal with a politician you don't like running a place that you care about. It happens. Welcome to life. Welcome to democracy. 101. It happens. You deal with it, and you make the best of it, and you try to work with those people as best you can.
You may be talking about the Puritans and stuff like that, but, speaking on an atheist point of view, it is wild how most of your politicians are, like, they have to hump the Bible even though they don't love it.
I don't think it's most anymore, but a lot, and in specific areas of the United States. That is one I will say. I do sometimes. I do think more foreigners need to. Okay, foreigners, you're not in America. It's not like people not in America, and especially in Europe and Canada, really need to stop seeing America as a big homogenous cultural landscape when the individual region you're in matters so much more than is given credit for. In my experience, dealing again mostly with Europeans and Canadians, have trouble remembering that. Depending on what part of America you're in, radically changes the representation and the people and their perspectives.
Fair enough. I mean, as my point of view of American culture, I do see America as vastly Christian. But if you're telling me
I don't think that's as true anymore. I don't think that's all that true anymore. There's definitely like Christian I mean, as much as you would expect from a Western country to have, like, Christianity built into its laws and rules simply because Judeo-Christian culture is what defines it as the nation was being built. But that's true of Canada, too. I mean, I I don't personally think the U.S. is as gung-ho Christian as it's often made out, personally. In my experience.
I think it depends on where you're at. I think it depends on the location you're at. Like where I'm at, oh yeah. But see, I'm in the Bible Belt. So I'm basically in Fanatic Central.
Mm.
See,
you guys got mad at that guy who tried to legalize weed there, right?
Yeah, well, not just that. Okay, just the other day, they were talking about opening a casino upstate in South Carolina. They had a gigantic Christian rally where they all went out and basically said that that's the devil's place and that's the devil's work and you're just promoting, sin. And I mean, these people are just out there going insanely, zealot on the
honestly, respect to the Christians for that. Illinois is super left-wing, super Democrat-run, super atheistic. The fact that the universities hold so much sway here has a lot to do with with that big three. But it's, they're fucking whores. They're letting casinos go up left and fucking right. Every fucking rinky-dink town that fucking lost all the jobs when the manufacturing left, give them a casino, whatever, who cares?
Well, I know here, it used to be you had to be at least, I think it was 18 or 21 to play a pinball machine. Because it was gambling. And they actually went around and destroyed all the pinball machines at one point.
Yeah, okay. So there's the flip of the coin. There's the downside. But it's true.
Zealots.
Yeah, it's true of anybody. It's true of any ideology that rules, and there's always going to be upsides and downsides.
What I was going to say, but if I go up north, like where my mom's from, yeah, they got churches and there's Christians and there's Catholics and Presbyterians and Episcopalians and all these other Christian things, but they're not out there protesting that you can't have a casino in it. Basically, in places like Atlantic City,
they would be more likely to protest if they took away Planned Parenthood.
Yeah, they're like, yeah, well, like,
but they're Christians.
We just say that we just say that for Sunday,
Yeah.
Just keep that on Sunday, and the rest of the week we're fine.
Were you the one I was talking to about where he mentioned that there was like one church for every 5 persons?
Oh, I remember. Yeah, I remember Saul mentioning that. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah,
that was you, right?
Yeah, there's like over 2,000 something like Baptist churches here. Yeah,
and that's
just the Baptist churches. Yeah, it's not all of them because we've got Jehovah's Witnesses, Baptists, Mormons, Catholics.
One church
Methodists.
for every 5 citizens, I think we worked out too.
We got Southern Baptists, which are different than regular Baptists.
Yeah, compared to where I am, where you will regularly see pretty much all the churches have to kowtow to the university in order to exist, because that's who in town has the money. And it's true, again, in a lot of Illinois, because the universities hold so much sway. So, you'll find a lot more churches of Christ scientists and a lot more liberal interpretation of the Bible, which I'm not saying liberal politically, liberal in a very specific sense of the belief of, Jesus was a real person, and maybe he wasn't okay with gay people, but that's old, and really it's more, the church is really more about coming together than it is about really believing in Christianity. That is liberalism from a church perspective, specific belief, and it is prevalent.
I'm gonna go ahead and say that's not even liberalism. That's more straight up just sophistry. If you're gonna hold a belief system and then be like, "Lol," but I don't actually have to hold to my belief system, what's the fucking point of even having it?
You're fucking rampant here.
Well, I agree with his bestest on that one.
Yeah,
I love the idea. I love whenever I read up on creationism, it just seems like a meet in the middle sort of decision.
It absolutely is. No, that's part of why I say Christianity is not as prevalent here. A lot of Christian institutions, and the fucking new Pope mentioned this specifically, that a lot of Christian institutions in the United States have bowed down to the new liberal world order or liberal U.S. order, and to the universities and government structures that have, and the public bureaucracy that has far more power right now.
Well, it's sophistry and subjectivism, where it's you don't actually hold any major beliefs, so that you can't be challenged when you say something stupid.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, no, exactly.
It's disgusting. Like if you're gonna be a Christian,
just be a Christian.
I was just agreeing with you because I was also gonna say, like every time I argue with a Christian and I argue aspects of their God, they always say, "Well, not my God. My God doesn't do that."
Yeah. I have my own interpretation of this ancient tome.
Yeah.
Also, the number of Christians that don't actually even understand the Bible is fascinating. Like, the entire point of Jesus' sacrifice was to die for the sins of the Old Testament, which means that the things like Leviticus, where it's that whole, like, oh, gays are bad, is a moot point because that was one of the old world sins. It's the reason Christians can eat pork and wear mixed fabrics. Like, you're following the Tanakh, and at that point, you're just a Jew who's a little bit of a reformist. If they're going to be consistent to their own belief system.
I mean, if you want to be just like an uptight Jew who celebrates Christmas, I mean, that probably does describe a few sects of Christianity in the postmodern world.
Kind of, yeah. Like, they're basically just diet Jews with less commitment.
Yeah.
And I say that having, like, argued about Christianity with my friend who was on sabbatical. Like, he thought it was fucking hilarious, and he was just basically like, yeah, they're the least committed Jews I've ever met, but, you know, they're doing something.
They're doing something. They show, you know, what's the Christian version? You know, they show up on Easter. You know, at least they're doing that. they come in for Christmas. I mean, why do you think that every Christmas they have to the preacher has to make sure he passes that tray around twice on Christmas Day? Got to make sure he does it at least, you know, get those guys you know, for the times they don't show up in the year.
I mean, you said
nothing
it where
heavier, sacrilegious guilt.
You said it where I believe in this wholeheartedly, right? Where you said you said something along the lines of, like, if you're gonna pick and choose from the Bible anyway, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're already making decisions on your own as to what you believe is moral or not. And if you're just gonna pick and choose and make your own decisions, why do you even need the Bible to teach you morality?
At that point, like, be more. Yeah, don't just be. If you're gonna be, it has been. I feel like there is a very interesting, nuanced conversation to be had about religion in America, because I think specifically. Sorry, Kinji, I hope you don't feel like I'm like calling you out or something. Like I do feel like it's really prevalent over, like, it's a prominent message I see a lot, that, like, America is so hyper-Christian. Meanwhile, the new American Pope is openly saying, you know, American Christianity is kind of pussy shit. You know, it's like, it's the show up on Easter kind, you know? It might be all over the place. Everyone might kind of engage with it, but they're not, the religious institution, it's performative. The religious institution itself is at one of its weakest points, if anything, you know? But that also, you know, I think could scare a lot of people, because it's like, what would it actually look like for a religious institution to have genuine political and cultural power in the United States? I think that would genuinely scare a lot of people in a lot of Western countries, not even just the United States. I'm not saying if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but I think it would be a really big cultural change that I think is actually on the way, and we're going to have to really start talking about it.
Well, yeah, it'll either look like Utah or South Carolina with us being in the Bible Belt with all, you know, the zealots. And don't get me wrong, I mean, I like a lot of these Christian people. I mean, I'm not one of them, but I do, you know, I'm okay with most of them. But the problem here is most of them don't even know what their own religion's for.
Yeah.
I literally had a conversation when I was trying to study religion to figure out which one I wanted to be. And I asked them, I asked a group of them, I go, well, what is religion for? And they're like, well, it's so you'll be nice to people. I don't need a religion for that, man.
Yeah.
I can be nice to people on my own. I don't need to go to a building on Sunday and have a guy go, hey, you need to be nice to people.
I don't need to give up 10% of my income in tithe to be nice.
Yeah, I mean, I can already be nice without that. I go, well, what's the purpose of your religion? And they can't answer the question because they don't know the question. They don't know the answer to this question. They're just confused on why you're asking this question.
This is the change. This is what I think is going to change, and it's going to really take a lot of people in the Western world off guard. You know, it's when there comes a day, whether it be from our new American Pope or from some other source or some new revolution, or it could come 50 years ago now in some way I can't even predict. But when there comes a day that the Christians can actually answer that question, and well, that's going to fundamentally change our culture.
Well, it's kind of like with the Mormons. I talked with them.
It's a lot of red tape in Mormonism.
You ask the Mormons a question, they got an answer. Them people aren't playing around.
Oh yeah, Jehovah's Witnesses. Yeah. Oh yeah, like the real heavy duty sects. Oh yeah, you ask them a question, they got that shit memorized. They're ready. Are you serious? Again with the alarms.
Well, the Jehovah's Witnesses,
all the food.
They're pre-programmed. Now, if you get outside the programming, they get confused.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I like Jehovah's Witnesses. My aunt's one of them, and I'm okay with them. But they're pre-programmed.
Yeah.
And if you're outside their realm of programming, they just kind of ignore you. If it's something they don't understand, they just kind of sweep you to the side and move on to the next guy and try to, get that one.
Mm-hmm. We do have an extra input here in the chat, though. Ivan says he thinks Buddha and Christianity are pretty chill in the modern days. Moral what they teach. But once you get outside of those two, well, those are pretty far apart. Buddha is...
Yeah.
I think, there is something to be said, though, about the Buddhists having a lot of sway in the Western liberalized world. They sure do have a soft spot for Buddhism.
Richard, I'm going to be real with you. There's actually a lot of argumentative papers written that kind of make the argument that Jesus was influenced by the Buddhist teachings.
I could see that.
Specifically because of the Silk Road and the relative proximity to, like, Jerusalem and kind of where Jesus would have been.
Honestly, I can 100% believe that. I mean, half the reason Christianity itself was able to spread was because of the Roman road network. So I could see Buddhism actually making it to his ears. I could see that.
And, like, there is a lot of historical context and evidence that would suggest that Buddhism and Buddhists would have been frequenting the area. Not like super frequently, but like there were a couple missionaries that made like major trips.
Yeah.
And then like there's also like people forget that like Ibn Fatad or Ibn Fatuda was a guy. I don't know if you're familiar with him, but
I am not.
He was an Arabic diplomat from the Iraqi kingdoms that went all the way up to like fucking Norway.
Jesus. Okay.
There's actually it's really campy, but I love it. There's a movie that kind of romanticizes it, called The 13th Warrior. And funny enough, Antonio Banderas plays Ibn Fatuda, or Ibn Fadlan.
Is he even Middle Eastern?
The 13th Warrior?
Huh? Yeah, The 13th Warrior. That movie's fucking phenomenal.
I love that movie.
And he does a really good job at playing just a really socially awkward Arab dude running around with just a bunch of these big fucking Viking guys.
I would
and
say...
he just thinks all of them are disgusting. It's great.
Nice. I would preach caution with things like that. You know what? I will... You would know more about this historical context than I would. I would always preach caution when it comes to associations between great men, especially great men within the bounds of religion, because it is always just simply possible, and that great men across borders have similar personality traits one could impose on the other, with especially given historical biases in the way that we like to write our heroes.
Oh, absolutely. Like
that is the one thing I would say, but that is a very interesting idea. It is very interesting.
I will say that, like, even philosophically, there's kind of a lot of lines that people can draw. For instance, like, one of my favorite ones in parallels is Lao Tzu and Marcus Aurelius, where Lao Tzu writes about the way and kind of how the universe is kind of writing, like, on a path.
Mm-hmm.
Like, things kind of are what they are, and you just gotta deal with it.
Pretty soon you'll be dead. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. But in immediate contrast, he wrote that in like 600 China, or 600 BC China. Whereas, like, in the 300s of Rome, Marcus Aurelius came up with the whole, like, Stoic meditations and that kind of idea of, like fucking, even if, like, God is real and, like, you're real and all of this actually matters, it's already been fated. The stars are aligned. Like, there's a plan. Mm-hmm. If you're arguing that there is a God, there's a plan. And if there's a plan, then what the fuck are you really worried about? Like, live well, don't get in your own head too much, and just kind of
don't lose your virginity too early.
I'm not even that. He didn't give a shit. He was just more
like... No, I remember that very specifically being in Meditations. Or, like, he said he was glad that he did not. Marcus did. Which I found very... for some reason, that line has always stuck out to me.
Oh, shit. Wait, hold on. Yeah, wait, that's in, like, the... What is it, the... It's like halfway through the fucking book.
I've read it multiple times.
I know there was something about
I love Meditations.
I can't remember if it pertains to chastity or what the fuck, but...
I think it's more just sort of a general, I'm glad that, like, I wasn't, that sort of thing can... I suppose this is just, like, going off my own... Again, all of this is personal bias. But, Eric the Berserker loves medications. I don't know if that was a typo, but I approve either way. Yeah, I love Meditations. I always just took it as a very human sense of, this thing, I've seen this thing fuck up people around me. I'm glad it wasn't, I'm glad it didn't happen to me. It wasn't a typo, great.
Yeah, dude had a remarkably level head and was very grateful just to be alive, which was honestly fucking cool to see out of an emperor.
Out of a Roman emperor, especially.
And then you get motherfuckers like Nero, and it's like, hold up, wait a minute, something ain't right here.
Yeah. I will say, though, as much as Marcus should be held up as a great and incredible specimen of masculinity, and though the Red Pills have weaponized stoicism effectively, unfortunately, I still do believe he is a great man to be listened to. At the same time, he does have some flaws that are definitely worth criticizing, such as... I mean, it's pretty easy reading Meditations to see that Marcus didn't particularly like power all that much, which is very, very interesting for a man who was the fucking emperor at the time. Like, one of the most powerful men who has ever lived. Just, like, didn't really like power, didn't want to deal with it. Constantly trying to get other people to help him rule. Constantly trying to get, like... It does speak to a sense in which sometimes great men need to just fucking rule. Just take control, Marcus. It would have been better for you. Instead of trying to get your dipshit son to, oh boy. Had he just been more an emperor in line with, I believe it was Hadrian who was right before him, who chose a successor and didn't, it wasn't trying to be a monarchist.
Literally legally adopted him.
Yeah, like, had he been more along the lines of a traditional emperor in some ways, the, hereditary lineage being just one of them, it's like, there is an argument that, like, had he been more willing to take and use his power, things could have ended better. Maybe he could have done more, assuming he wasn't involved in it, about the persecution of Christians. Again, assuming he wasn't part of it, which he may have been, we don't know. Maybe, some of those wars up north could have been settled a bit sooner, Like, maybe things wouldn't have fallen apart so thoroughly the moment that his son took well, not the moment, but, like, when Commodus was running things into the ground. Didn't he get strangled? Wasn't that, like, eventually, like, the senators just had him fucking strangled or something? Like, I find Marcus to be a very, and his continued presence in culture very, very fascinating, personally. Don't let me go on about this all day.
You're good. I can't remember the guy's name, but there was an Italian chef who was doing a video with some people. But it's my favorite quote about dwelling on hypotheticals. One of the fucking co-hosts on the show said some shit about, like, oh, if you switched the pasta type, it would be this. And he replied with, Well, if my grandmother had wheels, she'd be a bicycle. What's your fucking point?
Yeah. I've heard that before. That's a fucking incredible saying. Oh, it's so good. Yeah. No, you're right.
To dwell on the theoretical is kind of like it's a fool's errand. Like, even in the philosophical, like, metaphysical sense, it's cool to be like, oh man, what if? But
we're doing this one
get
thing.
Lost in the sauce on it, then what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah. We're doing this thing. Let's focus on doing this thing.
Well, when I think of crazy Romans, Nero isn't the one I always think of. Caligula's the one I
was gonna say Caligula. Yes.
Oh, fucking Mr. Wages War on the goddamn ocean.
Oh.
The man who had an entire set of rafts set up, like barges, so he could ride his horse across, the bay.
Yeah, he had all kinds of crazy shit. What was it with him in the ocean, man? What the fuck?
He did that just to basically screw with the senators, so they had to watch him because you think he was doing it in the nude. He was just doing it just to mess with these people, and he made his horse the head of the Senate to prove how useless they was.
Yeah.
To be fair, considering most of our senators, I think he had one good point.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Wives in front of him.
Eric the Berserker is making an interesting point here we should answer. Did Rome deserve to be sacked? Well, it happened several times, but personally, I would say, did Rome deserve to be sacked? I mean, every city got sacked. It was ancient times. Rome definitely had its issues. I don't think any city deserved what sacking entailed in those days. On a human level, that's just fucking horrible. But the Roman Empire as a whole, I mean, the eternal city was always going to fall eventually. So I don't think, I mean, if we're going to talk about the empire falling, I don't think it's necessarily worth our time to debate if it should have fallen. All empires fall. Look upon my works, ye mighty, and despair. It is the inevitable.
Well, considering that my mom's people were probably, I think they were some of the people who actually were involved in the sacking originally.
Really? We all have German ancestry. Probably in the U.S. Maybe not King.
Something statistically we're Mongolian.
Well, I mean, it got sacked several times.
Well, the one was
and
over.
We'll stack it again.
This time, the Americans.
I still remember they stacked it over an apple, basically, which was hilarious.
I mean, there were many reasons to be mad at Rome.
It really is a matter of taste, unfortunately, but personally, I would say that no person deserves to suffer the consequences of ineptitude from their nation. Like, if people are mad at our administration for, like, bombing Syrian children, I don't want them to come to my house, line up my family, and shoot my fucking people.
Yeah.
But, like, if they find Mitch McConnell in an alleyway, I'll hand him a knife.
Okay, well, don't get me banned.
Well, no,
to be clear here, Twitch already knows I'm a conservative. They'll take any excuse they can get.
Well, I know one of them was that one of the people ate an apple from the apple orchard, from one of the Roman apple orchards, and they wanted that person killed. Basically, they were going to imprison him and kill him, and basically the people they hired, which was the Goths at the time, said, "No, you're not, locking them up for that." And they're like, "Yeah, we're going to lock them up, and there's nothing you can do about it." And they're like, "You do understand that you hire us to be your army. We are your army. If we say no, you're not going to do it. You're not going to do it." And they're like, "No, we're still going to do it." So they end up getting their city sacked and
the eternal problem with mercenaries. Many in the ancient world learned that lesson the hard way.
Yeah, if you hire a bunch of mercenaries to protect your city, and then you threaten one of these mercenaries, what's going to happen?
Yeah, what's funny is that both Rome and Carthage at individual points in their history had to deal with that. Learning that lesson.
Our city.
And my mom's people were actually some of the people that were doing it, so that's what I said. It's kind of funny.
So, Saul, would you say that you approve of it? Of what happened to Rome?
Yeah, because they got too big for their pants and tried to, basically kill somebody over an apple.
Yeah.
So they got what they deserved.
I mean, it was ancient times. Killing people, they killed people for less. I'm not defending it, but it is true.
Now, you're not going to kill our people because one of us had an apple. It's not going to happen, man. We're just going to basically siege your place and starve you out. And that's exactly what they did.
Yeah. Yeah, and Eric does bring up an extra point about them stealing, like, a lot of Rome's even current legion that was defending them were, even the loyal ones were made up of stolen children from all across the empire, which, something else to be, you know, something that's happening today in Russia and Ukraine. Fun to see. You know, these are real things that evil empires do. There's truth in that as well.
Yeah, but
sorry, was that too depressing?
You never threaten your army.
Yeah,
it's not a wise decision.
Yeah. Well, you could do what modern day dictators do, which is a little bit smarter. You keep your army fractured into multiple individual groups who constantly fight each other, but as long as the army is generally pointed in a direction, you can still get them to conquer other people for you. Like, again, to use the Russians as an example, fracture your own army into many different mercenary groups, PMC corps, and then official individual army, navy. They have pulled from the navy, actually. Individual regiments who are under individual governments, organizations, and whatnot, and, you know, fracture it to the point that they love it, that they hate each other and want to kill each other. I think Saddam Hussein did some of that too. You know, yeah.
The South Park strategy, fractured but whole.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, well, the problem is that only works for a certain amount of time until somebody, that has a lot of charisma shows up.
Yeah, Eric, I have heard about the Varangian Guard. They were a very fascinating group. Very fascinating group.
And then they turn around. Then that guy with charisma turns those people on you.
Speaking of stories where the people that Rome hired to protect them ended up killing them or sacking the city. Oh boy. Then again, Rome had as many issues with their with the fucking what were they called? The Praetorians as they did with their mercenaries. So, even the actual Romans weren't fucking loyal. Go Rome. Greatest empire ever.
Something crazy though, like it wasn't all bad, especially because like even with the neighbors, the Visigoths, they started out warring and then eventually kind of looked at each other and went, "Hey,
you're a very lucrative
you have
trading
a lot of
partner.
territory north over there. Do you want it?" And the Visigoths were like, "Yeah, what you gonna do about it?" And they were like, "How about we just train your dudes up, put you fuckers up in the front lines, and something, maybe you own it afterward."
Ooh.
Because fuck, we can't manage this shit.
Perfect.
And
the Mujahideen strategy.
Yeah, like straight up, just like, hey, it was the you're in charge while we're out of the house.
Yeah. Yeah.
Damn it. I just died in fucking Night Rain.
Oh, are you still playing the new Elden Ring?
Yeah, and goddamn, it's so much fun. Just fuck. The way you revive people is by beating them. As customary.
Are they haters?
Yeah, you got to beat off the haters. But no, actually, you beat off your friends too.
Oh wow. Oh, that's just just beating off all over the place. That's beautiful.
Absolutely. And so,
anyway, after that conversation,
yeah,
take my pants off.
Basically, after you have to revive them by like breaking these gauges, and it's a 3-wheel thing. So like the first time they go down, they only have like one little bar. The second time they go down, they get 2 of them. The third time they get 3, and you have to break through up to all 3 to pull them back up. I was on the last sliver of a bar and then got hit from behind by a boss, and just like that was it.
Nice.
GG.
Sounds like Elden
but
Ring.
I'm getting, yep. But I'm getting a lot better at playing the archer archetypical class they have. I will say I'm taking a liking to it, which is funny because I don't even like archery in Elden Ring.
I didn't know they had archery in Elden Ring.
Yeah, nobody talks about it because it fucking sucks.
Well, Eric, I'm glad you appreciated the history lecture here, history debate. We could do more of these. I'd be down for that. It's fun as fuck.
Yeah, I've been suggesting history and philosophy for a minute.
Yeah, well, it's just, yeah, I know, but, like, it's just, we gotta figure out, like, the formats for these things, because right now it's sort of just informal, like, let's just, I don't know, we gotta do that new Memphis talk show at some point, but I gotta figure out exactly how to structure that. I don't know. Like,
Sometimes,
where do you even put that on Twitch exactly? I don't know.
Like, pop in, talk about something that seems moderate relevant to the day, and then see where it takes you. Sometimes that's the best conversations are natural.
I mean, maybe in that case, though, we just leave it how it is. Just hang out and talk while we play Zomboid. I mean, maybe that's still just the best way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, and, like, specifically, like, if you did want to do, like, a new Memphis talk show, like, just honestly, like, be on stream, maybe have, like, a fact checker as somebody who can kind of pop in and be like, hey, actually, like, the thing you said, here's the actual context.
Okay.
Because, like, as much as, you know, like, everything, like, we're saying, like, we are having a genuine, honest conversation, and I'm hoping in good faith.
A fact checker
like,
would be
sometimes,
good.
Yeah, sometimes you can be misinformed.
Mm.
I will say, actually, it almost caught me by surprise today. I'll have to, give me a second, I gotta remember the context, because we were talking about...
oh, welcome in, Faded Gamer, welcome in.
Hey, welcome. I was talking with my students today about, oh, it was the fucking bass chords. I could swear to God it was like BCAD or some shit, and I was entirely fucking wrong. I can't remember what the actual bass chords are, but I know that I was incorrect.
I don't know anything about music. Which is weird, because I played an instrument for like 10 years, but...
But yeah, no, I've had a bass guitar for like fucking been at least a decade and a half now. I barely play it.
I get that. But I feel that. I have a keyboard that's sitting gathering dust. I played the piano for a bit. I liked it, but didn't follow up.
Couldn't handle your pianist.
Ugh.
It was low-hanging fruit. I had to make the joke.
No, you did. I get it. I get it. I would have done the same. Truly.
I've been trying to learn the acoustic for 10 years. I still can't get it down.
Mm-hmm. Oh, actually, I do have one fun idea for a podcast, potentially. So, funny enough, I got an advertisement recently on Instagram that apparently some U of I professor on June 5th is holding a town meeting about reparations. And I'm thinking of talking to him or somebody about, that could be a pretty fascinating subject to talk about. That I would have some very interesting thoughts that people might not expect. And, yeah, that could be interesting. I'm thinking about just, like, going and, there are plenty of, it sounds so cynical, and it is, but there's so many, like, the university is just riddled with people begging for any degree of clout for whatever book they're selling. Many of them have, will never get them off the ground. Along with plenty of, you know, grad students, whatnot. And Charlie Kirk has kind of made a bad name for the conservatives debating stupid fucking college students instead of, like, people who actually can, like, debate. So... maybe inviting one or two of them could be...
started on that motherfucker.
it could be... I think it could be interesting to hold a debate, or at the very least, you know, I don't think you have to phrase it as a debate, but a conversation with someone who is, like, genuinely has interesting takes about this field. And, yeah, that could be, or a field. Could be interesting. So I'm thinking I'm going to shoot some emails out tomorrow and see who might be interested in that. See if we got a conversation about reparations. That would be fascinating.
That actually would be hella interesting.
Yeah. Glad to know.
Actually, hold on. I am a nosy bitch and I am curious. What are your opinions on it?
On reparations?
Yeah.
I think it's a really... For various reasons, I think it's very stupid. In theory, if I thought that reparations would work as actual reparations, I might be in some way inclined to think, okay, maybe it could work if you do it in a way where... Like, I'm a firm believer that you can't fight systemic racism with policy that's not tailored toward those who have been systemically oppressed. Like, it's going to require a law that has the terminology of, this is to benefit X demographic, black, Latino, gay, whatever it may be. And it's very, very interesting the liberals are okay with some of those and not others. But it's very interesting that conservatives are very okay with some of those and not others. There's a lot to be said about that, and a lot to be said about reparations. And I think that if there were talented bureaucrats, this is actually a lot like what Saul was saying earlier. If I truly believed there were talented bureaucrats and well-meaning people writing a law that was specifically designed to put a leg up, give a leg up to black Americans who have been systemically oppressed through a lot of their lives, I would be on board. The problem is, most of the people pushing for it are crazy lefties who, and the right has shit that they get that's crazy too, but it's mostly crazed lefties who want really simple solutions to complex problems. And especially white lefties who think that systemic racism, that they can wash their own ancestry of some original sin of slavery by simply cutting every black person a check. No, this goes deeper than that. This is institutionalized shit that you have to actually... And that's honestly been one of my greatest frustrations with dealing with the left in my... And again, I come from a left-leaning state where I know I am around the leftiest of lefties. So it's not necessarily a fair slice. But this is the issue I see. So many of them are so, to their own credit, eager to wash their history of its original sin here in America, but are too eager to jump at the chance to just write every black person a check and say we're good now. That's not how this is going to work. This is the process of defeating racism is something that would require tearing up a great many institutions, governmental, cultural, by the root. Yanked up by the root. And it's going to take a lot more than that. And I think it's... I suppose, to simplify it, yeah, reparations is an overly simple answer to a very complex problem. That's my 2 cents on it.
I think we are inclined to agree on that one.
Alright. Anybody else has...
The number of fucking white saviors bothers the fuck out of me.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure it bothers the fuck out of you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. As a kid who was homeless at one point, you know how many blindside comparisons I got from people who were kind enough to help me out? It's like, I don't need your fucking pity.
Fucking Blindside.
Oh yeah, they love that movie. Oh, they love that movie. They love that movie.
Oh.
Every fucking white Christian and liberal who would help me out when my mother fucking took off, even though many of them were in part were benefiting from the institution that caused many of my familial problems. But then turn around and fetishize it with shit like that. It's gross. Sorry, someone else can talk now, please.
Nah, you are good, man. Fucking the most disgusting people tend to be the ones with the smiles on their faces.
It's true to that.
And it's why, like, when you're like, oh, yeah, liberal, I'm like, motherfucker, I'm from Central California, but also do not put me in with them fucking Trader Joe's shopping, fucking quinoa eating motherfuckers.
They fucking love Trader Joe's.
You're goddamn right they do. And the only thing I have genuinely... Okay, I have shopped at Trader Joe's maybe like 3 times, and that is because I lived in the Bay. And they have these fucking buckets of peanut butter pretzels that are fucking insane.
It's just upscale.
And just so decadent.
It's like upscale Costco. It's like the Costco you take your friends to impress them.
It also helps that it doesn't have a fucking subscription requirement, but you know, potato, tomato.
Still, fuck Trader Joe's.
Again, see, man, you've been going to the Trader Joe's. You can't be knocking it.
I don't go there. I can't afford to shop at Trader Joe's, I'll have you know.
I was talking about you. I see. He said that he doesn't, want to be put in there with the guys who are shopping at Trader Joe's.
He said he'd been there twice.
Hey.
I did say 3 times.
I've been there a couple of times when I go visit my friend from Chicago, who on the one hand will tell me I'm racist for not wanting to vote for Kamala. He's white, by the way. And then will turn around and tell me and preach to me the importance of the Hispanic and black neighborhoods being gerrymandered together in Chicago's congressional map. Because, once you give people a small degree of power, they just turn on each other. So you got to keep the blacks and Latinos together. Thanks, white man. Glad you're preaching to me about being racist.
Hold on, wait a minute. What the fuck?
Dude, Chicago is all kinds of fucked. Chicago people are the fucking worst, man. Dude, fucking Chicago white liberals are the fucking worst people on earth. I swear to fucking Christ.
Man, at least they have decent hot dogs. That's fucking apeshit crazy.
The food is good.
That is nuttier than squirrel shit. I'm telling you. What?
Oh yeah, dude. This is when I rant about the liberals. This is what I deal with. These are the liberals I complain about. To be clear.
Nah,
they're
holy
nuts.
Shit, I get it. Just also, please God, don't lump me in with those fucking people anymore. I don't claim them crackers. They ain't part of me.
I've never seen a Trader Joe's.
I'm surprised they wouldn't have one at some upscale neighborhood in South Carolina. Are they not putting them up now that they can buy the land for cheap after the hurricane? That sounds very Trader Joe's.
No, I've never seen a Trader Joe's at all.
I think it's more of like a California West Coast thing, personally.
Yeah, that's why Chicago wants to have them too, the fucking whores.
They'll slobber on fucking San Francisco till they realize how goddamn expensive it is.
Yep. Actually, one of the biggest things they've been talking about in Chicago is how it's been getting a lot more expensive here lately. Well. Vote the same people in office, get the same results. I don't know what you want. I don't know what you're looking for.
Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
Correct. How is an entire pack of hot dogs why is it called an individual hot dog wiener? How is an entire case of how is an entire bag of hot dogs less than 300 calories?
What?
I don't know. The calories in this game are fucked, man. We all knew that.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like something you found at fucking Chicago.
No, that's not a Trader Joe's thing. No.
God, one fucking hot dog is like 220 calories by itself.
Look, I got confused. Holy shit.
No, Azure hot dog. No, it's American food. It's actual dog on a stick. It's delicious.
You got some butt chops. Like they got in Fallout. You got
delicious.
Butt chops and wolf ribs.
Oh yeah, they do have the wolf ribs in that one DLC. Was that the?
Well, they got them in 76.
Oh, they have them in that too.
Chops. Yeah, you can get mutt chops, not mutton, but mutt. They're literally dog chops.
Nice.
And wolf ribs. You can also get mutant hound meat.
Yeah, that was in 4 too. A lot of that was in 4. Yeah, or the DLCs. They have a lot of stuff from 4 in that. Well, I'm not sleeping very much. Is that okay? Whatever. I'm not going to worry about it. I also have Sunday Driver. That's a pain in the ass.
Yeah, they're fixing to release the new update for the fishing on 76.
fishing? That game is like multiple years old. To add fishing now? I don't know. Wait, didn't they do that with Skyrim? Like, add fishing, like, years after the fact?
Bethesda really does not fucking change.
Yeah. Not wrong. Okay, I no longer need this word.
It just works.
Oh, Bethesda.
God, Howard has done it again.
Of course. Well, think about this. He has figured out how to sell Skyrim to people indefinitely. You know how?
You're not wrong.
Because now you got a Game Pass. No. Skyrim is now on the Xbox Game Pass. So
that's good. It should be.
Game Pass, you're basically paying for Skyrim every month.
I gotta say, you know, what's funny is that as much as people complain about Game Pass, and, like, it has all kinds of problems, which is, like, I'm not saying it doesn't, it really sucks that more, like, the fact that people complain about it is because, like, there is so much of an appetite to play older games, and so many of them are hampered by, like, the accessibility problems being created by these same companies. Like, it's only, like, it's like the Netflix problem. Like, oh, this thing I want's only on this platform, and only through the summers, and only on days that, and only on Tuesdays at 3 p.m. or something like that. It's like, one more example, like there is so much hunger for like a subscription where, like, yeah, here's thousands of old games that you actually want to play. But then when someone does launch a subscription like that, it's always filled with crap you don't want to play, and like one or two good things, you know? And it's like, but they try to split it up as much as possible. It's like, if Bethesda has a series of good older games that are in demand, they're going to purposely try to split it up as much as possible between several different sites so they can get as much as they can. And same with Microsoft or Ubisoft or any number of them. Or keep it under their, well, I mean, originally their plan was to keep it under their proprietary, like, first-party software, which didn't work because nobody wanted to use fucking Uplay. Fucking blast from the past, that is. Remember Uplay for 5 minutes?
Well, Bethesda, they used to have their own little launcher that you could get.
I remember they tried to do that.
They basically sell their games on pretty much every platform you can get. Mm-hmm. They don't care. I mean, they're not
now. I mean, now only because it failed. A lot of sites, a lot of these companies switched back to that only because it failed. They would have if they could have. If they could have sold their games only through their own main launcher, like, they would have. Like, the only reason they use Steam at all is because, like, they have to. Like, they lost the war. They tried to compete with Steam and they lost. Epic Games Store is like and GOG, but GOG has been smart about trying to cater to a slightly different demographic. But Epic Games Store is the last one standing only because they just have infinite. Fortnite is like the infinite money cheat code, and they can keep just giving away free shit. And even then, they don't have, like, the dedicated user base that Steam does. Their UI is still inefficient, and people don't like using it and complain about it. Like, if I can play a game on Steam, I'm going to play it on Steam, not Epic Games. It's so inconvenient to use, you know? Sorry, Brandon, another TED Talk.
I have all three.
I'm gonna blow your mind. I'm gonna tie it back to that Christian conversation we just had.
Hell yeah.
It's because corporations do not hold any meaningful belief systems, so they just keep trying bad shit until it works. Yeah. Or you give up and you get tired of them and just give them your money anyway because you're like, well, you know, at least I can play this one game that I like. Yeah,
I would say they consistently try the most profitable option until you give up and use it.
Yep, and it's an abusive relationship, straight up.
Very much so.
I actually like the Epic Store. I mean, I guess I'm an odd person like that, but I actually like the Epic Store.
I mean, if you like it, then like it. Don't let me take it from you. But it's...
Well, no, I'm just saying, I've heard it from a lot of people. They're like, yeah, it's really bad, but I actually kind of like it.
I mean, it's nice getting free stuff.
Well, picked up free games since the whole weekly free game thing started.
Yep.
I have a whole buttload of free games.
Oh, same.
And I've got
same.
I have never loaded a single one of them.
I think that was where I originally played Satisfactory. And then as soon as I got it on Steam, and I did rebuy it on Steam, which says a lot.
Right.
Like, as soon as I could get it on Steam, I did.
Speaking of which, right, I want to ask you. I see you playing Dead Rising 2, right?
Yes. Love Dead Rising 2.
Do you still have to load it through Windows Live?
No. Well, I'm also
Live,
playing
Games
Off
Live
the
or something
Record,
like that?
which did come a few years later. So it could, I don't know if it
Right.
had that. But I have not had any problems with it. You know, interestingly enough, though, one problem I did have with that game, with Dead Rising 2, I don't know if it's Dead Rising 2 Off the Record or if it's just Dead Rising Off the Record, but it does not have an options menu that allows you to change into windowed mode or even the aspect ratio at all. So I had to like go online searching for a solution to figure out how to get this game to work in windowed mode so I could watch OBS at the same time to see my chat. I had to like jerry-rig this like shit together in order to make it work. Of all games, I just always found that funny. Like, whoa, hello there. Yeah, come on, follow me outside. You're really heavy to carry in this update, so I need you. No, don't fall over. Come on. Is there any more of you in here? All right, ma'am. Can you come with me, please? Thank you. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Walk past all the money on the floor. Come on. Yeah, it was a real pain in the ass to get to play in windowed mode of all things, but I haven't had any issues with Windows Live. But Windows Live may have been out of it by the time Off the Record launched. Oh, you know, one funny thing though, I do remember from when I played actual Dead Rising 2, was like the Windows the key that it asks you for when you download the game or when you install the game can just be any series of numbers. Like they didn't actually program in individual keys and it doesn't check. So like it asks you for like a security key. Like I think I illegally pirated. Not that I would ever pirate a game ever. But I may have by some non purchasing means discovered this game at random. It didn't go looking for it. And I remember I got it, and then I was like, oh, it's asking me for a key. What the fuck do I do? So I went looking for a solution, and it turns out, oh, you can literally just enter any series of numbers because they didn't program anything. Oh.
The reason why I asked is I have another game that launched through Windows Live, and it was BioShock.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I reinstalled BioShock like maybe some months ago, and I was locked out of it, and I didn't want to bother like trying to hack through it and get it working. So I was just like, yeah, fuck this shit.
Interesting. Do you install it like? Do you own it on like a digital download platform, or do you just have it like?
I own a box copy. It was back before.
Dude, that's probably worth some money right now.
You think so?
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's probably what I would keep that. They keep that shit in good condition.
I still have quite a few games in my box set back in the day.
Yeah, man, that could be worth some money at some point. I don't know about today, maybe not, but like I'd keep an eye on the eBay
you need to
price.
find an actual buyer though. It's not like it depends on just who wants it, right?
Yeah.
There's always vintage collectors. Like it could be worth.
But you gotta find them. Is the point, right? I can't just go to the store and say, hey, pay me.
I mean, for something like BioShock, they might find you. Again, I would give the eBay price just like a quick Google search. Don't spend a lot of time on it, but I'd keep an eye on it.
Perhaps.
I originally had the big when I got Star Wars Battlefront 2 for the first time. It was that big fucking box that had hell yeah, that had like 4 CDs in it to get it to work that I had to install from it. Oh, that shit was. I wish I still had that. That'd probably be worth some money too. The old PC CD, back when you had to distinguish between PC CD and PC DVD in ye olden times that the kids don't remember anymore.
I tell you what, Baldur's Gate 2 was 6 CDs.
Really?
Yeah.
Fuck, I remember.
It was 6 CDs arranged in this like long sort of like wallet type sort of thing that folded up, so each side has like 3.
Oh man.
It was wild.
Remember when games like put effort into the unboxing experience? Man.
Oh yeah, cloth maps, man. Fuck that.
Oh hell yeah.
That stuff is gold.
God, those are so cool. Like things people
Actually,
keep for years.
I got one of the maps. It's a cloth map from Morrowind.
Oh damn,
And
that's definitely using some money. Worth some money. Oh yeah, Allie, I am using the new hotbar. I think it's phenomenal, and they should use it in the actual game. This is one of the few mods, this hotbar mod. They should use this in the vanilla game. It's that good. They should use this. I don't say that for a lot of mods, but I'll say it for this one.
I have a 4 CD pack of Diablo. I think it's 2.
Ooh.
Comes in like a double-sided CD case.
I remember like that one. I had that too, yeah.
Yep.
I got it years later for like $10 at GameStop. Like from like the used game section. Got a copy of fucking Diablo for like $12. Diablo 2 for like $12. Played it in like, 2012, so like years after. But it was still a fucking great game, and I played it for hours. It was so good.
But you want to know the craziest game I own? It's the Misadventures of Tron Bond.
What is that?
You know how much that game's worth? Oh, it was a prequel to Mega Man Legends.
Oh, and right.
It's worth like anywhere from $600 and some dollars to $1,200.
Jesus.
And you know why? Because the English version, like I got, Capcom basically didn't want to release them. So you had to pay back then when it first was released. It was crazy high to get one. And you had to have it imported.
Nice. Yeah, well.
But it's like one of my favorite games.
Funny, the Japanese would never overlook the American market like that today.
Oh, the same way with Legends 1 and 2. They're both the same thing. They're really high price, a couple $100. If you want the original, like ones that have nice cases and actually work for PlayStation, they're really expensive.
I just like waved this in front of him and he fell over.
But the ones for N64, they're giving them things away. I was looking at them today.
I didn't know there was a Mega Man game on the N64.
Yeah, that's why they're giving it away.
Okay, fair.
N64 wasn't Mega Man Legends that 3D one?
Yeah.
On the
Mega Man Legends was great on PlayStation. They tried to port it over to the N64 and it ran like garbage. The controls were all just wonky and wrong. They basically
the
just tried to run
itself was wonky anyway.
Well, it's basically they tried to run a PlayStation, game on an N64, and it just didn't work. The controls were all wrong. You didn't have the right amount of buttons.
Yeah, the N64 was called the mutant controller for a reason.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I love my N64. It's a great system. It's awesome for when you're playing things like Perfect Dark or GoldenEye or like Banjo-Kazooie. It's awesome. No problem with that. But if you try to play Mega Man 64 on it, you might as well just be, playing with one arm with your eyes covered because you're never getting anywhere in that game. It just doesn't work. Now on PlayStation, it works great. Because it was designed for the PlayStation.
Mm-hmm. Okay, also I gotta point out here, Ivan, the U.S. did not cause Japan's economic crash back in the 80s. Japan caused Japan's economic crash. That's the problem with a lot of Asian countries. They run their economies like well-oiled, incredible machines. But economies are not people and are not machines, and so occasionally when you do that for long enough, they just sort of explode. And that is what happened to Japan's economy around that time. And it just kind of blew up. As there just simply were not any actual jobs for new people, and they tried to engineer a solution around that, and then that still didn't work, and eventually, as I said, sometimes an economy just blows up when you overhandle it. There's a lot of food in this paper bag. Wow, okay. I'll take that. Yeah, that's, America did not cause Japan's crash in the 80s. That was Japan causing Japan's crash in the 80s. They're still having a lot of those same demographic issues. Hope they're okay. Probably not, but a lot of countries aren't. A lot of Western influenced countries aren't. So, you know, we'll see how it works for all of us. Sorry, that was kind of off track.
But yeah, I was talking with one of my buddies today. We were talking about that game, the Misadventures of Tronbon. So I went to look it up and see how much it was selling for.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I took a screenshot of that. And that's just crazy. It's like $600 some dollars. The Misadventures of Tronbon. I can actually put a screenshot of what I seen earlier today in Discord.
Sure.
Yeah, it was just I googled it just you know, to see how much it was. Because he was asking me about it. Yeah, if you look in Discord, you can actually see where it's like $697.47 pre-owned.
Whoa! Whoa. Okay, we're good. Good recovery. We're fine. Trying to watch Woodcraft and kill off zombies at the same time. Sorry.
Yeah, they had one on eBay over here. It's like $1,200 pre-owned.
Jesus. I'm not even surprised for a lot of those games. I mean, I tried buying, what was it, Smash Brothers Melee, and that was like, I think it was like over $100 or something like that. Like, it's only going to get more expensive with time. Especially as Nintendo does not like reprinting stuff. Nintendo is just determined to be a fucking toy company and sell physical goods to the very end. Which, they've managed to remain profitable, but I suspect that once again, as the Japanese do, they will run the country with such incredible efficiency that at one point they just will not... they will over-engineer themselves off a cliff. Does that make sense? You know? Like, trying so hard to keep a tight control that it's just not gonna... that they're gonna tightly control themselves into a bad idea.
The old Icarus dilemma.
Yeah.
Speaking of physical elements, have you ever heard of the GameCube cables? The classic GameCube cables being sold for like thousands of dollars because they stopped making those old... They've stopped making those old style like RCA cables, and they've switched to like more like I think like serial ports or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Or something along that line, right? And so if you have like the old RCA cables from the classic, the old generation of GameCubes, they sell for like thousands of dollars, if not even more, depending on the buyer.
I gotta be honest, I'm not even surprised. I could actually kind of see that. That's fucking wild, but I can see it.
Those people would love to get in my one closet where I keep all those Mad Cat cables. I have the universal Mad Cat the Mad Cat ones that you can plug into a GameCube, N64, and a PlayStation.
It'd probably go for some money.
It doesn't matter which system you got; it plugs into all of them, which is awesome. That's why I bought a bunch of them when they were over at the flea market one day.
Yeah, I mean, they'd probably go for some money these days. That old school, old tech. RCA.
And they're all RCA jacks because that was the only thing you could get. Heck, my original Xbox is RCA.
I saw an original... I didn't have the money at the time, but I remember seeing an original Xbox at the at fucking Goodwill for like $20, and I was so mad that I didn't get it. God. I'm so mad that
Yeah, but the original Xbox had a really finite lifespan. They just fell apart after X amount of time, guaranteed.
Ha.
What are you talking about? I'm still using mine.
You're lucky. You're lucky. It had this because the Xbox had the same not Xbox. Wait, are we talking about Xbox or are we talking about PlayStation? Sorry.
Xbox.
Oh. Well, Xbox did have the ring of death problem too. Sorry, my bad. My mind was on PlayStation when you said Xbox.
Well, I mean, it's not like the...
the Xbox 360, you're definitely on that.
I was going to say, the Xbox 360 has probably one of the most famous failure states of any console ever. The infamous red ring.
Yeah. Sorry, man. I'm kind of in the middle of doing chores while I'm listening to this, so I kind of got confused.
That's fine. Yeah, we're all in the middle of this and half listening. Should I go ahead and make base at the... Probably should just drop this stuff. You know what? Oh, shit. Yeah, I should just go ahead and make a base at the gas station. Not try to make that other place. Start consolidating.
The original Xbox I got's like 24 years old, and it works fine.
Yeah, I was talking about PlayStation, the original PlayStation.
But, oh no,
but even then, Soul, like, you are just very, very lucky. That's good.
Oh no, I've had like 6 Xbox 360s, and all of them red ringed, and I had to fix them.
Yep.
Sounds about right.
Is that even fixable?
Yeah, you can fix it.
Okay.
It's not easy. It's a pain, but you can repair it.
What's the core issue causing that?
Well, it depends on the Xbox 360. Some of them red ring if the fans in the back get jammed or stopped. So if like too much dust gets in them, and the fans in the back quit working, it red rings. Now the other ones will red ring if the GPU gets overheated. Now the ironic thing is if you want to fix a red ring on an old Xbox 360, the best thing to do is to jam the fans and let the processor overheat. I kid you not.
The fuck?
After it's already red ringed, if you do that, and then you turn it off and turn it back on, like you turn it on with the fans unjammed, it'll actually reboot.
Interesting.
The fuck?
I've got 2 of them that work that way, and they're still working now.
That's counterintuitive.
Yeah. It's just really weird.
I'm just noticing a difference with this new Zomboid update. If you right-click on a soda and drink it, it'll put the empty bottle. Your character will automatically put the empty bottle back on the shelf. Interesting.
I think that's for all used. I think that's kind of for all used items. I've noticed.
Yeah.
It's not just bottles, like tools.
I guess it's just taking me off guard more than I thought it would. Ooh.
Yeah, it's like I ended up with a Wii one time, and it was underwater when I got it.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
I'm assuming you mean literally.
Yes, quite literally, it was underwater, along with the server. Yeah, somebody got mad and I guess threw it in the lake because the drive in it was bad. Well, somebody literally, I guess, raged quit because their drive went bad on their Wii, and they just threw it out because I was at the lake, and I reeled it in. And I opened it up. I had to like wash all the mud out of it, and I went out there, and there was a server that was out there too. Somebody, it's like one of those like desktop type servers.
You have the weirdest litterers.
Well, I don't know if they were just dumping stuff, like it was just garbage that they just was at the lake and nobody was watching, so they just poured it in the lake.
Jeez, that's just rare. That's just rare loot on the fishing loot table.
But when I got them out, I had to literally wash all the mud out of them. And I was like, yeah, these things are not going to be any good when I get them back.
You should contact the makers of that old video game mod for Zomboid and tell them to add like a 0.01% chance to reel in a classic console when fishing from now on.
And anyway, I got it home and I cleaned it out, and I let it dry out, and it booted up. I was like, hey, it booted up into the main screen, but then I realized that, of course, the CD-ROM in it was bad. I don't know if it was bad because somebody tossed it in the lake or if it was bad before it went in the lake.
So I'm just perplexed as to how this Wii ended up in the lake in the first place.
So I had to rewire it and put in a different drive. Because I went and bought a replacement drive for it.
Is it even the same Wii at that point? Ship of Theseus logic. Is it even the same Wii?
Yeah, it's still the same Wii.
Is it?
Yeah, it's because it's got the same motherboard and everything else in it.
Okay.
The Wii-Theus.
I mean, if I gave you a heart transplant, would you still be rich?
Ooh, it's a good question.
No, you'd be poor because you'd have to pay for a heart transplant.
Oh, that is true. got me there.
Yeah. Pray we don't get sick. The American healthcare system. Just don't get sick.
Yeah, that fixes all the problems.
Yeah, same with Zomboid. Just don't get bit.
Yeah, there you go. That's how you do it.
Who needs meds? Don't carry around bandages. Just don't get bit. Saves you a lot of space in your pack.
Exactly.
Laura accurate American life.
I mean, fuck that bottle of I was gonna call it sanitizer. It's not called sanitizer. What the fuck am I talking about?
Oh
no! That shit is heavy, man.
Wait, what?
Sorry, no, I'm getting my entire ass ate right now. Oh god, I am been chunky.
Sexy.
Damn. So I see the date went well. Well, congrats, dude.
So hopefully you're done on Discord, but hey, man.
Oh, thank God I can eat and open doors at the same time now.
Holy fuck, I saved our fucking team right now. And I didn't deserve it. Oh, no, not again! Fuck!
Well, he's fucked.
I'm very unlucky. Oh, God. Oh, my God, I lived. Wait, I lived? Fuck you, you piece of shit. Oh, God. Fuck, that fight sucked. We won. Oh. Jesus Christ. I'm playing Night Rain. I just beat the second boss. It was truly an experience.
Nice. Oh, thank you guys for the subs, by the way. Much appreciated to everyone who has. We are, like, consistently getting at least a few every time I stream. It's crazy now. It's not that crazy. I'm a pretty big deal on YouTube now, but it's cool to see. So thank you guys. Much appreciated.
Yeah, you seen what I posted on Discord?
I have not checked it yet. I checked, like, one thing on Discord. Let me see.
I was just going to remove it whenever.
Why don't remove it? Why?
Just because all it is just a screenshot from, like, Google.
Yeah, but it's... Okay. Where'd you put it?
General.
In general? Okay. Ooh, shit. That is the most Japanese game I've ever seen in my fucking life. Yeah, holy shit.
Most Japanese game you've seen in your life so far.
Give it time. I haven't even played Yakuza yet.
You haven't even experienced Like a Dragon.
I have no idea what that is, but I'm scared.
That's one of the Yakuza games.
No.
It's reputably silly.
I will say, I tend to like Japanese takes on Western things, but I've never been able to get into, like deep into Japanese media. I've had multiple friends try to get me into anime, and it just never sticks. Maybe they just have bad taste in anime, I don't know. But it never appeals to me. I don't know why.
I can see why. Yeah. To each their own, but...
Yeah, I'm not really a big anime person myself, so...
Anime has a very specific aesthetic to their, like, storytelling and stuff like that, so... It's a very cultural thing. I think I'm more accepting of it because I'm in that same, like, Asian group, so I can understand where they're coming from a lot more.
Fair enough.
Well, most of the anime you see, especially over here in the States where I am, it's most time it's really Americanized, and it's just...
Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, I grew up on Dragon Ball and Sailor Moon, right? Like,
yeah.
That's the most, like, basic entry-level shit that, like, even,
Hey, whoa. Black men fucking love Dragon Ball. Then again, but they also
I
basic.
don't know why that is. But
the
yes,
original
they do.
Dragon Ball.
I don't know, muscular dudes punching each other in the face. That's you know, that's.
I mean,
Do you need to understand it?
I mean, what's the opinion on Mr. Popo?
I have no idea. I don't know. I've never seen it. I've never actually watched any of Dragon Ball Z.
Okay, never mind.
But I just know that black people just fucking love Dragon Ball. I've
Mr.
never been
Popo
able to
is
get
pretty
into it
much
myself. But my black
Mr.
card was
Popo-
revoked for many reasons.
Mr. Popo is the blackface character. Pretty
Oh.
much.
They probably got a kick out of it.
Oh, I like Mr. Popo, to be honest. I mean, I always thought it was just I never seen him as like a black character. I always see him as kind of like a djinn, like a genie.
Well, he kind of was, but his character design was drawn up in a way that it reflected the old like
Minstrel shows.
Yeah, the minstrel look.
Well, actually, have you ever seen like pictures of djinns? I mean, they're kind of that way anyway.
Yeah, but both things can
Some
be
of them
true.
are. So that's why I look at it. I'm like, I just seen him as kind of a djinn, so I didn't see him as like a human. So it wasn't like I was like, oh, well, they're just making fun of black people or anything like that. I'm just like, oh, he's just a djinn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there was a character I really, really liked in this anime that I watched. I thought she was really cute, and actually, she's a 3,000-year-old vampire. So, in actuality, you can't actually judge the fact that she's, like, overly sexualized and has the body of a 5-year-old. She's actually, like, 3,000 years old.
Is she blonde with, like, kind of, like, long
I am not
hair?
speaking... I'm just making a joke. I am not speaking to any character in specific.
Oh, okay.
I just know that line of... she's a 3,000-year-old vampire girl. You can't be mad at me for sexualizing her.
Well, no, I was just like, I seen him. I was like, hey, it's a djinn. Because he's dressed in, the costume for djinns. So,
yeah,
I
can see it on both sides. I mean, the Japanese have historically had a pretty mixed, ability to represent black people and even white people. Honestly, the Japanese have sometimes struggled to represent other cultures well. Maybe that's just what they have in common with the Americans. Maybe that's why we get along.
Wait, I gotta try to remember the actual name of the anime. There's an anime where like every single character is like a racial caricature. They straight up just have a guy named Chinaman, and Chinaman like fights with like a bowl of like chow mein.
Lovely.
And shit, and like does kung fu. There's just like German, and he's just a Nazi.
German.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
wait,
I remember
is
that.
It might be Ultimate Muscle. Hold on, let me fucking.
Oh,
we used to joke all the time that they'd be like we used to
Ultimate
joke all the
Muscle.
time.
Yes, it fucking is. Absolutely,
Hold on,
it is.
I'm gonna Google this.
Kinnikuman, Ultimate Muscle.
Oh, Mushroom Man.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mushroom Man. Yeah.
God.
We used to joke all the time that if there was a Chinese Spider-Man, he'd be shooting noodles.
But my bad. It's Brocken. No, wait, not Brocken Jr.
I doubt the
Worse,
name's gonna be
man?
better.
Also, the main character's name is Mantaro Muscle.
Nice.
Yeah, I remember seeing some of that show before. It's not really my thing.
This show was a fever dream. But yeah,
Art style of that show just like turns me off so much. I just can't get
it's
into it.
fucking bad. But it's really funny.
It's so ugly.
Wait. I gotta look this up. I gotta look this up. We're putting this on the stream in all its glory. Wait, what is this? Oh, this is ugly. Oh, I've seen this.
Yeah.
What the fuck? I remember this GameCube game. What?
Well, You're welcome for activating a core memory, I guess.
I never needed to see this show again. Oh, God. I vividly remember that main character design. You don't forget that. You don't forget Mantaro. Wow. Oh, God. Oh, right. It was supposed to be a mask. He's so fucking ugly.
It is.
Oh, awful designs. Awful.
But yeah, fuck, they have a tournament arc, and like all of the character introductions just get progressively worse and more racist.
Nice. Perfect.
If you're gonna go all in, you might as well.
I mean, if you're gonna be racist, you may as well just be racist. You got Bobo. Oh, I remember that one too. I remember that. That was one of the few things that actually stuck out to me on Toonami that I didn't watch it, but I vividly remember it. Vividly. You don't really forget that show. You don't really.
That shit was a fever dream.
That shit was just
But it was
weird.
so good.
And that's when he fights. That's the one where he fights with his nose hairs, right?
Yeah.
So fucking weird.
And they like cross-dress in every other episode.
Yeah.
Oh, what's the one? I used to have a demo for it. It came with some magazine. Puni Poeme. Oh my god, that's also a fever dream.
Yeah.
So this whole stream gonna evolve into like, what's the weirdest anime we can find? I love that. I'm here for it though.
Well, it came with a New Type magazine. It was like episode 1, like a pilot episode for it, and it came in New Type magazine. And it's like the weirdest stuff I had ever seen.
Puni Poeme is the ones that would really throw a lot of people off because it looks super cute and stuff like that, but it gets really
wrong.
It is.
That is just a wrong show. Literally, they have a commercial for it on the same disc, and one of the things on the commercial, it goes, "Well, let's show you, the commercial for Puni Poeme," and the screen is just like, black. And then they're like, "Well, let's just show you some of the stuff from the show," and then again it's just black. And then she goes, "Well, let's just show you stuff that won't get us sued." Then it actually starts. Yeah. And one of the things, the screen's like blocked out in one spot. It says wrongful use of fish.
To be fair, that's the kind of humor I would expect from like the Toonami era of attempting to market to Americans.
Well, it was just in a New Type magazine. Anyway, the little CD came with it.
Oh, okay.
It was just on there. Yeah, it was like a pilot episode that came in New Type.
Oh fuck! Ivan's talking about the Ghost Stories English dub. If you've never heard of that,
Hephaestus recommended that to me. Yes,
that is a fucking hoot.
I specifically recommended that shit to you, and that is because it is funny as fuck.
It's best dub ever, I would say.
Fucking unironically, the line, "Run like a black man's chasing you," and when he falls, well, at least he's not racist.
Well, I mean, that's some shit that I would say to my friends, to be honest.
It's even funnier if you
classic
start
Japanese. Oh god. Yeah, I gotta do that reaction video. I was meant to have a video out today, but I fucking... Ugh. It's on the back burner. Well, no, it's not really. I just gotta actually get the fucking editing done. I got a lot of things I need to be editing together.
It happens, man. Take your time, but fucking just remember, you only fail when you quit.
It's true.
Also, I think we made Allie self-destruct, either laughing or crying.
Could be both.
Or whoever the fuck left. I don't even know.
I think it was Saul.
Saul fucking exploded for real, for real.
Oh, shit. Nah, I'm sure he's fine. Oh, he's just rolling out.
Reasonable, man. Get some good rest.
Have a good night.
All right,
enjoy. Man. I'm gonna clean up after this fucking intense poker game because they had chips all over the fucking ground. Must have been a good poker game. Let's equip that, because I actually would like to have
or a
that.
really bad one.
So I do get what you feel about anime, man. Like,
well, okay, to be fair, I'm still open to people changing my mind. I don't hold anything against anime.
It's tough. It's tough. There's like, for example, there's a lot of anime that I would love to recommend, but it's like interspersed with a lot of like weird shit that I can't really like. Like for example, right? There's an anime / manga that I follow quite closely, and it's something called Made in Abyss.
Okay.
And it has a lot of like great sort of like story and stuff like that, and progression of the adventure and stuff like that. But it's just it has so much like child porn-ish like levels of kind of
okay,
that I can't.
That was a turn I did not expect.
Like, I can't, because especially if you follow the manga, right? The manga is dotted with so much like child pornography level of shit that like I can't recommend it to anyone, right? Jesus. And it's just a shame that he's just so like that it's that way, right? Because
well, hey man, they got to keep those Hikikomori fucking entertained somehow.
But like the core storyline is great though, right? Like, you know, and that's kind of the matter with a lot of other anime too. It might not be to that level, but like the amount of like I can't go watch some anime with my dad, for example, and all of a sudden they've got like panty shots and stuff like that, and I look at my dad and he's like, "What is this?" Right?
Yeah.
Like they fold a lot of that kind of stuff in, and it's weird, and it's not something that you can recommend and share with people, even though it's like great.
Interesting. Do you think it's just become like Ivan's talking about the art style here? Do you think it's just become like part of just like manga art style is just like this accepted thing of like, yeah, you know, sometimes like you'll do a panty shot for a 12-year-old girl or something like that? Is this just like too normalized? Is this like is it like an economic choice? Like they're specifically trying to like they just want to sell more copies? Is it? What do you think it is?
Like even it is. Of course, it is.
Japan has a really weird culture of sexualization.
Yeah.
Like you watch any anime, guaranteed, like almost absolutely guaranteed, there's gonna be a beach or a spa episode, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or some sort of like lingerie episode of some sort. It's guaranteed. Like a non-canonical episode where they just go to the beach, like. They'll find some way or another, right? They'll find some way or another.
Gotta get those female characters in bikinis.
Right.
Yeah. Ah, the Japanese. Not as far from us as we like to think. Whoa, what's in this?
I mean, look, like, don't get me wrong. I do enjoy a good bikini show. It's just, well, like I'm saying, I can't recommend it. I can't sit with a friend and say, "Hey, watch this with me. Like, it's gonna be good, right?" Like,
it's okay, man. She's a 3,000-year-old vampire.
It might just be a little uncomfortable.
Right. It's something you watch on your own.
The lighting is phenomenal. You're right about that. Yeah, but no, you can't. Yeah, I've had stuff where I feel that way too, where I'm like, this is like legitimately good, and I'm sad that they couldn't, like, the developers or the creators, like, couldn't keep it in their pants long enough to, like, let, like, good art shine, you know? Like, let the story stand on its own 2 feet. Because either... Go ahead.
Sorry, I was gonna say the real unfortunate thing is I would almost posit the argument that the issue comes from the Japanese work ethic. Like, these dudes are pent the fuck up working like probably 80-hour days. So, and like generally anywhere between like 5 to straight up the entire week of work. So, you know, God forbid they have time to talk to women. So they get into this weird position of basically sexualizing everything because they're so pent up and horny. that they don't really have another outlet.
There is an anime called Tawawa on Monday that is built entirely for that purpose.
Oh, good. I would love to see what it looks like when they build something for that purpose. Oof, that's horrifying.
The whole premise is, the whole premise was, I think something like they said, giving joy to those that like give their best day in and day out, or something along that line, right? And it's pretty much just a young girl with big tits.
Oh, lovely. God, that's super depressing. That's just super fucking depressing. Wow. Okay. Ugh. Wow, I feel just a little bit gross now.
I mean, gross because,
You're not the one drawing it, my man. That's at the very least the thing that you can acknowledge and be like, hey.
I have that going for me. Although I have published a series of erotic novels, but I try to keep them tasteful.
Ooh, where's those on the plugs, Richard?
You're not wrong. You know, that art I did not put on the merch. You are correct about that.
Where is your Chuck Tingle catalog?
It's on
I want to
Amazon.
read about sexualizing Tyrannosaurus. Which also, if you do not know who Chuck Tingle is, treat yourself. His shit is...
Oh, God.
Fascinating.
You're sending me down a lot of rabbit holes. And the next video itself is going to be about a rabbit hole, man. We're going down a lot of rabbit holes recently.
The world is a series of them. You just gotta figure out which ones are the most interesting.
No, you're not wrong.
But, no, actually, like, just Chuck Tingle's just a fun person to know about. He is I want to say he has... I know he has some kind of mental illness that is, like, pervasive. I want to say it's schizophrenia. Like, he actually, like, is, like, fucking cracked. But, like, he just really likes making weird fucking stories that seem kind of interesting.
I just Googled him just now, and the first thing that popped up was a picture of a topless guy with a stick of bubble gum that has his face on it, and it's called Handsome Sentient Bubblegum, who is also a successful landscape architect.
Yes.
Yes.
He wrote Harry Porber and the Bad Boys.
Yes.
Enough said.
Yeah, like I said, this dude is fucking phenomenal. Just brace yourself if you start reading his stuff.
Okay.
But yeah, no, like his stuff is fucking hilarious. And it's all satirical, I hope.
Signy, I'm surprised you were able to post that and not a single word got flagged by the Twitch, by the auto moderation on Twitch.
No, you see, Richard, it's an actual book name, so they can't get it in trouble.
Haha! Got around, that's how you got around the Twitch censorship. Someone AI generate a book title that's titled every single slur ever made. Actually, wait, hang on, don't actually do that. Someone actually will do that.
The manifesto of an inclusive teacher. Just every slur on a list.
God.
Oh, jeez. That reminds me of the person who wanted to use something as seasoning.
Seasoning?
The funny thing about saying that out loud...
You're a super fan.
Wait, what?
Oh, God. Oh, why did you have to remind me of that? Why did you need to remind me of that? I could have gone the rest of my fucking life and not thought about that. Ever.
I will never let it go.
Oh.
Wait, what did we do?
That was a particularly disgusting comment that I got from a troll.
You were there, Hef.
Wait, hold on. Yeah. Fuck.
You were there.
Oh, fuck. That was like getting flashbanged. I was just like, wait, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh!
You had to do a triple take on that message.
Mine eyes.
Oh. I'll give it to him. I'm always happy when the trolls get creative, if nothing else. Good job, guys. You managed to really get that triple take out of me. You earned that. I'll give you that.
I will say, very specifically, I tried to forget that on purpose. So thank you.
We all did. We all did.
I aim to please.
I almost for real got that out of my system, and we brought it back kicking and screaming like a demonic newborn.
I mean, to be fair, it was Signifier Blackbird that reminded me of it.
That's fair.
I wouldn't have remembered otherwise.
Thank you, Signy.
Thank you. Thank God.
I'm going down and picking someone else with me.
Thank God. Oh my God.
The guac combo really seals it. Ah, God.
Could have gone my whole fucking life without remembering that fucking comment. I'll give it to the troll. He earned that triple take. I'll give him that. Congratulations.
I mean, you're wildly assuming that was a troll.
The other option's worse. I don't know. I consider the other option to be worse.
Do you disregard the other option just because it's worse?
Yeah.
That's not.
I feel like for the sake of my mental health.
Way to look at life. It's fair enough if it's about your mental health.
I'm all for free speech, but maybe not for that guy.
All I know is it's not directed at me, so I.
There you go.
Power it on.
Lucky you.
Uh-huh.
Ah, the life of a streamer. Sorry, if I ever go to a job and they're like, you know, Rich, you said some problematic things online, I can be like, yes, but I need you to see what else I've dealt with online. That's so much worse. I feel like I'm pretty even, actually. I feel like I'm doing. Look at the things that could be posted online. Look at the things that could be posted online. Look what I've dealt with during my career as a streamer, as an online whatever the fucking term, who the fuck knows anymore. Look at what I've dealt with during that time, though, and then they'll be like, oh, yeah, okay.
The real human resource is ours. Just like, oh, hey, we acknowledge that, you know, things could be worse, but we're gonna fire you for a diversity hire.
You know what's funny? I actually was thinking about this recently. I think at some point, you know those like, those things that make us sign, because I had to sign my lease recently. I am at my apartment for another year. Hey, make some donations so I can, my rent is taken care of through June, thanks to a generous friend of mine, but help me out so I can buy groceries. I wonder if at some point jobs will have you sign some kind of disclosure just saying, we have not looked at your social media history, nor will we. Please sign this contract acknowledging that we say we have not looked at it and are not planning to, so we can just be absolved. Because I feel like there's going to come a point in internet timeline where just everyone has put something fireable online. Like, there's just no way. I just refuse to believe in this world where everybody wants to do one of these. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking... You know what? Open all the windows. Let them in. Fine. Fuck you. I'm gonna save the house by opening all the windows so they can't break them.
Yeah. I love that. Exactly what I do.
Yep.
I'm excited for the era in humanity where people are basically just gonna talk like extras in fucking Kung Pao into the Fist.
Is that today? On God?
I mean, pretty fucking brain rotty, but
Tung sohor.
Fucking don't get me started on Italian brain rot. I actually had a student give me a formal lecture on the intricacies of Italian brain rot.
I love how it has lore.
Oh no. It's just what they are, not anything meaningful. There's no meaning behind brain rot.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around Skibbity.
Yeah. Oh, Skibbity's old at this point. Skibbity is your dad's brain rot.
I know. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. I don't know what the fuck that shit is. And then now they come up with new shit. Like I was trying to say before, the trends are just so hard to keep up with nowadays. They just change. Like,
yeah. Now Tung 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 Sahor is the big thing, and the new and now he's got like going on adventures with his animal pals, something like that.
There's something Pepperino Cappuccino, something like that. There's like a fucking shark with like
the girl who looks like
90s.
Cuphead.
Yeah. Yeah, no, just acknowledge that it exists, embrace the fact that kids are having fun, and at least aren't doing meth.
Are you?
And then just move on with your life. The zombies are me acknowledging that children aren't doing meth.
Well, I mean, you could be like Chicago, where the kids do meth and get brain rot, and the teachers are hideously overpaid to do nothing.
I will say, the number of teachers I know who don't try fucking infuriates me. But it's immediately followed by watching the people who do try get punished for it.
Yep.
And then I just kind of look at it and go, huh, I get it now.
True in so many industries these days. It's horrible. Horrible. Ah, what the postmodern world has done. Just destroyed every social and cultural bond, nothing can be true, all things are simply your opinion. That, was it subjectivist you called it? You know,
yeah,
all of us...
subjectivists are the people who... I cannot respect the subjectivist philosophy where it's basically like, oh, it's just a cultural approach, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no, motherfucker, we all agree that murder is wrong on principle. Like,
whoa, you think that?
If that's where we're going, I'll fucking make sure they die first. That way we can continue arguing like reasonable people.
I don't know, man. I've heard some white people arguing about the Middle East who say different. And I only point out white people because when it's the actual people who live in the Middle East, I'm not as mad about it. At least they have a stake.
Yeah, it's always somebody who makes too much money and has too many unique and interesting opinions.
Mm-hmm. Like, I acknowledge there's fucked up shit going on. Why do you care this much? You live in America. Whoa. Do you actually care this much, or is it important to you that other people know that you care this much?
100% every time. It's that second one.
Mm-hmm. Every time. My neighbor had a particular... I can't say... Because I know that they'll fucking... apparently every social media site has been getting really rigorous about making sure that they blacklist you if you mention it. Apparently now they're just getting really tired of it happening online. Honestly, I don't blame them. It's gotten way too toxic on both sides. But now Israelis are getting killed. So yeah, it's pretty bad. But they oh boy, okay. Talk and kill at the same time. Yeah, it's toxic as fuck, and I'm not tired of hearing about it. Like, if you know anything about me, I love talking geopolitics, and yet this is the thing that has somehow managed to tire me. And that really says something.
It is actually pretty impressive, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
But what is it? I don't know if I'm just stupid. I mean, I know I'm stupid, but...
Aren't we all?
What's the thing that exhausts you?
Mostly just watching Knockout zombies. Thanks, Snug. Thanks. Thank you. Much appreciated. Yeah, I'm tired of, God, it sucks because, like, yeah, whatever. Twitch doesn't like me anyway. Like, there's a lot of nuance, okay, in the Israel-Palestine conflict. There is a hell of a lot to be said about both sides. But to paint either side as being infallible... Snug, you chose a great time to arrive, by the way. To paint either side as infallible and as objectively right, as American voters have been trained to do by the two-party system, and that is in part why they have no ability to see nuance in Israel-Palestine, Syria, even Ukraine and Russia, which is far more black and white than those conflicts, but still has nuance to it, incapable of it, in large part due to the two-party system just, the original brain rot, destroying their ability to understand nuance in culture. And it's sad and it sucks, and I'm tired of hearing white people talk about shit they got no fucking idea about. And what's funny is that now it's becoming more and more prominent for, like, black people and black creators to just roast the fuck out of white people for it, which I fucking love. Like, fucking Abba and Preach just made a video about how you can criticize the West but not the East in the West. Which is odd, how we've somehow stumbled across that. It's an interesting time to be alive. Interesting time. Interesting time. Also, you can tell which zombie got killed in Ragdoll and which one can't just by looking at them, and I find that hilarious.
Yeah, I saw the demonstration for ragdolling, and it gave me very strong Gmod vibes.
Yes. And you know what? If they were going to go something that feels so Gmod, I approve of that so wholeheartedly. Please make the shotgun better. Can you imagine B-41's shotgun with these ragdolls? Oh my god. Godly. I would buy the game all over again.
Man, you'd break the ragdoll so hard.
I would. I would just be doing it all over the place. God. Oh, that would be so fun, though. There are significantly less zombies at the chicken farm now. This place used to be like, even on normal population, this place used to have a lot more. And my character's a lot more spec'd for combat than I usually do, but even so, there's
yeah, I was talking to Ali about zombie distribution on apocalypse mode. Even Muldra's empty when I was going around town. I walked from gas station. I walked from the west gas station to the lake.
Mm-hmm.
Barely any zombies.
Interesting.
I don't know what happened.
And that's in 42?
Ali suggests my game B42.8.
Interesting.
Current build.
Maybe they really are trying to put them more in, like, the actual urban areas.
No, yeah, so I ducked into the neighborhoods, too, still. I had 2 house alarms go off.
Yeah, the house alarms are way more common now, as we've seen.
Yeah, isn't it? I thought it was just being unlucky.
No, I've noticed it since the very beginning with build 42. Like, the house alarms are way more common now.
It seems more common even now. Like, even since point 4.
Yeah.
It's just nuts now. I thought it was just being unlucky.
No, definitely not you. I mean, you've been here in this stream. I've gotten how many house alarms? Like, Jesus, like, this is not normal.
I actually have the game sound turned on because it's overlapping with the Discord.
Oh, sorry, yeah. But yeah, yeah, I've gotten, I think that most recent one was my 4th I've gotten so far. In just today. Like, that is not normal. That is neither realistic nor normal for Zomboid.
That ain't nothing. I was in the...
Probably worse than Apocalypse, yeah.
I was in the eastern neighborhoods, and just in about... searching 10 houses, 6 of them had alarms.
I could see it. Yeah, I was gonna say, I bet it's even worse in Apocalypse mode.
That's why the 2 of them went off back to back, but yet no zombies showed up to the dinner call.
Well, at least there's that. No, come on, get outside. You know, I know the whole reason for like the. This is an interesting moment where we can kind of examine meta versus intent. I feel like while it certainly makes sense for you to have to drag bodies and getting tired while doing it, the fact that I do means that in terms of the meta, the easiest way to play the game, I now just leave zombies outside. And that feels significantly less realistic for how dangerous even a single zombie can be in this game. Like, it feels far less realistic, and I wouldn't say immersion breaking, but interesting moments of meta meeting what they intend. Because I feel like if I were in an actual zombie apocalypse, this is not how I would be treating zombies. But because, you know, the corpse sickness is so bad and the blood is, moving them is so difficult, this is how I end up acting.
I don't know, my comment on that is that that what's on screen is a character that's being played by a human at a computer that's not in the apocalypse, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's the reason why I can abuse my character to the degree that I do, taking him down to like an inch of his health and then coming back home on. Like, say for example, that's how I play The Long Dark, right?
Yeah.
I constantly come home with just a sliver of health, and then I heal up and I go out and do it all over again. I would never do that in real life, right?
Yeah.
So the fact that you're talking about things that you wouldn't do, I think, is kind of difficult to manage in a video game, because otherwise, how do you get around the fact that your character is being controlled by a human behind a screen? You can't, right? Like, so, like, what I'm trying to say is, it's up to you to decide not to do that kind of thing.
Yeah,
right?
I'm 50-50 on it. I mean, I also don't necessarily. I'm 50-50 on it.
Because what's the alternative? The alternative is that you get control taken away from your character, and your character just runs around in a panic, like
wait, can I not wait?
Chicken with its head cut off.
Wait, hang on a sec. I think did my vision get cut off by wearing sunglasses? Oh, they're prescription reflective sunglasses. Oh, that's why. Okay, sorry. I was wondering why that was happening for a sec. I mean, I think there is a balance between, you know. I think that when I behave in dangerous ways because the alternative is so incredibly inconvenient, I think that means something. You know, it's like
I mean, I have played simulator games that do that, right? When you have a panic mode, you lose all control of your character. I have played games like that, and they're just not fun.
Well, the only thing I'm suggesting is perhaps making the zombie corpses easier to move. That's ultimately what I'm suggesting here. Because it's making me act in ways that I wouldn't normally, that I find very dangerous. For the sake of the fact that it's so inconvenient to act otherwise.
But at the same time, even before body dragging came about, I still just left the bodies on the ground.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, like, picking up the old style was already a pain in the ass, and now they made it even worse.
Oh, I always moved them.
Really?
Yeah. I don't want corpse sickness, and also I want my house to look nice.
Well, I mean,
you saw how much time I spent on my flooring, man. Like, I want my base to look nice.
And that's the reason why I always led the zombies out of the house before I killed them too. I don't want the blood stains. I think vanilla mode didn't have the ability to clean up blood for a long time.
Yeah.
That was mod territory.
I kind of want to try fucking with all these chicken pens at some point, because they've... Okay. Need a livestock zone. A fence is needed only to protect them from predators. Oh, okay. If 2 or more zones touch, they are one zone. Troughs and hutches should be inside an animal zone so animal can find them. Okay.
Which there are no predators yet, right?
There is the fox event at night. If you don't... It's a toggleable thing.
Does that happen?
Yeah, if your
Does
chickens...
that happen
Yeah, it's been a thing since 41 launched. But I think
No,
you had to. But I
it
think you
didn't work.
specifically
It
had to
didn't
turn
work.
it on. But it may become a thing that is automatic in Apocalypse mode when 42 stable launches. We're not sure yet. But yeah,
Oh,
they
so
definitely.
it is a thing you can turn on in Sandbox.
Yes, it is a thing you can turn on in Sandbox now.
Okay, yeah.
Whether or not it's going to be a thing in like Apocalypse mode later, we don't know. But yeah, if you forget to turn your close the door on your chicken hutch before you go to bed, a fox will come in and kill some of your chickens.
That's fine. They reproduce so fast.
I mean, apparently the fence keeps them out. So now there is actually a reason to fence in your animals. So that's good.
Yeah, I always do anyway.
Yeah. I feel like most people will, so it won't affect them too much. But that also means you're really not going to spend a lot of time... it means you can't not have them be fenced in at all now, which I have mixed feelings on. But most people are going to try to get there eventually anyway, so... I don't know. Mixed feelings on it.
I have mixed feelings over just an event that just occurs rather than like having an actual fox prowl around that you can like either hunt or prevent from actively getting it.
Ooh. That's interesting. I mean, if that's the case, I have to ask, how did you feel about the original implementation in the Long Dark of a particular predator? I want to know if you know what I'm talking about already.
Yeah, I haven't played that update yet.
Well, no, like, they've changed it now, so it's an actual animal in the world, but the cougar originally would just
We're
attack
talking
you.
about the cougar, right?
Yeah, we're talking about the cougar.
Yeah, I haven't played the updates with any of the cougars yet.
Okay. But you know how it
The
originally
last time
worked?
I played it was like last year, I think.
Okay.
Cougar's like really recent, right?
Yeah, but did you hear how they originally tried to launch it?
No, I didn't hear those details. I did hear that it came with a lot of that word. People didn't like it.
Yeah, the
I've
reason
got
was
the word
because
over, but
it
people
literally,
didn't
like,
the
the excuse they gave was, if we make the cougar an actual physical animal in the world, people will just kill it. So instead, they had it, if you stayed in the same region for too long, it would just attack you from behind. Like, no warning. Like, I think there would be, like, a warning that, like, the cougar is prowling your general area, but it would not, like, a physical animal that would come that you could hear or see or shoot at. It would just be on you. Like, spawn on top of you and attack you.
How long do you have until that event occurs?
I think 10 days.
That's it?
In one region, yeah.
Fuck's sake.
Yeah, 10 days in one
Sometimes-
region.
sometimes-
And then if you spend
sometimes you're
24
locked-
hours in a different region, it goes away.
Sometimes when you're locked in an area doing like a craft, for example, right? You're like making
Yeah, like
bear,
for a blizzard.
bear coat, for example, right?
Yeah.
Or blizzard, yeah. I mean, you already have elements like cabin sickness, for example. Which is...
Well, they wanted something more intense because they wanted the players to play how they wanted.
Yeah, that shit. I wouldn't have liked that either.
Yeah. It was pretty bad.
So you said that was the original. What they do to change it now? What is it now?
It's basically just a big wolf now.
That's what I was thinking, right? It's just,
Yeah.
It's what's that word? The word that means it's just a repeat of something that's unnecessary. I forget the word for it.
I'm not sure.
But it's like you already have wolves that have the same purpose.
Yeah, it's basically just a small bear or a big wolf. It has some unique features, kind of, and like you can destroy its den, which is kind of cool, but it's not. There's nothing to really write home about.
So have you had it attack you yet? Like what?
I don't know in the
damage does it
DLC
do?
that it comes with.
Oh,
Yeah, I believe it's Tales from the Far Territory exclusive. But I was around for all of the drama surrounding it. I think I made a video on it. And it was fascinating. That was back when the Long Dark video was still my most watched YouTube video.
God damn.
Yeah, that was a while. Yeah, back with that original. That was my first video to hit 10,000 views. Was my video in the Long Dark. It was a while ago now. Now it's still.
I love the Long Dark.
Yeah, it's a good game.
But if they doing shit like that though, I mean, at the very least, it's a DLC that I have to opt into, right? So I can just
and you can turn it off in the sandbox settings. I know. Yeah.
Yeah, but we know how we don't like talking about settings to fix it.
Well, I mean, I like the settings. I just don't like when they use it as a crutch. I change the settings, but not a lot of people do. You know. I think using that. I think it's a valid excuse. It's just that you are sacrificing your ability to onboard new players, and you should understand that, which is unfortunate. You know. That sucks. But yeah, they tried to launch it that way, and the fan base reacted 100% appropriately and told them that that was absolute trash. And so they went back.
Yeah,
and now it's basically, it's
I
just...
would agree. That is sucky.
Yeah, it's just... And now it's... But now it's just like a big wolf. Like, that's it. And so it's like... I don't know. Should it have been something? Maybe they were on the right track. Like, there's a nuanced argument there that's worth having. But they didn't seem interested. You know, it was an interesting case study in basically them trying to use, like, them... God damn. Get out of here. Yeah, it was a case study of them, of a studio who, up till that point, had been very... I think it was a turning point in the fan base for the Long Dark, if I'm honest. I really do. Not that, like, the fan base doesn't like them, you know. Hinterland is still well liked. People are still hyped for Long Dark 2. I'm hyped for Long Dark 2, but I think it was a point where, like, that fundamental trust got broken a bit. That, like, not trust, like infallibility got broken a bit. You know, I think it did. Infallibility of the original creator. And they still haven't implemented a good setup for mods. Like, they still don't have Steam Workshop support. Or they do have Steam Workshop support, but there's like 3 mods on there in total. And like all of them are basically voice language ports. That's it.
What do you think of them putting resources into developing a Long Dark 2 already before the first one's already finished?
Well, I mean, I think they should have finished Episode 5 years ago. I mean, I think they should have started it. I'm pretty harsh in that regard. I think they should have finished it. They should have finished Episode 5 before they ever launched a DLC pack. You know, Tales from the Far Territory. I've heard it's got some good stuff in it, but, like, you should have finished what you originally promised first. You clearly, the fan base doesn't want to be critical of them, and I get why. You know, they're an indie studio that's been through a lot. Same with fucking the Indie Stone. No, they're an indie studio who has pushed through a lot, and I do respect them a lot for that. But at the same time, it's like, you also clearly spent a lot of money getting the fucking voice actors from Mass Effect to be in your indie game. How much time and energy did you spend on that? Now, you still haven't finished the fucking campaigns that they're in. You still haven't, I mean, and you know, what's really especially something we haven't talked about in the Long Dark... Maybe I need to make... Can you remind me, Kenji, to make a video on the Long Dark at some point? Because I probably should, like, do a catch-up on that. There's so much...
I remind you?
Yeah.
Remind me in 2 days. It'll be okay. Or...
Nice. I'll remind you to remind me.
No, just tell me now. Like, I'll be your alarm clock, right?
Perfect.
Like...
In 2 days, just let me know. Just be like, Rich, that Long Dark video. I'll be like, right, thanks. On that.
Alright, cool.
Yeah. No, they
just randomly pop it out.
Absolutely. Honestly, I'll have to get a Google. I'll get a Google Doc together and get some notes. They I love the Long Dark, but like, man, they just like they should have finished the original game first. Like, they absolutely should have. Like, they should. I don't think they ever should have worked on a DLC. I really don't. I've heard Tales from the Far Territory has some really cool stuff. I don't begrudge them having DLC, but you should have finished the original game. And you know what I think is really going to shoot them in the foot is that, interestingly, the best of any of the episodes is still episode 3, in my opinion. The best episode is the one that has is the most self-contained.
Wait,
like that's the best episode.
Let me clarify. Okay. I'm not quite sure which ones they are. I am in the episode where I'm searching through Milton Town.
That's episode 1.
Just for that's not episode 1.
Yeah, it is. That's 1.
I'm that far behind? No way.
That's episode 1.
I'm pretty sure I cleared through whatever they called.
Yeah, 1 is in Milton. 2 is in. Where is 2? God, where is 2? So many watches around here. I've collected so many. I gotta read that stupid electrical book. Yeah, no, episode 2. They've updated episodes 1 and 2 quite a bit now and added in this extra savant character, or like wise man character who follows you around now. A bunch of extra stuff now. So you're gonna have to replay 1.
Right?
Sorry, what?
It's the guy who was always at the campfires, right?
Yes.
Is that guy?
Yes. He was the first time I played that, The Long Dark episode 1, he hadn't been added yet. So I had to go back and replay it. And then episode 2, that's episode... Oh, shit. Which are the episodes? I gotta just look them up right now. Long Dark episodes.
Isn't episode 1 where like you crash the plane and you have to find... You're looking for... what's her face?
Yeah, but then you're looking for Astrid, but then you find Grey Mother, like pretty soon after that. Who's the old woman in Milton?
Oh fuck!
Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. Let me check.
I keep playing Endless, right?
Yeah, Endless is how everyone plays. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm that far behind on the
Okay,
story.
I'm on Hinterland's website. Episode 1, Do Not Go Gentle, is our story begins a mountain town between a plane crash and a hard case. Then, episode 2 is the Trapper. Yeah, you meet the Trapper guy.
So I'm in...
With the bear. Episode 2 is where you fight the bear.
I'm in the town.
Yeah, so you're in episode 1.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, episode 2 takes place in the rail yard, and you find the hydroelectric dam, you meet the Trapper, it's coming back to me now. Yeah, and you have to craft the bear spear to fight the bear. Yeah.
So far behind.
Yeah, dude. Episode 3 is still the best one out of the series, in my opinion. That's the one where you get to play as Astrid, and then episode 4 takes place in a prison. But you're back playing as, who is even the main character? It's Commander Shepard. You're back playing as Commander Shepard. That could be both of them, actually. Yeah, dude, you gotta catch up.
I don't know. I lost interest in it because I found the endless mode a lot more fun.
I mean, same. Oh, right, the clocks work now in Zomboid. I forgot, I saw that they added that. I don't know how long they've worked in 42, though. But that's cool. They could have fixed the multiplayer, but okay, whatever. It's cool.
I maintain small shit like the clocks is lower energy by a lot.
Okay. I mean, if a game has spent more than a decade in early access, Animal care. I should just start reading these and watching TV. I don't need 2 copies of Mechanics. And where's electrical? Oh, damn it. That's still back at the other house. Fuck. I gotta figure out which house I actually want to move into. Yeah, dude, you are super far behind on the Long Dark, man.
I am.
Didn't even get past episode 1.
It's because I've been trying to get myself geared up to survive on interloper mode.
Oh now they have the super hard mode.
I just got comfortable with it. My real weakness is just not being able to find my way. I keep getting lost.
Nice.
But other than that, like I've been able to survive. find my way. To be honest with you, I have to use the, I kind of have to cheat by using maps.
I just wish they didn't disable your ability to gain like the feats when you play custom mode and only custom mode. Because to be honest, like I like playing a very relaxed experience on the Long Dark, but I don't want animals to be entirely passive, because I just find that to be kind of, that's immersion breaking. But I still want to be able to like be outside physically and enjoy the world without like immediately freezing to death. It's just, I just don't find it fun. So, but like playing on Pilgrim, I can still gain, where the animals are all where not only is it super easy, but the animals also will run away from you, even bears and moose. That gives me progression on the feats, basically like the achievements that give you actual bonuses. I can play the Pilgrim mode, the ultra easy baby animals are never hostile no matter what you do mode, and gain feats progression for that, but not for a custom game, even though the custom game I want to play is that, but also bears will actually attack me. I always find that very funny about the Long Dark.
Really is a choice they seem to be making.
Yeah, they're... Again, another indie studio that won't, that thinks their own players just need to be saved from their own decision-making. Need to be babysat at all times.
Question for you on a separate topic, though.
Okay.
What? How come you seem to hit, like, hard walls on your game map in Zomboid as if you're waiting for a server to load the area, but you're playing single player?
Yeah, that's been happening ever since 42.8 launched, honestly. It's been super glitchy. I don't know if it... I wasn't sure if it was just me, or if other people were getting it, but it's definitely been a thing for me.
I haven't encountered that yet. But then again, I haven't picked up a car to drive yet, and it seems to only occur when you're driving.
Yeah, a lot of it's when you're going fast enough to actually, like, outrun the game map.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been encountering it, too. It's weird.
You have? I was like, you're not playing multiplayer. What the fuck? It looks like you're on a server, and the server's trying to load the map.
No, specifically, it's an issue with Build 42, and I will say personally that it has annoyed the shit out of me, because I'm doing a like Bandits challenge mode run where I for real could like die at any moment if I'm not careful. And so, being in precarious situations, and then suddenly having the map stop existing in front of me has been less cool.
Hey, what happens if you actually hit that wall? Do you crash into it, or do you...
Oh, you fall into the abyss.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, you just fucking die.
My car has been turning off.
Shit.
You know what's funny is that I haven't been close enough to actually get that, and the reason is that my car specifically, like, decelerates. Not like in, like, it stops moving. Like, in previous builds of 42, my car would, stop in, like, the jarring, like, you need to stop moving, like, because the game is, like, entered code or whatever, you get what I mean. Now my car actually decelerates, like, diegetically in the world. Like, my actual car, like, slows down like I'm hitting the brakes. And that, feels very weird. And I'm wondering if they, have foreseen this problem and have changed how your car acts because they don't want you falling into the abyss. In which case, why are you programming around a problem instead of fixing it? A little worrisome, but whatever. I don't know.
Oh, I do see you slow down.
Yeah, that's not me, like, hitting the brakes or anything.
That's not you.
Yeah,
okay.
That is the game making that choice.
You're still hard on the accelerator as you're pushing through that, and it just slows you down.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man.
Have I added more RAM to my game? I mean, I have 16 gigabytes of RAM on this PC. Is there something I need to change to get all of it to work with the game? If so, I can make that change. But I don't know why it wouldn't be working. Alright, where's mechanics? Did I get mechanics? No. God damn it, where the fuck was the... No, electronics, that's what I need. Electronic book. Where the fuck did I leave that? Also don't need the rifle. What the fuck is the electronics book?
Oh yeah, I remember that is one of the things I did back in my old computer when I was playing Zomboid there. I had to had to go to the to fit some memory into the game.
Only uses 4 gigabytes max. Yeah, Allie, I'm probably gonna have you teach me that. Thank you. Yeah, that sounds very helpful. Because mine is, yeah, been having some issues. And it's always when it's trying to load. Like a new area. Remember Subnautica always had that problem. And they never fixed it. And now they're full-blown on the sequel. Another sequel I have mixed feelings about. Like, you did a pretty okay job with the original. Kind of left it in a shit state, never really finished it. So, and I feel the same way about The Forest. I really like The Forest is my favorite out of any of the games that came out of the...
Really?
I love The Forest, yeah.
The Forest is one of the most jankiest games I've ever played that
I
just couldn't get past, like...
Unacceptably so.
It's such a fucking mess.
The building was super cool, though. I really liked the building.
I'm inclined to agree the building kicked ass, but, like... The inventory system is an extant form of hell.
Yeah, it was not good. And it had managed to have a crafting system that somehow had, like, no sense of, like, exploration or discovery with it, which is always shit in a system where you're supposed to be, like, clanging objects together to create new things. It's, they did not do great with that.
Objects together.
Again, it's another one of those cases of, like, you didn't finish the first one, so I'm a little worried about you now being full-blown on the sequel, but I like the studio. I'm willing to give them a shot. We'll see. That's all we really can do. Hope for the best. I don't know. I gotta find that electronics book.
I mean, it's such a pattern now. I mean, especially one of the games that I'm very highly disappointed with is The Sims.
Oh, okay.
And it's one of those games where you're talking about the modding community, or just the community in general, fixing all of EA's bugs.
Oh yeah. God forbid EA finish a game.
And then EA just they just ignore the bugs because they expect the community to fix it. And I'm just like, that's not how you should run a business.
Well, who needs to fix anything?
Yeah, just keep pumping out DLCs until your your game is worth like $1,000 something.
Oh, guys, sorry. I keep forgetting to say we keep getting more subscribers on YouTube, and yet I keep forgetting to say thank you. Thank you so much. It is appreciated. While you're here, feel free to smash that like button, and I'm glad you're enjoying watching us shoot the shit about a variety of topics, from video games that annoy us to whether or not Rome deserved to be sacked. It's been a time, but thank you guys for being here. Smash that like button, hit subscribe, do all those things, and thank you so much for being here. All right, Kinji, sorry, what were you saying?
No, I was done.
Okay.
Whatever else I was saying was just bonus.
Cool. I need to find that stupid electrical book. I need to get up. Well, let's see. Real life lore. Got to get up tomorrow, edit that video, because it's going to be a very entertaining video. Like, I also just, like, want you guys to see it, because my buddy Evan that I go missing for to hang out with on Thursdays is going to be in it. He happened to be over when I was filming it, and I was like, hey, you want to be in it? And he was like, cool. So we're going to be diving into some TikTok lore that I found very, very interesting about this woman who's, like, been referred to as like the female Andrew Tate, and I was like, ooh, that sounds worth diving into. So we're gonna check out that. This woman
that
named...
definitely is a title somebody would request to have. My God.
Yeah, name's Shira7 on TikTok. Has apparently been saying some pretty interesting things online. But what I found really interesting, I'm going to make the video, but whatever. It's not that many people watching. What I found really interesting about because I had heard the Andrew Tate comparison first was what got me interested. And I was like, okay, I want to check this out. This could be interesting. But then, like, there were other parallels that I found that was like, oh, this is like Tate. Like,
do you think she's guilty of pimping out a bunch of women?
No, well, more nuanced stuff than that. Like, specifics for, like, how her fan base acts. Like, they will often... Like, I watched a couple of videos from people who had taken her quite questionable advice. And most of them were saying things along the lines of, oh, yeah, Shira7 is kind of crazy, and, like, the weird financial stuff that they're pushing is a bit odd. I kind of want to date for love and not just based on money. But at the same time, like, listening to them makes me more focused on me, and, like, I like that, so I engage with the community and stuff like that. And it's like, that's Andrew Tate. Like, that's how a lot of Andrew Tate's casual fans interact with him. In that vague sense of... Like, yeah, he's kind of an asshole, and, like, yeah, he says some inflammatory shit just to get attention because he knows it'll get picked up. But he also, like... But, like, when I listen to him, he also makes me feel like... Makes me focus on me more. And I was... It's like, that's Tate! Like, this is the same, like, psychology behind it. It's really fucking... was really fucking interesting to watch. Anyway.
Wait, is Shira7 targeting the male audience, or...
No, she's targeting women. She's on... she's a woman on TikTok.
I'm not on TikTok.
That's no, to be clear, the whole reason I want to do it is because, like, I've had so many times where I've talked about something and you guys have been like, dude, I have no idea what the fuck this is, that I'm kind of just leaning into it. And, like, it could just be interesting to, like, bring my base, like, lore from places on the internet that I don't normally go to. But, like, there are interesting stories happening there from among influencers I've never heard of otherwise. So why not talk about it?
Richard is leading us to the Forbidden Archives.
In the bowels of the CCP server.
I mean, I was watching your video on that. What was that? That rainbow hair.
Queer Kiwi. Yes.
I have no idea about these things.
Oh yeah.
I was watching your video. Just goes right over my head. I no idea.
There's some interesting things being told to women on TikTok. And don't get me wrong, there are some interesting things being told to men online right now, too, that we also should be talking about. But there are some interesting things being told to women as well, that we are being actively encouraged or being told I feel like I'm getting told I'm misogynistic for daring to even look in the direction of some of the existence of some of these things. And I feel like they're things worth talking about, personally. So I'm going to talk about them. And also, but not only if they're interesting. I'm not going to go out of my way if it's like a video not worth making. But again, like, the whole point is to kind of, like, hopefully make entertaining videos about a part of the internet that this is, is there... Okay, Ivan's asking, is there any proof of Andrew being charged for the crime he did or another Johnny Depp court case? Ooh, okay. So, as far as him violating... there is footage of him in his interviews with Candace Owens... Specifically, and also some very old tweets where he just straight up admits to it, that how he made his money was he emotionally manipulated girls to come and work for him, and he was getting them to pump out OnlyFans content and making a lot of money off of it. That is indisputable that is how he made his money. And he was a boxer as well in his younger years, but that is how he became like a millionaire, was by doing that, which is horrendous. And you know what's funny? I've been getting advertisements from OnlyFans dudes saying how easy it is to get a girl to make money for you on OnlyFans recently. I got an advertisement from a guy named fucking Ty Wanks, who's saying how, do you want to make an extra 20 grand a month? Just find a 10 out of 10 girl and get her to make OnlyFans content for you. That made me fucking second guess whether I want to be on this planet.
Boy, it makes it sound so easy.
Yeah, right? Well, I don't like people doing that at all, personally. But also there's a zombie downstairs I need to go kill. But yeah, it's pretty sick shit. And that is what he did. The question of whether or not that counts as human trafficking, and therefore whether or not he can be charged legally, because the women were just manipulated, not like... The argument of coercion in human trafficking is oftentimes a difficult one. But he has talked openly, like Tate has, about both in old tweets and even in, again, some of his, like, I love this bit when he was talking to Candace Owens when he did, yeah, find it, yeah, that was it. Like, wait, let me see if I wonder if I can find the video. I'm curious. You know what? If I find it, I'll put it on the, I don't want to put it on stream. Because it's gross. I'm going to look for it tonight, and I'm going to see about posting on the Discord the advertisement that I got. This guy named Ty Wanks, though. You can look him up if you want to. I got it through Instagram Reels. But...
Ty Wanks sounds like a porn name, not gonna lie.
He does not look like a porn star, I can tell you that. He looks like your average, He looks like what is currently... He looks like... Looks like a fucking OnlyFans doofus. He looks like one of those, There's a type to them now, like the failed business major almost. Became a millionaire, getting women to make content for him online on OnlyFans. It's become an archetype now, and I fucking despise that. Thank you, Andrew Tate. Thank you.
Punchable face, slicked hair.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I know exactly the kind of people you're talking about.
Like conservative Adam Conover. Like that's the general vibe. He's like, yeah, it's bad. Like I said, I'll put it on the Discord if I find that the advertisement I got. But yeah, Andrew Tate made it. There was a really funny bit on when he did an interview with Candace Owens, whose husband is apparently some sort of high-ranking like English lord. Like, not quite Prince Andrew's level, but somewhere around there. You know, British aristocracy, who's a very close friend of Andrew Tate's, interestingly. Of the guy who manipulated women to perform sexual favors for him. Fuck Andrew Tate. Just fuck Andrew Tate. God, fucking despise that man. But there was a funny bit with Candace Owens. He's talking to her, and he was like... Candace Owens was, of course, defending him and saying how, like, I can't believe, Andrew, we're such close friends. Like, people are associating you with all this stuff. And Andrew's just like, yeah, okay, whatever, yeah, it's terrible. How can people do this to me? I'm Andrew Tate, I'm God. You know, stupid crap that he says. And she is like, yeah, people are, like, making accusations about human trafficking with no basis. And I can't believe people will do that. And he corrects her. He stops the interview to be like, yeah, real human trafficking, not just like getting a girl on to make videos for you on OnlyFans. It's like, great. What a distinction. What a distinction. That's the distinction that makes you look better? What a piece of shit. What a colossal waste of time, energy, and oxygen this man is. Awful piece of shit. Awful piece of shit. So what is that, my third, fourth TED Talk of the day? Don't listen to Andrew Tate. Don't fucking listen to Andrew Tate. That man is scum.
I mean, unless you want to talk about Chicago again.
I mean, I love that now people are bringing it up. And like other, not you guys, but like other people are noticing. It's like I'm like becoming like the anti-Chicago guy. It's like it's the guy who shits on Chicago. That's become my thing now.
Hey, Richard.
Or guacamole.
I have a clickbait article for you.
Oh, hell yeah.
Andrew Tate is the Chicago of human beings.
Oh, God. There is a lot of human trafficking that goes on around there.
You could just post a AI picture of you screaming at a bald, Oompa Loompa looking motherfucker and it'd basically be a hit.
Oh, God. Oh, you know what? Speaking of crazy shit influencers do, did you see that Kanye's, Hesfestus, I remember us talking about this. Kanye's choir was confirmed. And we were singing around Diddy's Star at the Hollywood Plaza or whatever. Wherever that is.
Wait. Hold the fuck up. What?
Yeah, remember we talked about that secret, that warehouse Kanye owned where they were doing like,
Yeah.
Yeah. So his choir was seen out in public singing when the Diddy trial started. They were singing his new song, whose name I will not repeat. Kanye's newest song, which has a line before he says the part that you know I don't want to say, where he says, they don't get what I say on Twitter or something like that, where he complains about being misunderstood on Twitter. What a thing, idiot. Yeah, no, they were around Diddy's Star in the Walk of Fame when the Diddy trial started, singing Kanye's new single. Yeah, there's footage, everything. They're real. Like, Kanye's choir. Bunch of black men singing the music of 1940s Germany.
I hope they were compensated richly.
I would hope so. Kanye's a fucking billionaire. His clothing brand is still bringing in massive amounts of money despite all the controversy he's in. Just that alone.
How the fuck do people like Kanye and Kim Kardashian make money while fucking like half decent people have to like fight tooth and nail to fucking pay taxes and shit?
Yeah, it's fucking everywhere these days. You can't actually try. You should never actually try. Just manipulate the system to your benefit. That's who succeeds. Those who manipulate things to their best interests, you know? Shitheads win, and actual people who want to do things honestly lose. That's the biggest problem with the world today. And that structure is destroying us culturally. Destroying us. Someone stop me before I do TED Talk number 5 here.
Do it.
I mean, you are right, though. TED Talk number 5. You are right.
Yeah.
I mean, there is no way to get rich by working hard. You have to scheme.
Yeah. You have to steal, lie, cheat.
You grow up being taught, like, if you want to get what you want, you got to work hard for it. And then you learn out later that working hard gets you nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
Mind you, monetary gain is not the best measure of human success.
Oh no, of course not.
But it's a lot easier to cry in your Benjamins than it is to cry in fucking starvation.
It's true.
Of course.
Having food is still good.
I like food. I don't want to starve.
I'm a big fan of food.
I'm more and more thinking about like doing just a full-ass homie commune, just inviting every person I give a shit about to like help me pitch in for some land and just growing food.
Keep me on the list.
Fucking, I'll keep you posted.
Hell yeah.
I'd be down for that.
Pay for a satellite content or satellite internet system so we could actually like put out content and shit.
Hook up to Starlink.
You know, one of the things that I'm actually very fascinated about, but fascinated only because I know that I could probably never pull it off on myself, is the whole like homesteading life.
Oh yeah, it's been getting very popular the last few years.
Yeah.
Very
Wait,
popular.
which thing? Sorry, I'm currently fighting a magma worm and I did not hear a fucking word.
Is that code for something?
No, just a big ass fucking.
He's choking
monster.
the word.
Okay.
Flogging the chicken. Anyway, I said that just because in response to your commune comment, right? I said that one of the things that fascinates me quite a bit is the whole homesteading.
It's becoming more and more not only accessible but more and more popular, in part due to how shitty the world is.
Pretty much, yeah. Living off the grid too is becoming a lot more.
No, like honestly, I think it really is just like
lose trust in their government.
Yeah. Especially Americans and Canadians. That's like losing trust in our government is like Tuesday for us. They try to elect a king. We don't like him. We go out and live in the hills.
I don't know. I just like the idea of self-sufficiency without having to rely on a lot of things that could just like easily break down around here, right?
Yeah. Honestly.
But yeah, like fucking farming is honestly, it's hard work. I'm not gonna pretend it's not, but it's
just
fairly
you work.
rewarding.
You just work, and it's straightforward, and you receive your payout for it. In the most, I truly, and this is where, well, I don't think this is too crazy, but I am going to get a little into my masculine preachiness. I think that with men specifically, but not exclusively by any means, I think women have this too. Like, I think that with a lot of men specifically, but not exclusively, there is this sense in which, like, we want a straightforward trade of my time for whatever it is I'm looking for. And the further that society and what it offers us gets from that very simple trade of my time, the harder it is for society to keep its own people, and specifically its own men, the further they go wayward from society, I think. I don't know. Is there anything there, or is that just fucking gibberish?
Nah, I kind of fuck with that. Like, personally, I spent a lot of time in college trying to figure out what I wanted to do. And when I realized I wanted to help people, I was like, okay, well, I could be a cop. When I realized police don't actually help people, they more or less just keep institutions in place.
Yeah.
I was like, well, this fucking sucks. That's not anywhere near as easy and, like, straightforward as I thought it would be. I guess I'll try the next best thing. And I thought, medicine. Getting into medicine is more political than I would care to admit, and I was just like, no, that's ass. I don't want to deal with that. If I wanted to talk politics, I'd just be a fucking politician. So after that, I was like, I like teaching. I like having conversations and sharing knowledge. Fuck it, I'll be a teacher. And that so far has been phenomenal. But, like, if I, for some reason, by the institutions in place, couldn't teach, the only thing I'm good at is violence. And that is because of my upbringing. And I don't know how far I'd get in, like, MMA, because I'm horribly out of shape. But also, the way I learned how to fight is not conducive to a competitive environment.
You're street fighting.
Yeah, no, I think the first time I actually picked somebody up and slammed them by the throat, I'd get some funny eyes.
Yeah.
Mostly because killing people is frowned upon.
More or less.
To be fair, I wouldn't want to kill my opponents.
That's good. Well, at least you have that.
That's just how I learned how to fight.
I mean, I hear there are like underground arenas that do pretty batshit crazy stuff.
I mean, yeah, but I don't want blood on my hands because that sounds fucking terrible. And also, like, I don't want to have to find those people. They tend to be terrible.
I mean, first rule of Fight Club is you don't talk about Fight Club.
Shit.
That's just gonna make it all the harder to find these people. Yeah, I think that society is really between the way that land is distributed and economic opportunity is distributed, profits are distributed, all of it is really screams we have a government and, well, it's not just like broken. The government or anything. I don't want to be one of those fucking crazed conservatives. It's like a combination of, like, you know, those the haves of our society have decided
unironically the bourgeoisie.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, but you'll be that liberal.
No, fucking communism doesn't work.
It's just a joke. Don't worry about it.
I know. Just fucking, I'm gonna go on record and tankies can fucking suck a boot, but communism doesn't work. Communes work, but that's because if you have like 6 people who give a shit about each other, guess what? It's really easy to give a shit about your friends.
But T3.
But communism as a governmental institution is fucking stupid and fails every time. Because it fails to account for human nature, which is we are tribal, and it is really hard for me to give a shit about fucking every single person in a country when I barely give a shit about every single person in my town.
Mm-hmm. I feel like one of the biggest differences in between, like, you know, the Allie says she really likes the highlights on the ground. I found them to be a bit bright, but I do... Oh, shit, there's a guide magazine there. But I do like them. Like, having, like, it is kind of nice for, like, individual fridges, ovens, counters, and containers being highlighted. It is nice, but they do feel maybe a bit bright. So they certainly look better than, like, They do look better than they did in 41, though. The guns on the ground. Yeah, that stuff, too. Like, you can see it a lot better. For small items, I think the brightness really works. Because you can, like, actually see it amongst, like, grass, especially. So I think that's why... I think that's part of why the brightness is so high. It works then, but has some trouble at other points. You know, when you're highlighting, like, whole-ass cabinets with, like, that bright, like, glowing neon orange, it gets to be a bit much.
You can change the color of that, can't you? To be a less bright color. I think so. It's in options. Yeah, the highlight color you change.
Where would it be under... Oh, here's a good highlight color. Oh, yeah, purple. Color, yeah, purple. Yeah. Bad highlight color. Let's go with, like, a nuclear green. There we go. Perfect. Oh, now my dash is changed. Aw, pimpin'. Alright, we should go find some zombies to kill. Hey, we can kill this guy. Hello there! This would be so confusing to anyone who plays on this server. Oh no, he's still orange!
He does change your dash color. Nice.
Oh, that's so weird. Oh, those colors are so weird. I like it, though. Oh, shit. I see you. Don't worry, I got enough crowbar for all of you. God, no, I'm over here, guys.
Now that I'm seeing it, though, it might not change the highlight color for the you know, things like the shells and stuff.
Their color didn't change. The highlights for the zombies.
Yeah.
Let me try throwing this in the ground.
But you can't change it. That's disappointing.
That's still blue. Interesting. So you can change some things. That's funny, because the dash I would not have expected to change.
Yeah, I found that wild.
Oh, the new Moodle is... The Moodles are different now. That odor Moodle is totally different. Where it's, like, colored. Interesting. Oh, because that's... Is that the negative... Because it's the negative color now is now green? Oh, that's interesting.
Oh, yeah!
Wait, what, does that mean the positive Moodles will be purple?
Yeah, yeah.
Wait, I gotta go get enough food. I gotta get some food. Oh, and give me your watch. Oh, that's right. I gotta take apart all those watches. I gotta go do that. I got a lot more to take apart. A ton more to take apart. And then I gotta move over to the chicken farm, because I love the chicken farm. That's gonna be the new base. Or should it be the gas station? I don't know. I mean, it could bring some chickens here. Just set up a hutch in this little area. Plant some grass. That could work. I don't know.
You only need 2, and then you can have all the chickens you want.
Yeah. And the chicken farm gets to be a lot, because there are a lot of chickens there. God, we are rapidly approaching 3,000 subscribers. Happy to see. Thank you to everyone who has subscribed. You guys are phenomenal, amazing. Feel free to throw $5 or $10 at the PayPal so I can afford groceries. It's always appreciated, guys. But if not, hey, enjoy the fucking stream. Have fun. Oh, wait. This is different. The condition meter's now purple, and the bite defense, like the numbers are now different. Interesting. Why the fuck do keys have weight? They don't for me. I modded that shit out so long ago, I don't even think about it now. Fuck no. I was like, as soon as I saw that, I was like, that's fucking stupid. I'm never using that ever. Modding that out immediately and never going back.
I'm still playing vanilla. I have to find the house. Well, I don't have to, but it's a kind of thing I do now. But I find the house that it belongs to, and then I just leave it at the door.
Yeah.
I don't carry that shit around with me anymore.
I mean, if I didn't have to, like, specifically... Ooh, wow, I have a lot of watches here. I wish they would just allow you to just... There are some mods, actually. You could just leave it where when you use a key on a door, it just stays there automatically. I'm not hunting through my inventory for any of that shit.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't realize it was almost midnight where I'm at. So I'm gonna do that sleep thing.
It is the weekend, though.
It is the weekend, but if I fuck up my sleep schedule now, I'm never gonna live it down.
It's alright.
That's fair.
I will see you tomorrow. You guys want to do some multiplayer on something? If not Zomboid, something else? Maybe over the weekend at some point?
I could be down for this.
Could do Left 4 Dead, could do Baldur's Gate 3, could do a lot of things, honestly.
I'm still down for Jimbathy to make a glorious return as your herald and fool.
Good go. What about you, Kenji?
I am kind of done with B41 right now. But,
well, we could do something other than Zomboid, though.
I mean, don't make decisions on my part. But if you're gonna play something else, I have a pre-arranged appointment tomorrow during the day, so I'll be here during the evening.
Okay. We will keep that in mind. I have no doubt I'll be going in the evening. So if it's something that you feel like playing, you can just hop on.
Yeah, no need to wait for me or anything, so just do your thing.
Cool. All right.
That being said, if you find yourself getting frustrated with Baldur's Gate 3...
Inevitably.
I don't know if you've heard of Wasteland. I think I've told you about Wasteland, and specifically Wasteland 3.
Oh, yes. I have one of the Wasteland games on GOG that I've been meaning to play. People have kept asking me about it. Yeah.
I have Wasteland 3, and I have been meaning to do a replay of it, because it's such a fucking great game. That, if GOG does have compatible multiplayer with Steam, that could be a fun one.
I am making a list of stuff I have to do after the stream ends.
But, yeah, having the unironic skill toaster repair and having it be relevant is really funny. I'm not going to tell you why it's relevant. I'm not going to tell you how. But I will tell you, it's funny as fuck.
I love when you keep secrets. It terrifies me deeply.
Good. But yeah, I'm going to hit the hay. Night, y'all.
Have fun. Good night.
Good night, man.
I guess I'll hit the hay here soon. Maybe... Oh, yeah, it's almost 2 here. Okay. I will hit the hay soon in order to be up early tomorrow, and we'll just do a really long one. Hopefully I'll give more people a chance to jump on.
In that case, good night, my dude.
Good night. Let me get a little more reading.
I guess I'll be taking off too with all if that's the case.
Yeah, it's all good. I'm gonna be on for a couple more minutes, but if you want to head to bed or get out, it's all good.
Oh, I'm not heading to bed. I'm just I gotta take care of some chores.
Fair enough.
But yeah, I mean, I'm perfectly down for. I think you mentioned Left 4 Dead.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I'd be perfectly down for that.
Do you prefer like 1 or 2?
I mean, to be honest, they're kind of both the same.
Okay.
I don't really feel that there's much of a difference between the two. But then they have Left 4 Dead 2 has folded element like Left 4 Dead 2 has included all of Left 4 Dead 1 into it now, so it's all the same now.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow. Damn. All right.
Or at least that's where I last left off. It's been a hot while since I played the game.
Well, that's what's fun about it.
Since I left off. Yeah, since I left off, the 2 games have been folded together into one.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, so I guess we'll just plan on playing 2 then. I'll get it installed and see what that could look like. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I've never played it before. I had an ex who really liked it and tried to get me to play it, but I just never did for some reason.
But you have it though.
I do. Oh yeah, I got the orange box a long time ago and never. It's like a lot of Steam users. At some point, the orange box went on sale and I grabbed it. Valve, the one company on Earth that still understands brand penetration and making sure your target demographic knows you. God, the one company.
I got the orange box, had extra copies, so I gave it to my dad.
Hell yeah. Ooh.
I think other games you've mentioned too is you were interested in Terraria?
Yes. Oh yeah, Terraria.
Yeah, I'm down for that. I'm down for that too.
Yeah, we could do.
Also, did you say that you actually had a copy of 7 Days to Die?
I do. I do know. I know that I own left 7 Days to Die.
I wouldn't mind being your guide. To
all right, we could make like an event out of that. You taking a noob into 7 Days to Die.
You're probably gonna die a lot.
I mean, yeah.
Unless you want to play really easy mode.
Nah. Oh, Allie wants to play 7 Days to Die. Yeah, you can jump in. Hell yeah. We could do that.
Yeah, a lot of options. So, we'll decide when that time comes. In other words, I'm gonna be taking off. You have a good rest of the stream.
Have a good night. I'll go ahead and hop out of the Discord then. I'm just gonna get a little bit of reading done here in the game, and then why is it not letting me rest on the couch? Am I that drunk? Apparently. I have to sit on the ground because I'm so drunk. Nice. Let's get a couple of these magazines read. I don't need to read all of them. But I do want to get the magazines. Thank you to everyone who has subscribed, by the way. Much, much, much appreciated. Awesome. Be streaming for probably just like another... As long as it takes me to read 2 magazines. Probably not much longer, like 20 minutes. I don't know. But I'm going to be up early tomorrow, so I'll probably be up at like... I don't know. I shouldn't make promises. I never keep them. I'll be up early tomorrow, and I'll be on stream. I need to be doing... Oh, I do need to do that editing. Shit. That won't take that long. It's a basic video. We'll see. I'm going to try to be up early as I can tomorrow to get on stream. So I am doing that. I am going to bed early. I'm purposefully, ending the stream early, which is 5.5 hours. I am, Oh, yeah! Oh, it did! Look at my Moodles! The peckish Moodle is now green. For bad. My bad Moodles are green now. Oh, that's so funny. I don't know why I find that so goddamn funny. Alright, I should grab something to eat. so goddamn funny. I need to organize all this crap, but this isn't even going to be my final base yet. Not even my final form. It's awful. Awful. That was awful. Ooh, I can do better than that. Come on. Come on, Richard. I'm also gaining weight too fast. I have a permanent... I took the... What was it? The trait that makes you permanently, like, go through more food, thinking it would make up for the fact that I always overeat in this game. It has not. I am still overeating, and I am still gaining weight, which is great. And I'm still peckish. That's fine. Probably should do some exercises tonight, too. In the game, not in real life, of course. I don't exercise in real life. Fuck that. Alright, I don't need to read the animal care book yet. I'm not even trying to power level that shit. My god, alright, we're gonna make some stir fry with spaghetti bolognese out of a can, beef jerky, nacho cheese. What bachelor chow are we making here? Chicken legs. Chicken thighs are actually delicious, honestly. Some eggs. Some more eggs. What else can I eat? Nothing else. Can I not even had... Oh yeah, salt and pepper. There we go. I kind of like the new icons. They're adding icons for everything now, which is good. I don't know. It feels... I don't know. Mixed feelings. Mixed feelings. It is good. Okay, take that. All these colors, this is fucking wild. Anyway, alright, that's it. I'm wrapping up. 5.5 hours, I think that's a good, fair amount to be streaming on a daily basis. That's all good. All set here. I'll be back. I'm going to get some editing done, probably later tonight, and then early tomorrow. Get out a new video. Yeah, and then we're going to be back. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you so much for the subscribes on YouTube. Hit all the buttons. Sub and follow. I think follow is what it is on Twitch. Press the buttons. There's a variety of them. Aren't they great? I love pressing buttons, personally. Thank you guys so much for watching. I will see you later, Allie, and everybody else who's here. I'll see you guys soon.